Hello, everybody. How are we all doing today? Going well?
Good.
Awesome. Today's Rory's birthday.
Good.
Yay.
Oh, happy birthday, Rory.
Yeah,
Happy
she
birthday
turned
to the
9
big
years old.
sis.
Hmm?
Heck yeah.
It's
Oh,
so
she's
nice
old
that
now. Yeesh.
one day out of the year she gets to come out of the lake, and it's really nice.
Yeah, she came out of the lake and we drove to Newport to visit Brittany's mother, who's still in the hospital, who, by the way, has now officially stood twice. So, which is awesome news.
Okay.
It's not
Awesome
really my
news.
business, but did they figure out what the hell happened?
So that is, we don't know yet.
Okay.
Like we believe we know. It could just be the standard operating procedures were not the correct decision here, or it could be somebody made a mistake. We don't know, and I don't want to speculate. In a place where I could be quoted, should anything need to?
No, that's
Yeah.
That's fair.
Cool.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, that's fair.
I didn't need the details. Just was curious if you all at least knew.
yeah.
Did you
but
start up
we
World
don't.
Anvil?
Oh, I did not. I can do that right now. Actually, you know what's funny is one of the things I wanted to say coming into this is because I had to go back and listen to several parts of several sessions, probably about 8 hours of session or more, at times 2 speed and a bunch of skips here and there as well. And part of that is how frequently Kiken is the one that tells me to start AI and start World Anvil. And I was going to call him out as like the MVP of yelling at me.
Not today,
Yeah.
Keegan.
You beat me to it the last 2 times.
Yeah. But
Now I've got my third monitor's working. I can use it again. Now I care again,
Holy shit.
but it was
33% increase in wavedness.
dude.
ooh.
To look from one end of
No,
one
it's a
monitor to the
50%
other
increase.
is a full turn.
From 2 to 3. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, 50% more weight.
I think 3 32-inch monitors was a bit more than I needed. I think it's just a bit.
Jeez.
It's a wide berth I've got here.
Hey, Krashnikov is here. What's up, Crash? You did it.
Thanks.
So Krashnikov on the most recent video, which I had posted very late because of a bunch of stuff, I had posted very late. Commented and said, "Damn it, now I'm all caught up" or something like that. And I was like, "Oh, just join the Discord and I can watch it live." And then they legit joined the Discord, and now they're legit here live. So welcome.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. Welcome for
Good to have
First
you.
time viewer of the stream.
Well, they're actually Krashnikov 2 because it's Krashnikov 2.0. They have upgraded from some lowly YouTube viewer. Please like and subscribe. Don't forget to comment down below. To being a Twitch viewer. Definitely higher quality. Definitely.
As someone who does things on Twitch and YouTube, I've got to say I shit talk my Twitch audience a lot more than my YouTube audience.
Oh, YouTube audience, you're awesome. We all love you. As
I
a matter
wouldn't go
of fact,
that far. I just said I shit talk one more than the other.
well, I was going to say, I'll
Not
just give you
compliment either.
a coupon to see Jake's OnlyFans for free.
My interpretation of content creation is Stockholm Syndrome is key.
Oh. I'm going to write that down. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I like
12
it.
years of doing this, I know. Just berate people enough and they'll stick around and they don't know why, but they'll just keep coming back. It's like
Is
sunk cost
key.
fallacy.
Yeah. Okay.
Gotcha.
A bunch of negative things are how I build my brand.
Gotcha. Like Kill Tony, right? Like Tony Hinchcliffe.
Never did that. Don't know Tony. Let's move on.
Moving on. So, where were we? Starting. So, last session.
AI good?
No, I do that after the recap, but thank you.
We're about to recap. That's why I said it.
Though I do after. But Keegan, your name, by the way. Awesome. So, last session, more or less what your characters did was you finished your invasion. It started off with a sneak in, cat and mouse, pull people to you, so on and so forth. The fear was that, the estimation of 12 might be low. You're hoping it was high, but it might be low. It did end up being low. It did end up being, in fact, being 12 guards. That's accurate. There were 12 guards, plus there were 2 actual, proper slavers, if you will. And then there was a merchant and an alchemist as well. There was another person as another 5th person, so the grand total of 17 people. But that last person ran
two
off
dogs.
and
And a
didn't
snake.
participate. Oh, there were dogs too. I keep forgetting about the hounds. Hey, Anna, I keep forgetting about that. But let's not call them dogs. Let's call them hounds. Hounds. It
So
just
20
sounds like-
hostiles. Something like that,
Two
you
two
know,
additional
that we had to
4-legged
face.
hostiles.
They're
That's
eating
right.
the hounds. They're eating the plains cats.
Don't worry, Will. It's gonna happen. I
That
haven't
sound a
turned
bit
on
better
stuff.
that way, I guess.
That's going to be Nathan Fox next time we see him.
Oh boy. At the end of the fight, where you guys start off cat and mouse, sneaking in, so on and so forth, and then you just went full-fledged, like full tilt, went in. I kind of expected when you saw that the force kept going that you guys were going to fall back a little bit, but you didn't. You pushed on, and it was a gamble. It was a heavy gamble, but it mostly paid out in the end. There was unfortunately a consequence of 3 innocent people, or at least as far as you know, innocent people, lost their lives in a horribly unfortunate scenario, which is terrible. But you were able to break through and capture effectively everybody in this place, which is wonderful. You then started doing some interrogation, including on somebody by the name of Zahil, who is Zahir, who is willing to turncoat last second to assist you at the very end. Get some information. You're able to investigate this whole place, find a whole bunch of stocked goods, including large quantities of food, lumber, ore, and then things of value like luxury items like carpets and so on, which is nice. You did find a bunch of coin that has all been posted after last week's notes. And more or less, like where we're going to be picking up is, I know there was an RP we wanted to have at Xylem, and you wake him up. I know there's RP you want to have with Malik and what's his name, Edric, for what your plan is for them. And I think there was an additional internal, like amongst yourselves, RP you guys wanted to have. These RPs are effectively happening like throughout the course of post-battle, and then the RPs would probably be happening after they took their 8-hour rest, but prior to leaving. The order might be slightly out of order as the PCs were up very late real life last time, and so maybe missed a detail or two before. So kind of getting into this, which is the first RP we wanted to have? Mikhail, did you want to approach Xylem, which I know is a thing that you really wanted to do? Mikhail, I thought, also wanted to RP with somebody else, or did we want to speak to Malik and Edric about your plan with them? Which one did we want to do first? I'll throw it to you guys.
I think
Malik
Mikhail would probably move pretty early. Go ahead, sorry.
No, you're fine. We can discuss it, I guess, meta real quick, but I think maybe our characters would chat, just the 3 of us, for a quick moment, so we can like have a plan, and then we know who to talk to in what order to make things go in a smooth way. Because out of game, we'd split this up week. In game, our characters has been a lot very quickly, so I think there's a lot of details that are probably still fresh on their minds. So I think we know, our characters know, that time is still kind of the essence if we want to catch anyone else. We have Ashtar out there, we have the Lordling who fled, who were 3 other dudes who I don't even think we know of yet, and then the buyers that are coming. Is that tomorrow in game?
Tomorrow night, yeah.
Yeah, tomorrow night.
Cool.
So, yeah, I think.
So let's throw it into RP for you guys. So this is going to be after you guys have taken your rest, and pretty much after you have finished doing that like search through where you had seen the fallen pillars and the kind of like the goopy shit inside of the well down that hidden hallway that it turns out that the Lordling seemed to have fled through. After that's done, when you guys are over by the area where like the entrance is, it's kind of like at that point in time where we can kind of like pull in, and your character's just frustrated that they were able to get away, and you're like, we have to get moving soon. What's our plan? And so
we already healed from this rest, right?
Yeah, it was the 1 health point. Yes.
Good. Yeah, man, I'm feeling a lot better. 50% better than I did yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
3 is so much better than 2.
It's true. Check your monitors.
Okay, 3 is so.
Say.
Check my balls. Nope. Wait. All right. So, tough crowd. Koa probably doesn't look great. He slept, but man, is he still looking a little worse for wear, I think, when you all wake up. But I imagine he's not actually using the whetstone, but, you know, like sharpening his sword after combat and kind of going through the motions. So I don't know that he would open up conversation. I don't know if one of you two would.
Yeah, it would probably be after Mikhail has finished, you know, kind of preparing his spells and such in the morning. Sort of helps center him. You'll hear him like stop playing, and he sits there kind of quietly for a bit and says, "Right, we need to get moving soon. I wanted to talk to Zahir before we start questioning Xylem. See if maybe he knows some way to make him a bit more cooperative. I mean, it sounds like they've worked together for a little while at least."
Yes, that makes sense. I would also add that forming any kind of plan at this point would probably be wise. We have one day before we're about to have a bunch of people show up that want to buy the former slaves that we just helped free, and bringing them to justice could be quite a good thing to do as well. Plus, we have 2 or 3 other lashed members out there, along with that, along with Ashtara, and the lordling man who fled. And I don't know that I am fit for another big fight at the moment. Feeling a bit worse for wear today.
Yeah, I think you did plenty. A lot to be proud of.
Another 30 seconds faster, we might have saved 3 more lives, which hasn't sat well with me, but
30 seconds later, we save none.
Also true. Have you spoken with Gemsmith's kid or any of the others yet? I haven't had a moment to talk to any of them.
Not yet. I haven't been up that long, really. I don't even know if he's awake. Is he awake?
When you like ask somebody that's nearby, like, hey, the one that he stabbed, before he was killed, is that man awake? And they'll let you know, oh, he started stirring not long ago. Don't know if he's fully up yet. Someone's heating up a bit of the stew for him too.
Okay.
Aldo, how are you holding up?
What?
How are
You look over at Aldo, and it's the morning or whatever time it is. He's not long woken up, but you can tell he's already well on his way.
Right. Can't blame you this morning, honestly. I wasn't afraid of maybe having a hole in my body. I'd fill it out. I'd drink some as well. This was I think this one's gonna sit with us for a while. It will with me. But
yeah.
What is next? How do we find who we need to find to put an end to this, and also somehow stop all of the buyers from just having enough interest to make someone pick this up and start doing it all over again?
Well, we can't do it completely hands-on. None of us are in a condition, or... I mean, frankly, it's a miracle we survived this one.
It is a miracle, but can I just ask you both, what isn't our job done? We found Gemsmith's kid. So what now? I mean, I want to end it too, but after everything that happened here yesterday, why do we have to do it? Haven't we done enough?
It's a great question, Aldo.
Aldo, when we first met and you were ranting about the guard, Dan, and lashes, and corruption, and all of that, I didn't know much about any of it, right? I just escorted Phil across the woods from Rid, and obviously he was killed. But we've been through a hell of a lot. I've been through more fights in the last couple of weeks than I feel like I've been as a mercenary in my life. Not that I'm that old or anything, obviously, but something just doesn't sit right knowing that Ashtara, who's at the very least important enough to go and find buyers, like potentially Malik and others who would come here and buy slaves, but 3 others that are planted in different cities or here or wherever. The lordling who apparently was in charge of even Captain Tor. We helped save a handful of people, sure, but how many people were in these chains before today that we didn't help? And they just start this all up again. Sure, we saved 9 people, but then it's starting up all over. I'm gonna have scars for the rest of my life from what I've seen and experienced and felt. And we're this close to finishing it. Why not just go that extra bit? Sure, it's not our job, but we've already found riches and wealth beyond what we were promised to make.
I do understand that, Koa. That's the thing that's got me worried is, what if it doesn't stop there? Just say we go a little bit further. Just say that we manage to get Ashtara, the other members. What if we find something else that links back to somebody else? At what point do we call it for ourselves and pass the job on?
Well, then what's next? What do you want? Do you want to go and just sit in a tavern until the gold runs up and find another job? What gives you meaning? I've been looking forward for the past couple of years and hadn't found anything. At least now I've got consistent employment and purpose.
Well, technically your employment's come to an end, right, with Gemsmith's kitty. But
at least up to now I had found pretty consistent employment and purpose, but people are being taken. There's always going to be someone who wants to put an end to it, whether it's the city or councilman or someone will be willing to pay to get it done. And even if not, I mean, look around at everything that we found here. I mean, there's just bags and bags of food and weapons and all kinds of shit. I mean, not that I think we should keep all of it, but to recoup our losses, to bandage ourselves up, make up for what we've been through. And that's another thing we need to figure out. What the hell are we going to do? Some of these people have been uprooted and had everything taken for them. I mean, perhaps some of what we found we should give to them so they can get back home and, I don't know, maybe some of them don't have a home. If it was like Phil's situation, their families could have been killed so that they could be taken, or who knows what. Perhaps 3 of them would.
You
I think we
raise a
give them
good point.
something. They're as good as gone if we just say, hey, you're free, give them nothing. It doesn't.
Well, if you've heard, some of them ain't even from here, so
yeah,
probably want to go home.
I imagine so. I'm sure there's enough to do that, and we can still get a decent cut, pay Edric, the others.
Speaking of the others, I think Joey deserves a bonus. To be the only one apart from Edric to actually pull their weight and then some.
He deserves a bonus and a beer. I'll be his wingman. I don't.
Yes, he was.
One more betrayal and we would have been dead.
He was exactly what we needed, as was Edric. And Malik, for as much shit as we gave him, I mean, he was essential to us shutting this down. Now, were his numbers a bit off? Yes, but he helped us find the cave. He did take a pretty gnarly wound, one that would have felled most people, and he retreated, yes, but after sleeping on it, I really can't fault him for it. I mean, I was at the brink.
I was thinking the exact same thing. At another time, one where I hadn't lost my mind, if I was dragged along to something like this, I don't even know if it would have been an arrow for me to hightail it out of there. And we wouldn't have come that far without Malik. So,
yeah, he took a big risk helping us out. I was already planning on paying him some out of my own cut just to make up for it. Yeah,
I was angry at him.
Drag into dangers.
heat of the moment. We almost got robbed of everything. So you'll have to forgive me, but what's done is done.
I'm trying to wrap my head around what we do next. How are we going to get all of the freed men and women, perhaps children? I don't know how young or old some of them are. They're so emaciated and beat to hell, it's hard to say. But how are we going to get all of them along with the current prisoners?
That's a good point.
Let's
focus on that.
Getting everyone to Haudh would be ideal, right? Because we know of Jaaek there. But it's a much longer journey, I fear, from where we currently are. It was a hell of a ride here. So, for their sake, they might not make it that far.
Right. Haudh-Gwenn would make more sense.
The only problem is, and if you think about this logically, right? There was a young lord apparently in attendance. All right, someone probably that had wealth. Now, where would they go in a day?
That is beyond my knowledge. Haudh-Gwenn.
Well, going off what Leshev is like, and whatever those other places we pass through, you can't really call. I suppose Leshev's a town, but the rest are hamlets, thorps at best. The only place that has real wealth is Haudh-Gwenn, right?
True, but that's the most likely place we came from. I doubt he goes there. I seriously doubt the. I think the last thing he wants is to run into us again so quickly. Otherwise, maybe he wouldn't have run.
But if he's the actual leader, he probably has a power base here, right? Somewhere he can retreat back to.
Yeah, he also likely has a hideout of some kind.
Ashtara may have those answers. I mean, she's the one solid lead we still have. Other than Xylem or whatever the hell his name is.
Right, he might also have those answers, according to Zahir.
I'm sorry about Thor. I charged him with my shield to stop him, and I suppose I found a level of ferocity I didn't even know I was capable of. And
well, seeing what we've seen, I don't think he should be apologizing at all.
I'm not sorry he's dead. I'm sorry we didn't get any answers from him before he died. Not that he would have given them perhaps anyway with his... I'm not going to sleep well for many nights. The look in his eye and what he did is he...
What do you even threaten a guy like that with? I mean, he went down. He just kind of pauses. I don't think keeping his mouth shut to spite us was beyond him, no matter what we did to him. I just hope his death was slower than it looked.
Getting back to Haudh-Gwenn may be best for me as well. I may need to stop by the Chantry or whatever it is, doctors and whatnot.
Yeah. I mean, we gotta look after ourselves too.
I feel like these potions we've been buying have been critical to staying alive, but I don't feel nearly as good after taking them as I expected to.
Yeah. I mean, maybe the difference between alive and dead must be a pretty big difference.
Perhaps there's some sort of instruction I need to be following to make them more effective or something.
Yeah, the Chantry would know. But yeah, let's focus on our next step. We got to get these people out of here. I think Haudh-Gwenn makes the most sense. It's close.
We need somebody to be here to intercept the bias. We don't have time to go back to Haudh-Gwenn and back, and even if we did,
it can't be us.
I can't. I wish I could, but I gave everything I could in that fight, and I don't have much left in the tank at the moment. Taking on Ashtara even in town fills me with dread. But we need some... This Jaaek fellow in Haudh is the one person we know we can trust, but we can't get to him.
Well, not at the same time. I mean, how many horses do we have between each other? We
Nightstorm and then two Well, Malik has a horse. We have Nightstorm, and then we have the 2 that were pulling the cart. Unless any were left outside, but I'm pretty sure that the merchants and workers who left as we were coming in here probably took them away.
Okay. I mean, Malik could go to Harad. I mean, maybe he can... Well, not by himself. Maybe Edric would go with him. Here's what I'm thinking. Malik, we send to Harad to talk to Jaaek. Tell him everything that's going on here. If he's the person that we keep hearing he is, maybe he doesn't let that stand, right?
Edric charged in with me when no one else would. Edric is perhaps motivated by coin, but a man of his word.
If nothing else, then he can get more people and come back here, maybe paid properly now once he gets his cut.
Well, and the people here to buy would probably have even more coin, so if they apprehend them.
Exactly. If they're here waiting for them, especially. I mean,
yes.
It'd be a pretty good place to set up an ambush, as we learned.
Yes.
We just talked to them about that, and then we take the cart, all the freed people. Most of them can ride in the cart. We make those fucking traitors walk.
We need to make sure we disarm and de-armor all of the guards and Xylem and Zahir as well, just to make sure they don't try anything funny on the way out.
Yeah, I think we did that. We need to make sure we did.
Yeah. Honestly, this night's sleep was kind of a fever dream, so I believe it. We should talk to Malik and Edric first thing then. If they're going to be heading all the way to Harad, they're going to have to leave soon if they're going to be back in time. It's a hell of a ride for, what do they have? I don't even know how late in the day it is. Do they have a day and a half?
It's got to be at least maybe a day. Yeah, we'll talk to them, see if they'll go do that. I have a feeling Edric will like that idea. Come back here with a much better crew and clean up whenever the buyers show up.
Alright, so we'll talk to them, get them on their way, and then perhaps whatever other conversations we need to have, let's have. But the sooner we get to Haudh-Gwenn, the higher chance we have of stopping Ashtara and the well-dressed fellow from getting away or whatever.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go see if
in case she's fled. We should let Edric and Malik know about her as well, because someone said she had a place in Harad, so she could be hiding there already.
True. Yeah, Malik, I believe, knows all that.
All right. Well, and also he can identify her, which would help Jaaek and Edric and crew.
That's the other reason I was thinking that is, I mean, he's seen a lot of these people. Obviously, he was drunk, but he's remembered other things while talking to us. Maybe he comes up with some other details when he talks to Jaaek.
Right.
Besides, it's probably going to be good to keep him a bit further from Ashtara anyway. Maybe not bring him back into Haudh-Gwenn. He's a known entity. We're us.
If somebody could lock down her property to make sure that doesn't go up in flames.
That's true.
You know?
Like the couple of rooms here that were on fire. Who knows?
Mm.
We need to go through all of that at some point, but I don't think we have time for that now. I think we talk to them, get them on their way, round everybody up, have whatever conversation with Xylem and the freed people we need to have.
Listen, I know we're going to be on a bit of a time limit here, but we do have some hard-fought spoils in regards to everything here. There's a lot of money, a lot of gold.
We don't have the resources to move all of the supplies, but we could try to go through the money quickly, and we owe Edric an equal share. I think perhaps we...
The money's the easy thing, but did you see those silks?
Yeah, the goods they've harbored here. I don't... Yeah. We can't move that right now.
This is yeah, but listen,
stuff.
This is hundreds of gold. Hundreds.
Yeah.
I don't think we're in danger of anyone moving that stuff right now. I think we worry about the money that we'd found, help the people that we freed get on their way, and perhaps while we're riding out, we can have that discussion, or once we're alone again. we figure out what to do with everything else here. I think there's too much at stake to sit here fighting over what we do with a couple of shirts or bags of whatever it is.
That's where we'll have to agree to disagree. I agree that, you know, there are bigger things at play here, right? But that much money, that much gold, you know what I mean?
They're already
I just
coming
want it
back
known.
here. Right,
Who?
yeah, they're going to be coming back, right? Edric, probably. To be on guard for the buyers. See if he'll watch the stuff for us.
If he can take
Probably.
all
I just
the
want it
money
known
from
that we've laid claim. I want it known that we've laid claim to the spoils here, you know?
Then what we'll do is we'll talk to Edric and Malik. Whenever they come back and ambush the buyers, they can have whatever they take off of the buyers as additional payment. And perhaps, I mean, I don't know what the price of these kinds of transactions are, but I imagine Gemsmith alone would have been worth a lot. So they've got to be showing up with lots of gold, is my point. Edric's going to make out of this very well. So perhaps if he's accepting of this, they can take the money from the nobleman along with his equal share. We'll pay Joey, we'll pay Malik, we'll give some money to the people to get back on their feet, to get home, and then we'll divvy up whatever's left among the three of us. But Edric, perhaps, yes, would make sure no one comes back here and takes the stuff or tries to use this for illicit purposes again while we're gone. We can try.
Yeah,
Worst case, he says no, right?
Yeah, just ask what he wants for it. I think, I'll let you guys talk to him. I'm going to go see about the prisoners. Try to get that out of the way.
Once you're done, let us know and we'll talk to Xylem and get moving.
Sure. If anyone has questions for me, I guess you'll know where I'll be.
I suppose I don't have many other places to be, so perhaps I'll stay nearby.
Aldo, as you leave, Mikhail, he walks over to the rum cask, and he'll just fill one up, and he walks over to Koa. I don't know if Koa's leaving or not, but he says he just passes him the drink. He hands it to him, and he says, "This helps forget things sometimes. You know, I forget a lot." And he kind of gives a bit of a laugh, and he says, "But yeah, before bed, this will fix you right up."
I'm no stranger to the drink, but I'm torn, honestly. Do I want to forget, or do I want to remember and try to do better next time? There were 3 lives I feel like I could have spared.
True. But I get the feeling that you drink mostly in revelry, right? Well, there's other reasons people drink too.
I mean, we put it into something pretty bad, so I can revel in that. I hold it up.
Yeah, Aldo will drink too. And he says, I believe we're doing the right thing. I do. And he takes one of the gold coins out of his pocket and he says, but is this what we're supposed to do? And he flicks it up in the air and he says, heads, we go to heads, Haudh-Gwenn's good omen. Tails, well, and he'll just catch it. And I will roll a d2. Heads is 2, tails is 1. There's tails. He will try and conceal it from you. Like as he catches it, he kind of just like cups. So I will. It's a sleight of hand, is it?
Okay, sure. What is it to try to?
I think it's perception versus.
Yeah, so sleight of hand.
It's a good luck.
Yeah, you conceal it.
Yeah. You see him, he looks at it and he goes, it looks like the weird, whatever they are, weird siblings, they're with us on this one. He winks at you.
I didn't actually see the result there.
It was heads, if I didn't make that clear.
Leaving it up to a coin flip, while I appreciate the fun of it all, there's a discussion to be had, Aldo, and it's a tough one. Trust me, I can think of a lot of things to do with coin.
Mm.
I don't know what I would do with the 10 bags of silk shirts, but silk. I haven't seen it. I guess you saw it, but
Well, silk sells, right? And you can buy yourself many a night in the tavern, eh? You know,
but you may not need
and
to
that's
buy
what I do
yourself many a
best.
night in a tavern if you deliver it and you ride in on some steeds and you're on top of all this stuff and you're giving it out. I mean, the hero of the Chev was something to be the heroes of a deer. Something
Well,
else.
that remains to be seen. If I'm going to be honest, for the I've heard of a deer freedom, this and that. I haven't seen much of it here.
Well,
I'm being real. We'll see how see how the reception is in Haudh-Gwenn then, eh?
I suppose that is true. Yes, we will see how that goes. And as far as all of this stuff goes, Mikhail, you and myself, we'll sort it out. And I'm sure no matter what decision we come to, we're gonna be better off than we expected coming in.
Well, I'm better off than I was yesterday. So, here's to that.
He looks at his like beaten, destroyed body and like armor and weapons. Yes, much better. You don't need to roll to see he's like very shittily bluffing.
Yeah. That's it for me.
Yep. To Mikhail.
Cool. Yeah, I guess I'll go see if Zahir is awake.
Zahir, you mean Xylem?
Nope. I'm going to talk to Zahir first to see if he can tell me how to make Xylem cooperative.
Oh, okay.
Because Zahir's the one who's listening to us,
I thought
right?
we already had this conversation in the last session, but maybe I'm mistaken. So yeah, Zahir will be up if you need them to be up. You know what I mean? Like they're kind of like this is again after all the rest and everything has happened. So yeah, they're awake.
Okay.
You approach. They're the only one locked in. Well, I suppose there's two people locked in the cell. Both Zahir and Xylem would be locked in there, wouldn't they?
That was the other question. Is Xylem actually up? Or is he like still
Oh, Xylem was only
unconscious?
at 0, so they would have been up ages ago, you know?
Okay.
But you kept them waiting. The whole, like, sitting outside the principal's office, the whole, like, the build-up. The tension can fuck with somebody.
Okay. It's a pain in the ass to separate them, so then yeah, I will just go try to talk to Xylem.
Oh, so you're not going to Zahir? Okay.
I mean, if they're together, it's like I'd have to separate them to,
Sure. Oh, that's fine. Cool. So you so what was I saying? Yeah, you you go and speak to Xylem. So you go walking up to the cage, right? Mm-hmm. And as you go walking up, you can see Zahir is sitting there, and Xylem is doing much better than he was before, right? Because he was just at 0 health points. Mm-hmm. So now with the whole day of resting, he's up to 1, so he's conscious, normal, whatever. So as you come through the area, you kind of like look to them, look around the rest of the room to see whomever else might be in there, and then look back to where they are. As you approach, you can see Zahir stands up and starts making your way over. But as he does that, you can hear a small noise in there. Roll me a perception check. Okay. So you heard like a small noise as you approached. Sounded like Xylem made a noise, but you couldn't quite make out what it was. The reason why you believe it was Xylem was because not only did it kind of sound like it came from his direction, but you saw Zahir kind of like toss him like a daggered look real quick, but then turns his attention back to you. Anyways, you walk up to the where the cells are, and they're standing there. Or one's sitting, one's standing. One's leaning against the wall, one's just stood up to walk towards you.
Okay. Wait, you said Zahir or sorry, God, their names are so similar.
Zahir
actually approaching?
Stood up and approached to you. Xylem is just leaning against the wall.
Okay, then yeah, I'll address Zahir first, and I'll just say, you guys talk about anything while we were gone?
To Zahir? Zahir says, yeah, I bet.
Fill me in.
looks over at Xylem, then looks back at you and says, was wondering kind of the rundown of who you lot are and what you were like, and then maybe a couple of arguments.
Oh. Think he'll be cooperative? I say, like, looking at Xylem, who's, like, right there.
He says, oh, I'm sure he's gonna help out a ton. It was very, like, slathered with sarcasm.
I believe him.
So he just nods for a second. Can I try to get a read off of Xylem just from...
Sure, go ahead. Roll it.
For now? Yeah.
To read the mood of the room is a DC 20. It's raw.
Yeah.
But then lower to specifically
Nope.
Asylum. So unfortunately, you just...
Yep.
What you're picking up off me is all you can kind of work with.
Yeah, okay. Then yeah, I'll say, so, you know your captain's dead already, right? Filled in that far?
To Xylem, correct?
Yeah.
He just kind of looks at you, but doesn't respond. Like, you can clearly tell he does understand that.
Can I interject real quick?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were talking to the prisoners first, and then we were going to join for the Xylem talk. I think I missed.
So these are the prisoners.
Yeah.
I meant like the freed people. I thought you were talking to them.
Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, I meant
Xylem.
these guys for the prisoners. Okay, so
I
if
don't
you
know,
guys
You guys
want
are
to be
welcome to
there...
roll in. Maybe you just kind of came in a little bit afterwards. That's fine.
Koa would definitely want
If
to
you
be
guys
there for
wanted to
this
be there,
one.
then he would have waited.
Yeah, I thought you were talking to like Gemsmith and them first, and then coming to this, because I was like,
Oh.
this is weird, because I'm pretty sure this is the part we were going to be there for. Because I know at least Koa would want to be there for this part.
Gotcha, okay.
So I'm fine with you starting off, and I'll roll in after a couple to let Aldo and I have our moment that we had. But that was definitely my intent, was to be there for this part.
Okay.
My
then,
bad.
yeah,
I think I misunderstood.
Yeah, it's cool. So he probably would have like waited in there, like maybe checked on some of the freed people and whatnot a little bit before.
It's
he
weird
went
having
over and started
prisoners
talking.
and then new prisoners, and we're using the word interchangeably with both sometimes. So yeah.
Yeah. So he probably would have wasted a little bit of time, so you guys have time to roll in. Like probably right as he starts talking to... He probably wouldn't even talk to Xylem until he sees you guys approaching.
No worries. I just
that
wanted,
way he's not.
I feel bad interrupting the RP, but it's just like I was like, this is the part we were supposed to be here for, right?
Cool. So
you would hear him ask that.
Yeah,
is what I'm.
And he doesn't. And like I said, he just gives him like a look.
Okay. Koa will approach, but not say anything yet. He's still letting you kind of take the. I don't know if Aldo would be there or not, but Koa is.
Aldo will be there.
Okay. Okay, Keegan.
He just kind of gives you guys like a nod as you come in. And he says, well, we know you're a ranked member of whatever you call that group. We have...
To answer your, like, almost as though that was a question, interjecting, you hear Zahir say, the 10 lashes.
Creative. The 10 lashes. You're one of them. So we know you've got some information that we'd like. You're in a position to gain from that. Mostly your life, to be honest. Is that something valuable to you, or are we wasting our time?
He looks at you, and he look full on looks in your eyes for a second or two. Then he gives a little smile, and he says, No, that's not what you're bargaining.
Oh, then tell me what I'm bargaining.
You don't have that in you.
Interesting. You know, I'd have actually agreed with you even just a day ago. Unfortunately, that's not true anymore.
Oh. Just because a puppy got a taste for blood doesn't mean it's about to go hunting. Oh, you bind me up. You bring me to whatever authorities you'd like. And maybe we can find the real man there.
Huh.
Interesting, coming from one who, well, was the puppy to... He'll gesture to where, like, Tor's smashed body is across the way.
He just shrugs, like a mild shrug.
Aldo
I think
loads his
this
crossbow.
You pull out your crossbow.
He does it slowly as they're talking, and then he just like lifts it up. He aims it at the guy, and then he kind of coughs and he moves it slightly to the side, and he just lets the bolt fly straight into the wall.
Oh, it's an attack roll.
Okay.
This is where you want to roll a 1?
Yeah, let's not.
Just fucking hit me that I have to pretend like it didn't hurt.
Or
That's
hit
just
him.
an example.
That's fine. So, yep, it hits the
And then
wall.
he says, you know, after that, it seems like the sight was a bit off, and he reloads it again. But I want to bluff because I want this to come out like I'm very calm. He's saying that we don't have it in us or whatever. So
Yeah, you go right ahead and you roll your. Technically, it's an intimidation. But why don't you? I think you're only down to 3 bolts left.
yep, I had 5. I had 5.
Oh, sorry,
after
4
all
bolts
that.
left.
Yeah, because he refilled. Yeah, we found that other one.
It's intimidation.
Uh,
Okay. So he looks over at you and sees that one, and your character's already like half cocked and whatnot. So like, you could. He actually believes you would do it, but because like you look like a mess. Like these other two are just like young, and not that they're not willing to defend themselves or fight or even theoretically or actually have killed for what they think is a good or just or right thing to do, like to free these, you know, poor peoples that were having captured or what have you. Your character looks like your life is a train wreck, and you're half cocked. So I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, okay, well, yeah, maybe he'd actually do it then. So when he sees this and he like looks down and sees you and whatnot, and it makes his assessment, he goes, okay, maybe there is one here.
I suppose not everyone here should be privy to this. Should we take him to the other room?
the one he
Great
was
idea.
preparing.
That's the one.
I think it's a great idea.
Right. Ko will go to like lift him up to drag him to the other room.
Sure. So you go over to get the guy. I mean, he'd probably wrestle back with you, but let's be honest, he's bound. You're both really fluffed up and whatnot. You inevitably would win. Like he would wrestle down, and it takes you a couple seconds or whatever it is. But
I mean, as he's
you eventually-
fighting, like this will obviously be like a. Well, for one who talks so much, such a big game, why are you fighting me? You should be excited to go in there and experience a real man.
cut me loose.
Oh, you were. If I remember right, you didn't even participate in the fight. You just, make like a motion of like falling asleep.
I remember.
Yeah,
he
wonder
got
who did
shot
that.
and then fell asleep or something like that, right?
Did he? I thought he just was. Did he get shot at all?
He got hit for.
Oh yeah, he got shot once. Or something hit him.
By the
Yeah.
one fighting him?
because he was brought
Yeah,
to 0 health points.
I think you hit him, didn't you, Wade?
He was the sword guy, right?
Yeah.
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 I don't think I
yeah,
didn't
think
get a shot off on him at all.
I think I did
Yeah.
hit him. I was the one who was. Yeah, he was fighting me.
Yeah.
You hit him before the sleep spell. Yeah.
But
Cut
by the
you
way,
loose.
so-
I was
that?
fighting you and one or two others at the same time at that moment. You were cut loose. You had your chance. I was right there for the taking.
Doesn't respond. You again. I have already won the wrestle match at this point and are dragging him off. So where you want to bring him? Zahir says nothing.
Yeah.
He steps back and out of the way. You drag him out. You shut the cell. He doesn't say anything.
I see why you work in the slave trade. It's easy to talk smack when you're the one in the position of power, but the moment that someone has your better, you shut the fuck up, like the coward you are.
Oh no, this is what a real man does, apparently.
We're about to find out.
Huh, guess we will. It'll be a learning experience.
As we like get out of that room and make our way, like not even necessarily to the other room.
So you're going through like the sarcophagus room right now.
Yeah. So none of your friends or former captives are here anymore. You can let down your bravado and actually just finally fucking talk and save us some trouble. Or we can continue to your favorite room.
That's an intimidation check. I don't think there was a hype train to assist you on this one. So, you say that, and he looks at you like there's like a moment where he's like assessing, like he hears it. So like a followed second, and he looks at you and he says, "I knew it."
You could just fucking say what's on your mind rather than force us to question every word that you say. Knew what?
I knew you didn't have it in you.
I don't have to. I can just leave you in the room with him. He'll say, gesturing to Aldo.
It's one of those. He doesn't even look back to see Aldo. I'm sure he just hears like the click as the thing's finished and reloading or whatever. And he says, "Well, that's the way I gotta go."
Oh, you won't be going. You're going to live through quite a bit.
Just want to say, while this conversation is going on too, I don't want to interrupt it, but I do want to just, as Koa is walking the guy off, I just want to grab Mikhail's arm because there is something I want to say to him.
Yeah,
You want to do that first, or want me to continue?
Leans in.
I don't want to break your flow, so
Go ahead.
keep going.
No, you can do your thing. It's already broken.
Okay.
Okay.
As they're going to walk off, though, Aldo does. He grabs Mikhail by the arm, and Mikhail looks at him, and you can see Aldo in like everything, like in his face is just that false sense of bravado is broken, and he just whispers at him. He goes, "I don't know what's wrong with me. I need you to take this." And he like has the crossbow, and his arms are shaking a little bit. It's like there's something going on here.
Mikhail just goes, "I've got it." Kind of gives you a pat on the arm and keeps walking.
Did you take the crossbow?
No. If you try to hand it to him, he will take it. Like if you push it at him, then he'll grab it. Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely does. He gestures it forward. He's loaded.
Yeah. Then properly holds it, and we keep walking.
Yeah, Aldo leaves the room, by the way.
Back to you, Wade. He says, "I know how these things go. You already got a puppy. You're gonna feed it table scraps, and when it's done being loyal to you, either you're gonna put it down by the shed, or you're gonna let it live on your little farm. Your choice. But nobody wants two mutts in their house."
You speak in a lot of metaphors and other bullshit language, and then you say these things whenever you don't have it in you, and then somebody shoots a little arrow by your head, and all of a sudden, gulp. You're a coward hiding under a man's skin. I killed your boss with nothing but a shield. I put my weapon away, and just charged with the shield and took him out. One foul swoop, while watching him execute people that couldn't even fight back. You say to unchain you and let's have a one-on-one. The man you answered to didn't do that. Executed people where they stood. Didn't even have the balls to face me and fight. No, he'd much rather go down executing someone locked away. I do not care what words you have to say. Most of the information we're hoping to get from you we already know. We just want to confirm it. But it's clear to see the kind of person you are. You want to be, like Thor. Big and strong. But we've undone your operation. We know at least one or two of the other people that are gone, that have gotten away. And we'll be after them next. We've dismantled you city by city so far. We've stopped everything here, and we have more that are going to be coming to stop the buyers. Ashtar is up next. The man in the nice clothes, the lordling, whoever the fuck he is, he's next on our list. So what you do or don't say, means fuck all to me at this point. So, you can continue to talk about puppies and mutts and men and boys and whatnot. I'm done giving a shit. You're done, Paul.
Mikhail will catch up and say, I mean, what he has to say could be pretty valuable. And he's kind of like wielding this crossbow. Like, if you ever seen someone who doesn't know how to use a gun and they keep flagging you, he's kind of doing that where it's like keeps pointing at like the dude's head, but he's like moving like he doesn't know how to use it. So he goes, no, it could be pretty valuable. Look, I care about what you have to say because I want to make sure the right people get put away for good. Right? You're right. Maybe I don't really have this whole killing thing in me. I mean, I've tried it a couple of times. It's easier than I thought it would be, but I don't want that for you. You might have to duck to get into the room. So like going into the whatever the torture room is. And I'll come in, close, check, make sure like to see if like Aldo's coming or not. And then when I see he's not, I'll close it.
Well, I'd say you have 2 sick puppies looking to take a bite. So unless you can make our friend here feel otherwise, then well, you're useless to us, and you're not worth taking back to the guard.
I mean, it's true. It's kind of a dude. It's a math game. All right, you've got me, who you're pretty sure is not a killer, but you've got one that you know is, and I asked him to back off for now, and another you're gambling who's not going to do anything. You're kind of fucked, right? Listen, maybe you can walk from this if you do give us some names. I'm sure you know some places you can go where they're not going to find you. You've had to have had a contingency before now. Wouldn't you rather be not the only one getting screwed over?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
yeah, if I had assurances to whatever promises you're going to make, instead I'm going to squeal. I'm going to fuck over people, and then what you're going to do is whatever you want anyways. I'm not playing your game. You're going to kill me.
Hasn't everyone else already squealed?
I'm not playing your game.
Listen to him. He's a waste of our time.
Well, Xylem, you want to win, right? Then you have to play. We're right here. You can't just refuse.
I had a lifetime of winning.
So
right.
you ended on a loss? Holy shit. He is kind of a bitch. All right.
He talks a big
what do you
game.
think, Koa?
You're all just sick puppies. Blah, 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 blah. I say we just bring Aldo in here. Or, I'm sure one of the prisoners that he potentially tortured or tortured the family of, if we're not men enough, perhaps one of them would come in here and carve away. We'll find somebody.
Oh, shit. No, that would be good. I mean, some of those people that got freed probably have a lot of emotions they'd like to take out on someone.
That's what I'm saying. Plenty of volunteers to take out the trash. Or this little sick puppy.
Okay, so that's the plan. If he really doesn't want to talk, we just leave him to them and then see what happens.
Leave him to the rats. I frankly don't give a shit.
All right.
At least in a prison, he'd have food in a bed. Here, just left to rot. He's got nothing.
Yeah. And maybe he doesn't either. Maybe this isn't just for bravado. Maybe he really doesn't care. But I can't imagine he wants to go out like that. Just get put to sleep by a by a musician, and then suddenly gets captured, and I don't know. I guess goes down defending people who definitely wouldn't do the same for him. I don't know. Seems like a terrible final chapter.
With the exception of Tor, who didn't have a chance to sing, pretty much everyone else we've talked to has. I mean, how do you think we found this place in the first place? We've got the information.
Yeah, we got it from other people.
That's what I mean.
Already told you. I ain't saying nothing without insurances.
What would count as an assurance then? That we're not going to kill you.
He looks around the room that you're in, which I think is to the SirKiken. Did you finish bringing him into that room?
He's in the
I'm assuming we did, yeah.
Okay, yeah. He goes, certainly not going to be the promises by 2 nobodies inside some dungeon.
Some dungeon. This is your home.
Yeah, didn't you make
Your
this?
place. This is your
Prep
kingdom.
it?
Truth stays.
Unfortunately, 2 nobodies are all you have to work with right now.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but the king and queen of the deer couldn't be here today.
I ain't saying nothing to the 2 of you. I don't know who you are. I don't care who you are. You have no authority. You're probably just a couple of vagrants trying to earn yourself some coin.
Are you saying a couple of vagrants took down your entire operation that's been operating for years with, 7 hired guards, the 10 lashes, and merchant with a dagger, and whatever the fuck else, a couple of hounds, a snake, a couple of vagrants wandered in and just took that all down? Really?
Maybe. Shrugs. But I'm not saying nothing to the 2 of you. You're nobody. No title, no lands, no nothing. Ain't worth talking to you 2. You're either going to kill me, you're going to slap me around, or you're going to let me go. Or, sorry,
Really?
or you're going to drag me on. But I know no matter what I say, no matter what I do, you're not letting me walk away today. So why play along?
Oh, no.
Why help you out?
Definitely.
I ain't walking.
Definitely not.
You won't let me walk. The best that you
No.
can do is drag me to somebody else who's worth talking to. So, you want to make me talk? Bring me there. I ain't talking to the 2 of you.
Well, there you have it, Mikhail. Waste of our time.
He kind of drops the like semi puppy dog persona he was going on. He's like, I think you're right. He hands you the crossbow.
Cole will start to like walk out, assuming that's what's actually happening here.
Do you take the crossbow from him?
If you hand it to him, yeah.
Yeah.
He's not going to aim it at
When
the
you
guy.
walk-
He's going to be like, oh, okay, you're giving this to me to leave.
Yeah. Then when you leave, he shuts the door behind you, but he's still in the room. We'll turn to the other guy, draw the short sword. You're really gonna make me do this?
He says, well, he says nothing. He just looks at it and looks at you. He just gives you like a knowing smile. Like, you don't have it.
God damn it. You know the weirdest thing about killing someone is how surprisingly easy it is. I'm sure you've taken lives before. How did it feel for you?
Let me, hold on. Lost my dice out. It's not a lie.
It's not.
Oh, shit. Throw my dice at my own.
He rolled bad. He's got to reroll.
I throw them at my crotch.
He's like a 1. I can't take that. Oh, it fell off the desk.
When you
No,
say
hit me
that,
nuts,
how
wow.
surprisingly easy it is. For the first time, he looks at you like he's actually like looking at you, like not just like in a condescending kind of way. He's like, oh, this might be a real one. You know what I mean?
Great.
Wow, 2 out of 3 are real ones now. All of a sudden, that's crazy.
There's a difference between willing to fight and do what you got to do and killing somebody who's bound in front of you. There's 2 very different scenarios.
Yeah.
So he's relying on most people's lack of badness. Anyways, so you say that and he looks at you like the first time seeing it. He doesn't respond, but you can definitely see there's like an acknowledgement.
But he still doesn't respond. Okay. But and then even to the question, he doesn't respond.
What was the question again?
Is
You
what did it
killed
feel
people,
like the
right?
first time you killed someone? Yeah.
I would say he opens his mouth like he's going to respond. And then he quickly like takes a step to the side and lunges forward. I'm going to say roll an initiative check.
Wait, isn't he bound to
Oh, I get an
the
attack
Yes.
of opportunity?
His hands are bound, absolutely.
Oh, I thought the table had like
Yeah.
manacles or something.
Yo, he's not. You guys didn't like lock him onto the torture table.
No.
That's what I thought
Yeah.
we did. That's what I thought
Did
I
we?
did.
You
I-
had him. I didn't.
I was going to for maximum like fear factor, sure.
I never saw it as we untie his hands, bring him to the table, tie him onto the table, crucifix style, so on and so forth. I never saw that in my mind's eye.
I never clearly said it, so that's fine. In my brain, he was, because it's like, if we're going to bring him in here, what are we going to do? Just like stand him up and be like, haha, see, look at this room, scary. Like,
until you brought it to the next step. Yeah. Like one step at a time is how I was seeing it. Like you're gradually working towards.
Okay.
But Keegan, you're the one that's kind of in control of the scene. Would it have been that? Like you're the one that left him the crossbow, and would you have done that?
Like tied him
would
down.
You have had him tied up onto the table, so on and so forth? Like, did you see it going that way?
I didn't know. I figured we were about to get there potentially. I wasn't sure.
Okay, then we'll go with that version.
That's fine.
But I did have a weapon drawn, and I was ready for him to try something. Part of why I drew the weapon.
No, I understand. I understand, but again, aggressive action. Roll for initiative. He's bound, though. To be clear, his hands are bound. We could even say his hands are bound behind his back.
Oh, for sure.
Okay, so he did get the up on initiative, but that does mean he's going to lurch himself at you, and he's going to try to make, whether it be a grapple or an unarmed strike or whatever it is, that does provoke an attack of opportunity. So I'm going to say that he lunges forward, like he steps aside quickly, and then he like bends his knees and thrusts up and forward, like he's going to try to like smash his forehead into your nose, you know, like, or the kind of like shield of his head into your nose, like he's going to try to like startle you, knock you back, because he realized like, oh, this is a dangerous scenario. It's one-on-one. I can handle this, but because he's unarmed and he doesn't have improved unarmed strike, that does provoke an attack of opportunity.
All right, here we go.
Natty one. Aw. Oh, that's a big boy. Oh, you hit.
That's pretty good.
6 points damage. He had 1 health point. So describe the hit.
Oh, good.
Because like I said, he kind of like stepped to one side and then he like crouched his knees and then lurched forward, up and forward to try to like smash again the shield of his head, the crown of his head into your nose. But you saw it happening before it did. You were prepared for it, as you said. Describe.
Okay, so then he lunges, and I just basically like reach and like kind of palm like the like kind of top of his collar, and like guide him into the blade, so he like impales himself on the short sword, and then I just like twist and pin him to the ground, and he like actually angles and starts to slowly push the short sword up into the diaphragm, and he says, "All I feel is a little resistance. Just a little." And he finishes the thrust.
Okay. And it's one of those things where his eyes, you know, kind of like widen because of the pain that's there. Like it's very obviously very fucking painful. But at the same time, it's not a surprise. He falls to the ground afterwards, like, you know, falls down and you can, you know, pull the sword free, whatever. And, you know, jerks like a couple times, but then falls limp. Because just like the shock of the pain and everything, very quickly falls unconscious. He was already pretty injured as it was. And just even the strain of that movement could have been enough to, and smashing his own head could have been enough to knock him unconscious. You know what I mean? So within seconds, he's passed out on the ground. And
this is enough commotion where outside the door I would have heard something, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So I imagine you come bursting back in.
Yeah.
But as you burst in, you accidentally clip him in the forehead with the door, and it. No.
Oh no!
The crossbow goes off. There's been the loaded crossbow.
His body
ricochets
into one of the
guy.
alchemist bombs. He explodes into flame.
I'm just watching.
It was a shitty wall, so the wall falls and the rocks land on him. What the hell happened? What happened here?
He attacked.
He was bound.
He tried. Since it was just me. He didn't think I'd do anything. Do you have that blood block on you?
Wait, sense motive. You can respond, but sense motive.
Yes, I do.
Can I roll a bluff?
I mean, he did attack you, didn't he?
You actually do believe that that's what happened.
Oh, okay.
Isn't that what happened? Didn't he attack first?
It is, but with how the door was shut and everything, and how he kind of like, if you rolled low enough,
I'm not telling the whole truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Blood block. I think I have.
You know.
I handed you my blood block.
He tripped and fell on the doorknob. Yeah, like
He fell out of a window into a pile of bullets. Oh no.
Aldo, do you still have a blood block? Blood block? I think I used.
No, I used it on Edric.
He used his. I handed you mine when you went after Aldo. When you went the same way as Aldo.
Okay, so I used one on Gemsmith and now one on him. So we're out of blood block and out of healing potions at this point.
Yeah.
You sure you want to use it on him? He says, handing it to you.
He starts applying it and says, well, now he knows that we're not fucking around. So maybe he'll change his tune.
Alright. I'll be honest, Mikhail. I don't mind talking a big game, but attacking someone, I mean, obviously if he attacks you first, I understand, but I don't have it in me to. I'm not them.
He kind of sits, like, lets out like a long sigh, like, at the dude's feet after he's done applying the blood block. Just... shit. Yeah. I know. I don't think I am either. I threatened him and he made it easy for me. He attacked me, but I can't let him walk. I definitely can't let him... Look, when he wakes up, I'll try again. I'll leave my weapons behind, all of them this time.
We have to hope that Ashtara, we can find her and get answers from her. Because I don't think I'm willing to stoop as low as we may have to go to get answers from him.
He, like, glares at him. That's probably smart. I guess let's get him on the cart.
It's time to get moving, yes. He holds up the crossbow. I'm gonna get this back to Aldo.
I didn't want him to have to do anything else.
No. Again, I was just bluffing with the way he looked at Aldo for a moment. It looked like he believed maybe Aldo would do something. I was hoping he would start talking before it got even to this point. Before we even got to the room, really, but, well, I guess when you're a monster, you're good at calling bluffs.
I just have to get better at talking to monsters, I guess. Well, yeah, I guess I'll help you carry him. You're in pretty bad shape.
Right. He just kind of stares off. Like, he'll lift him up, but he kind of like almost 1,000-yard stares in the distance. There's just all kinds of stuff going through his mind. You can tell he's thinking.
Yeah. So I assume we go and put him on the cart. And then...
So the other, like, 3 shitty guards still tied up on the cart, too.
Yeah.
We just have a fucking, like, stack of prisoners.
Well, you imagine you brought them into the cave for the evening, and then now you've brought them out. But yes, to answer your question, all 5 would be out there. Zahir, of course, walking of his own volition. Don't forget, you also have those 3 shitty guards, if you want to call them that you have out there. One of them was like, "No, I'll work for you," and so on and so forth. And you guys believed him, but Edric was like, "I'm not taking chances when we get in there." You know,
that's true.
So it's like that person was like, it seemed as though they were. You can be of your own mind. It either was they were going to screw you over because something was started from that other guy. That person started something they were interested in, but once they got knocked the fuck out, they changed their mind. Or they were never really going to do it. They were just kind of entertaining and then very quickly ran away from the concept, right? But either way, some of you guys trusted him, some of you didn't. Edric is like, I'm not taking chances. Right. And so it's probably a good thing you didn't take the chance in case he was a bad person with how things turned out, right? So
I imagine as Koa gets the body out there, if Mikhail's with him or not, he'll kind of almost present the guy as he's walking out so that the others that are bound there can see. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good thing you all bet on the correct horse yesterday, right?
One of the one that we were just discussing goes, I mean, it's not fair.
Sure isn't. Like clap him on the shoulder.
Right, you are.
He's like, I would have helped. I would have.
You were sure a coin toss. The others, at least, well, we know where their loyalties lie.
The one that got knocked clean out cold before, the first one or whatever goes, still getting our silver, right?
That's between you and Edric, and
Yeah.
oh, the mood he was in. I'm not sure you want to ask him that question today.
A follow-up question. Did you do the job you were getting the silver for?
He goes, I ain't the one that impeded me. He says, I ain't the one that stopped me. Impede is a big word for him.
Oh.
Sure. I'm sure you've earned
Well.
exactly what's coming to you when Edric comes out.
Edric comes
The
out.
same thing.
Edric, I should say, hobbles his way out. He's like,
He comes out with a bag of money. He's like, here you go, boys.
He comes hobbling
That's
out.
what you get.
Like looking around, like you can hear him say, like from off to the side, where's Koa? And they gesture in your direction, and he looks your way, and like you kind of like meet eyes for a second as he's walking over towards you. Again, he's got a bit of a limp to him. He's he walks off most of the limp, not because it hurts any less, but because he's like realizing how to adjust his hobble as he goes to make it less overt. You know what I mean? But anyways, continue with your RP or whatever.
So this is the first time I've seen Edric for the day, right?
Yeah. He was passed out. He finally he got up at one point in time, ate some food, maybe gave you like a head nod from across the way. But you guys were so busy with so much other shit, you haven't properly talked to him yet. But he's making his way over.
Edric. The men and I need to have a conversation with you and Malik, probably away from our hired help here. He'll say, gesturing the bound dudes.
They giving you a hard time? You got my club?
Oh, he'll like hand him back his club. Oh no, they were just trying to make sure they're getting paid for their hard work.
He looks furious at the group of them and says, "Who asked?" The other two kind of like move away.
Koa will just smile at the guy that like is still sitting there and like wink, and he'll go to like finish loading the other dude on the cart.
Please tell me he goes good night.
He
Come on,
walks up
please.
and he just jabs the guy in the chest with his club, which again is like an iron rod, right? He jabs the guy in the chest of the club and says, "Make me. Please make me." And the guy just like, locks his jaw, looks like, probably feels the throbbing on the back of his head from the day before or whatever. And then he's like, and turns and goes to hobble off to wherever you were. And was like, I can't remember who did. I think it was Mikhail who patched him up before, right?
It was me.
Oh, it was Aldo.
Edric, it was
That's
Aldo.
right.
It was
So
Aldo, yeah.
So he'll actually look over to Aldo. He'll hobble his way away from over to wherever Aldo might happen to be, and we'll walk over and walk up to Aldo and just be like, "Hey, thanks."
All's fine, Edric. All's fine.
Just appreciative nod. No real much more than that. And he will turn to go like he's going to hobble back, but then remembers that you were trying to say something, and will turn back over towards where you are, Koa and whomever else.
Mikhail, Aldo, Malik, if you wouldn't mind. At this point, have we gone through like the coins and stuff like that? Can
You can assume that you already did, yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right, we can go through the exact numbers. 'Cause I don't know them off the top of my head, but we have another proposition for you two. And Malik, I want to say I'm sorry for the outburst yesterday. I was a bit upset at the deaths, but given your lack of mercenary background, you did what you said you would do. You got us here. You gave us intel. Not the best intel, but intel. And you did take quite the shot. And, sorry for being a bit of a dick.
He shrugs and says, everyone's a dick every once in a while.
Well, I have a we have a proposition for you and Edric here. That will hopefully involve a lot less fighting. Edric, I think the payout for this might be even more or on par with what we've got for you from this part. We want you to take your horse, gesturing to Malik, and one of the others, Edric, and ride to Haudh. The captain of the guard there, I think he's the captain of the guard, name's Jaaek. We know from other people we've worked with, he's a trusting source. And we think if you get to Haudh quickly and get him, we'll get a group of men together, and along with you two want to accompany him and help or not, come back here to help apprehend the buyers tomorrow. The buyers are going to be coming here with a lot of coin. That coin, we have no hand in it. It's
Each eyes
yours.
open up a little bit.
Yours if you wish to help us on this. But we're not going to give you anything additional from this, but all of that coin would be yours, and all we would ask in return is perhaps watch over this place and make sure nobody comes back to try to use it or take any of the other things out of it until we figure out what the hell to do about this place. So look at the other two, like, see if he's forgetting anything important about that.
Yeah, Mikhail just nods, says, plus, you get to rough up a bunch more slavers, so that's a bonus.
Should be a bit less armed, other than maybe some guards they got with them, but a bunch of noblemen, most likely.
And you know how good this place is for setting up ambushes, so you'll have the upper hand. There's some goods in there, though, all that silk and other stuff. We were hoping to come back and get that at some point, maybe? So if you could just keep that out of sight somewhere once you get back.
Malik chimes in and says, not to be a downer of the situation, I like where your mind is with this, but I don't know if Harrod is a really good choice. I mean, it's a further distance than Haudh-Gwenn, and it's a particularly small town. I mean, it's a really small town. There's not going to be much by way of guard that they can offer there. I mean, Westwood's even smaller than Harrod, but at least it's closer. Maybe we can even drum up some more militia or something like that to assist or the like. And then Edric kind of, shakes his head and he goes, No, there's the, there's another group out in Harrod that you're not wrong, Malik. He says, like, kind of rubbing his ribs. You're not wrong, but the guard there is small, but Jack's a good man, and he's respected by the people around there. But even those that aren't part of his guard, they'd be willing to help for something like this. I know for one that the God, his name escapes me, but he runs an inn out that way. He's a good man. A couple of others that'd be willing to pick up arms for something like this. Slavery and a deer. I mean, I certainly wouldn't usually do a job like this for people like you. No offense. But slavery and a deer, we all have lines.
That's what we were hoping to hear, and from what we hear, Jaaek is a good man. And Haudh is a bit further, that's why we're going to send you two immediately on horseback if you're up for it. And again, the coin you get off of it is all yours to keep. So ride hard, get there, get back. We're going to take everyone else back to Haudh-Gwenn. It'll probably be late by the time we get back based on what we're looking at here, but we'll try to get some guards and stuff from there to come and help as well, if we can. I don't know that we'll ourselves make it back in time, but we'll see. We have to get after a couple of escapees, including apparently the one that's behind all of it. So time is of the essence on that too.
Yeah. So we'll work on that. And obviously Malik, you've also got some first-hand knowledge of this organization, so I guess just tell Jaaek everything you can.
And
your shares from everything. Cole will hand over like some coin or whatever to.
make sure you tell Jaaek if any of the people that remain, some of the townspeople can just keep an eye out on Ashtara's residence there. We don't want that burning down or people coming in or out.
Right. Thanks, Aldo. Forgot about that.
Yeah, I can do that. Malik beams, smiles, and says, "Oh, actually," and kind of like one of those like friendly back of hand like jabs or pushes to the shoulder, which is a bit more touchy than Malik usually would be, but does it to what's his name, Edric, and Edric kind of like winces from the pain of it, kind of like tosses daggers his way, but Malik not really realizing it, does like the slap and goes, "Actually, that'd be a great place for us to hold up. I mean, if we're going to be getting some rest." Nothing like a nice, comfortable bed, right? Something wrong? Malik just grumbles. Sorry, Edric. Like,
well, I'm sure you two will get along famously, but the sooner you hit the road, the better chance you have of getting here in time to set up an ambush for the buyers. Thank you both for assisting. Numbers weren't on our side, but we didn't lie. We knew we could handle it, and we did. A couple closer calls than we thought, based on a numbers game, he'll say, looking at Malik. Dozen, 15, 18. We were in the ballpark, right? Ballpark?
Close enough, apparently.
Is there a ballpark in this?
sure, why not?
The Rock Park.
Listen, when you get back to Haudh-Gwenn, just have your everything looked at.
Yeah. Well, we're about to button all of this up with any luck, and plenty of time to rest and heal after that. But I'll at least pay a visit.
Oh, I'm not going to be one calling the shots. It's going to be Jaaek if we're going to him for help. But just so I can put in the word. How you wanting them?
The nobles, the buyers,
Yeah.
arrested, I suppose, right?
Oh.
I mean,
All right, I'll swing low.
If possible.
it's possible that this isn't the only game in town. Perhaps they buy from other groups, or the more information we can get, the better, right?
That's why you're going to speak to Ashtara. Good luck with that, says Malik.
Right.
We'll tell her you put in a good word about her.
No. The less she knows I'm involved, the better.
Koa grabs his own ribs after laughing, ow.
Which is why you're going to Herod and not Haudh-Gwenn.
Does the tap on the nose. And says,
speaking of which, go ahead.
He was about to say the same words.
Speaking of which, we have Casper watching her, right? So we need to get back and find him as fast as possible, too.
Oh, jeez, yeah.
Edric says, was Casper one of the ones smitten with her? And Malik says, who isn't?
Edric
says,
it was,
I'm not.
No, that was,
good.
Messi.
The other one.
What was the other guy's name?
Yeah. What's his face?
I legit don't remember.
Messi's dead. Right? No, did he live?
Messi was the bomber.
Exploded.
He's locked up. He was the one the other dude beat the shit out of, because Messi's actually the one that got with her or something.
It's probably another Joey.
Oh yeah, he was the one who's probably dead now.
Anyways,
because we left him alone with the man who hated him.
Yeah. Severed cells, though, but yeah.
Willie.
Spite finds a way.
Willie.
Willie and Messi. Messi had another name, but it's Messi.
Right? There's like Dingle or something stupid. I don't remember.
Willie and Messi are both alive.
Diggle or
Willie
something
the one that
like
put the sock in his mouth? That was Willie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think Willie was
Messi
sock
the
boy.
guy.
It was not Casper. He's
So
he avoided the sock.
Malik says, well, with that, we should probably get on our way. The ride to Herod is not a short one, and we're going to have to stop frequently. Edric says, hold up. Shakes his head to Malik. Looks back at you and says, "Which horse you giving us?" And we're gonna have to grab up. I know you said leave most of the stuff here, but you got apples and shit. We're gonna need to get some stuff to make sure we get strength to keep pushing.
Take what supplies you need to make the journey. Sure. Whichever horse that isn't Nightstorm. He'll say like, guarding his horse.
He thinks for a second. He goes, and if we can square away other matters before we go.
Sure.
Yeah, of course you're cut.
I imagine you hand it to him, and you give it to him his, and I imagine you give Malik his as well. Malik looks down and goes, "Huh, seems a bit light." You know, like frowns a little bit, says seems a bit light, and Edric says, "I don't think so." Looks up at you guys with like surprise in his eye and goes, "Make sure you reach out again sometime." And you actually see him smile for like the first time.
I feel like I need to roll a will save or something.
Right. Like every mirror in the area just cracks. Windows shattering.
Oh,
All the birds fly
you
off.
Being a man of your word, Edric. Money talks, but at least you were a man of your word. You fought what could have been the end, and well, it's appreciated and won't be forgotten.
He nods. He says, "I did it for the coin." You guys know it's not 100% true, but so he says it. But he makes sure he says it loud enough that the people in the car can hear it. And then he says, "All right, I'm gonna go pick up my horse," and he starts jingling the coin as he walks by the cart, and it's got a lot of jingle to it.
One last thing, Edric.
Wow, it's actually a heavy purse. So,
Oh, what would you like us to do with your men?
he looks at them, looks back at you, and says, "At least one of them can probably be cut free now. The other two," he shrugs, "I'd cut him free in Haudh-Gwenn. You want to slap him around once or twice more, you're welcome to do so, but they didn't break no laws, you know, and even if they did, do you really care?"
Oh no, just want to make sure that you and them were squared away and they got their cut. They'll say like,
spoiler. He actually he thinks for a second, and he's like, "Yeah, I think it was a gold to share between them, yeah." And then he'll reach into like his boot, and he'll produce a single gold coin, and he'll walk over to Joey and say, "Here you go." And Joey's like, "Holy shit, a whole gold? Seriously?" And he's like, he shrugs and he's like, "In my opinion, you deserve more." Like under his breath, he's like, "In my opinion, you deserve more." But
are we hearing that or not?
I mean, you could probably see he's having words with him, but there's a bit of a distance. You know what I mean? And it pats him on the shoulder, and then he'll walk past him, kind of like effectively remove himself from the scenario, though he's still around if you need to pull him back in.
I don't think so, because we're gonna give Joey something too. We discussed. So
Yeah, Aldo yells out for Joey to join us. Actually,
yeah, he'll come over. And just to be clear, what Edric is doing is he's picking which of the two horses would be better for him to ride. He's not the kind of person to make the joke of "I'll take Nightstorm." You know, like he is actually choosing one of the two horses that are there. But and then he'll of course get that. He'll get the supplies, and eventually him and Malik will leave. So unless you wanted to have another goodbye, he's effectively removed.
No, I think them getting gone is. We meant to do that before we had even the prisoner discussion. We kind of had a plan, and then we didn't do it.
No, like I said, it was as we went into this, was to be slightly out of order for what made sense.
Yeah. Okay.
But it'll go in order, in game, out of game. We're kind of piecing together a bunch of shit. Jake, to you call Joey over.
Yeah. I just I say to Joey, and speaking about everyone getting their payments, Joey, you're the only one who actually did their job, and you went above and beyond, in my opinion. And then I assume we talked about what we were going to give him, right? Because we have a number already.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, we'll deal with that. But yeah,
you guys, once you divvied it up, we already discussed it. Yep.
Yeah. I take a bag and I put it in his hands and I say, I like you, Joey. You did well, and I hope we can stay friends. Maybe do some work again together in the future.
It's like a moment where he's like, appreciative or whatever, but then he glances inside the bag and sees the different colors of glint in there, and then he looks up at you like shocked, and then looks down and looks up at you shocked again, and he was like, "This isn't like when he bought the horses."
Aldo laughs. He says, "Nah, you earned that. That's yours."
And there's like a moment like truly is like, "I'll be happy to kill for you again."
Love this man.
That's the spirit.
Good
He
man.
pats him on the arm.
He's like, "I'll do it right now. You got a couple of those people locked up."
Cut off my own arm.
I don't think that'll be necessary, Joey, but appreciate the offer.
Oh, he shrugs. He's like, "Well, maybe getting a little ahead of myself. All right. Well, let's see to it that these idiots get back to Haudh-Gwenn." Just kind of like bolsters himself up and goes over and starts like Edricking the scenario, but clearly has no like leadership ability whatsoever. He's definitely just like he's like a, what's his name? Like a Rocky. You know what I mean? Like a, "Hey, you all what's in the dark thing," like.
Yeah, but now he's well paid.
Yeah. He was like, what is it? I got the eye of the plains cat. Anyways, so you're, yeah, I know. It's
That
bad.
hurts something. I don't know if I've had that pain before.
Oh, actually, when
Koa
my
was feeling
mother-in-law,
a lot.
new
Koa's
pain.
unconscious now and bleeding out from that one.
my mother-in-law, when she stood up the second time, they actually put on Eye of the Tiger for it, and
Wow.
my family, at least like Brittany's side, myself, definitely like a bunch of us, like we're hardcore Rocky fans to the point where we love all Rocky and Creed movies except for one. And if you know which one doesn't exist, right? But either way, so we love them. So like Eye of the Tiger comes on, it's like it's fuel, It's like it just like pumps you, like you're fucking yes.
Well, you know what to do when a family member falls. You don't help them or call 911 immediately. You put on Ave Maria, and then you help them.
I was talking about Ave. Brittany didn't know about that incident, and so then all of a sudden she started singing Ave Maria. I was like, "Oh, Brittany, did you know about?" She's like, "Do not tell me something bad happened to the Ave Maria." And I was like, "Oh, sweetie, you don't know?" And she's like, "What?" And I was like,
Oh boy.
"So," and I told her, and
All
she's
right,
like,
back. Let's get back.
and then it was like, but then when it was done, then they put it on with lyrics afterwards, and she said like the person's name that begins with a P that I don't know what it is. She's like, "The blah, 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 blah version," and I was like, "Yeah, that name." And she was furious. Oh boy. But then again, like our neighbor, like 2 houses down, just replaced their small Trump sign with a giant one literally today, or last night, I assume, because we saw it this morning. And it was one of those like,
There's a subtle politic joke, and then there's going right in head
sorry.
Yeah.
It's almost over. It's almost over. It's almost over.
Yep.
All right.
We're getting there.
Okay. Then the lawsuits.
One day at a time.
Then the lawsuits. Then we'll have January 6th 2.0. But then it'll be over. Okay. So it'll be over January 7th, everybody.
All right, so we ride to Haudh-Gwenn.
All right.
One day.
Do we have anything else we need to do here other than just go back to Haudh-Gwenn now? I think we had all our talks, right?
You did not speak to Cleven?
Cleven.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cleven, Cleven, Theodore.
You've called him like 5 different names, and he's in my notes as like Cullen or something. But I'm pretty sure it's
Scott's like,
Cleveland.
how do you guys not remember who you've encountered? We're like, dude,
It's Cleven.
we got fucking names like Gargalith. We got 5 Maleks, 3
Okay, I
Joeys.
did a name
Colin,
Gargalith.
Cleven, 11 has 18 different names. Like, how the fuck are we supposed to know who we've
Let's go to
encountered, man?
Cleven. So, yeah, you go to Cleven.
Yeah. Now that he's awake, or has stirred.
Yep.
Yeah,
I imagine
just,
everything's being packed up. You're finally going to
Yeah.
him to help him to the wagon, the cart or whatever, to sit in the back of it. So that's when you're going to chat, was that everybody else is packing everything up. It's the
Yeah.
last thing before you go.
We'll start helping him to towards the wagon.
Yeah.
And
So you
I
go
guess while
walking in,
doing
he's
so-
like, I remember you.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, we shared a pleasant meal together.
Yeah. Do you remember what happened after that?
Unfortunately, I do. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
I do. You gave advice. I didn't listen to it. I've learned my lesson. I'm ready to go home now.
As long as you've learned something, that's good, and hopefully you're okay other than the wound.
I mean, the wound injures, but not as bad as the meal that they've served me. I mean, I understand that everybody's in a bit of a dire strait, but a pinch of salt could have gone a long way.
I think you're fine. Here, I'll help him up.
Stabs him again.
Say, I feel nothing. No, but, start helping him towards the cart. And say,
Oh boy. Oh, this is unpleasant.
Yeah? Yeah, it is. Don't... It's fine. He was just, like, thinking of, like, how injured Koa is. It's like, don't make those noises for when you get out there. It's just like, yeah, we'll talk to distract you from the pain a bit. Your father is actually the one who sent us. I made it to him. Luckily, we had a conversation before your event, so I was able to get there, get some assistance. I got a couple of allies are the ones who helped free you, and everyone else.
He's like, I owe you my gratitude, you and your companions. And I suppose I owe my father again.
Maybe. I mean, we did all the work, to be fair. My companions don't really work in gratitude. Do you know where we could get a lot of coin?
Unfortunately, not really, no. Well, actually,
Okay.
that's not entirely true. There is the bank in Haudh-Gwenn, though not everybody is allowed access to it. If you are, there should be coin there.
I don't know. But also, I was joking, so don't worry about it. We're getting paid already.
Oh, you meant for compensation.
Yes.
Oh, you should have just said as much. I'm sure my father would be more than happy to part with some valuables.
But he is. That's why I was able to recruit people for this, you know?
Oh, wonderful. I just thought,
Did you?
perhaps you found other people that were like yourself.
Thankfully, no. Better, actually. But did you happen to see anything, I don't know, while you were held captive? Hear any names? Anything that, like, sticks out? We're trying to get as much information out there so this group can't do this anymore.
Any names? You mean while held here in this dank place?
During the whole, like, during your transport or here,
Oh,
the whole event.
Unfortunately, no. It's all rather thick and foggy, like an early autumn morning. It was hard to see, or I was very disoriented the whole time. I had a dryness in the back of my throat. My saliva always felt thick, like a syrup. It was I don't remember much. Some voices sounded muffled, distant, and gargled. And the again, when I could see outside of what I was held in, which I'm not sure what, I can't remember the grain well enough to tell you what kind of wood, but it was wooden. I couldn't see far. Again, thick, foggy.
But not from, like, a hood or anything like that? Like, you think maybe you were drugged?
Oh. Drugs. That's probably it. Drugs. Though they didn't really keep us that way once we were here. So I suppose, may have overheard things of importance here. I heard things being discussed. Construction to be done and so on. there wasn't much to listen to other than the complainings of those around me. So I tried to listen to things of I suppose that were more interesting instead.
I'll have to tell us about that on the ride back to Haudh-Gwenn. That's what we're close to right now.
Haudh-Gwenn, oh please, not Haudh-Gwenn. Unless, oh no, you said you didn't need the coins. We should probably head straight back to my father.
We're in no shape to do that. I mean, I'm only a little injured. You're more hurt than me, and my allies are. At least one of them's pretty rough shape.
Why would we go so far as to Haudh-Gwenn, though?
Because we're close to it.
Close to Haudh-Gwenn? No. We met outside of Forvin. Leshev is just up the road. Not a short travel, but short enough.
Yeah, you're not there anymore. We're all the way. Oh, let me go to the map again.
Southeast.
Yeah, we're far southeast of that. We're a few miles from Haudh-Gwenn.
A few miles from Haudh-Gwenn. I don't remember that travel.
This whole thing stretches as far as Paradel. It's a big ring, and they transport people far.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
Again, gratitude for what you and your companions did.
Well, we're not quite done, but at least this leg of it is. So Haudh-Gwenn it is. You don't have any enemies there, do you? Didn't insult any waitresses?
I don't think I've ever insulted a waitress.
Did you talk loudly about how much you disliked the food?
Well, if the food is unsavory, perhaps you should, one must know what their failings are so they can improve upon them.
Oh boy, I take some of those past back.
Well, I guess it's fine. You'll mostly be resting, I'm sure.
He says, I think I've rested enough. I honestly wouldn't mind walking a bit. And you notice like him who's walking is very slow. Very pained.
If people are still packing, then yeah, he'll let him walk on his own for a bit.
So, as I said, I didn't even realize we traveled that far, let alone any details to offer from during the travel. The voices I heard, perhaps if I heard them again, I might recall them, but I don't know beyond that. But I can tell you of things that I experienced while trapped in this cave, he says as you're like walking out the mouth of the cave, right? Mm-hmm. There was the man that had captured me originally, the one that had stabbed me just prior to, he was the one that seemed to be in charge. There's another man that's seemed to always know what he wanted before he asked for it, and quickly would do what he asked when he asked. Again, sometimes never even having to finish the sentence, but the man already knew what his job was. He was the one that you and your companion, the big one with the skirt, that were dragged out of the cell not too long ago, earlier today, while I was eating that terribly bland stew. And then there was the other individual that guarded over us, that, if I remember correctly, turned and assisted you at the end. They were a very willing and witting accomplice to everything that had happened. So whatever sugarcoating they may be offering you now, understand it's a sour treat beneath. No question about that. They knew what they were doing.
Mikhail just nods.
There was a woman that came in at one point in time. Hair, long, flowing, crimson in color. Well, at least red, like a flame. Her dress, crimson and very well designed. I swear I'd seen her before, but I don't know her personally. I have seen her before. She came in with a gentleman who was also well dressed, very well spoken. He had a bit of a flair to him. He seemed to be interested in potentially purchasing some of the individuals as well. The two of them were all over one another. It's such public displays of affection are ghoulish. You know what I mean? Out in front of others, and people are fawning and very intimately touching one another, especially.
Yeah, I know about that a little bit. But no, that individual you're talking about, we actually know him. He helped us find this place. What you saw was him a bit in over his head, playing the part, and I eventually ran into him, and he helped us come here and take this whole thing down.
Playing the part? I'd say he was enjoying his part.
Well, right. He, I guess, went on some dates with her, then she brought him here, and then he realized what was going on.
Perhaps I'm not being clear. I'd say she was enjoying his part as well.
Well, that's disgusting that they do that in front of you. Wow, Malik. Okay, so you saw her. That would have been Ashtara. Did you say something about construction? Oh God. Did you say something about new construction?
Pivoting conversation. He says, like quickly following the pivot, like you had strung him quickly, so it's not like he's quick to change the conversation, just very willing or member of the dialogue. So you say construction. He says, yes, they were gathering supplies. Apparently they were looking to expand their operation. Apparently in Westwood. They had recently purchased a good portion of the land in Westwood and were looking to begin construction there. A place that they could use more readily available. There was even conversations about potentially sending, hiring... Oh, God. What's the name of the word? My father would have me lashed if he knew. I couldn't remember it. What's the word that you use for people that jump into caves?
Spelunker?
That's the word, of course. Oof. For a moment, I was afraid you were going to say Terran, like I'm some sort of a Piddick. Yes, Spelunker. They were thinking about sending people down into the gash of the, in the center of this cave. They were talking about maybe seeing if they could find a way to mine their way over to Westwood, to have an underground path, if you will. Either way, there was conversations that they were having while also discussing construction. So they're gathering supplies to do that, to build something there.
Westwood, okay. That's not even that far, according to Daelric.
Yes, apparently there was a huge amount of lands that's belonged to some councilman. I'm not sure which councilman it would have been, but perhaps when we get back to Leshev, I can ask Councilman Westwood himself. He's from there, if the name wasn't easily giving it away. Either way, they bought a huge swath of land from somebody that owned a good chunk of land, somebody with a bit of money, that was looking to, somebody had a good chunk of land that was looking to earn a bit of money, and they were going to do construction in that spot to build there.
Just planning it. They hadn't started, as far as you heard.
I heard conversation of it. As to where it is in progress, I don't know. Bought large chunks of lands, gathering supplies. We're going to construct there. Beyond that, I wouldn't know. But again, I can speak to Councillor Westwood and see what it is that either they know or are able to find out for us.
Is he the one that...
Yeah, he is. Or they are, yes. Yeah. About Councilman Westwood, they actually, before we came here, they actually passed.
Oh. Unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
I always enjoyed their company.
Huh. You'll have to tell me how you managed. But, Nathan Fox is on the council now.
Oh.
Nothing about enjoying his company, oh boy. Right? Oh, definitely. Says, yeah, well, I'll have to make sure. We're putting some other plans together. I have to make sure other people know about that Westwood stuff. Okay. Did you happen to see... Oh, I didn't see him. I would need Koa to describe him for you. There's like some nobleman or something that was here. Might have been the head of the whole operation. I could describe the shirt to you, but he might have changed that by the time you've seen him. I'll tell him whatever the shirt looked like that I've been told. I don't think we ever actually got details.
I know what you're speaking of, but that individual never came into our holding area. I think that whomever they were wise enough to not allow themselves to be seen by us. I mean, if they do control this operation, and there is a degree of secrecy, it does make sense. But I can tell you this, I heard their voice. They do have an Adirian accent. If I had to guess, they would be from Haudh-Gwenn too. The way they speak. The people in Haudh-Gwenn, they often sound hoity. And they speak with a different pattern. Faster.
Interesting.
Faster's what Malik was saying too whenever he and Ashtara were there. Coincidence.
Maybe it's connected. It is.
He's like, my game's like magic missile. I always hit it.
Sometimes for minimum damage. Anyway.
Oh.
But I think that's all the questions I have for him, right? That I can think of. I would definitely tell before they leave. I would definitely tell Edric and Malik about the Westwood stuff that they're constructing planning on construction over there, and then I'll share that with the others once we're back together.
Of course. But for details I'm able to get from here, that's predominantly it. Again, I heard the accents. If I had to guess, native Adirian. If I had to guess, someone of some proper prodigy backgrounds, if you excuse the phrasing, and someone of Haudh-Gwenn specifically. That'd be my guess. But again, I never saw the individual, not even so much as a hand to the bars. So I couldn't give you much more than that. There are others that were sitting in such ways that they may have been able to see a bit more, but not where I was sitting.
Once we get back to the cart, I'll see if he can point out any of the other freed people who may have seen more, and just see if any of them might be able to piece together anything else about that noble dude. But
yep. He looks about them and says, honestly, I don't know. I'd suggest just asking about, and just shrugs.
Okay, that's probably what I'll do.
Is this what you intend to have all of us travel in?
It's what we have.
He looks around and says, and how long would I have to wait for the alternative option?
Just near all of us. Are we together at the cart now?
Yeah, sure.
He's just probably at the cart, yeah.
Well, the buyers are showing up tomorrow here. He'll say, slap him on the back as he's getting on Nightstorm.
No, he slapped him on the back. He says, "Oof, please, sir, don't touch me."
What? Are you diseased or something?
He frowns and says, "I don't like to be touched."
Right. Well, the buyers will be here tomorrow.
He thinks for a moment. He
Alternative.
says, "That's true. I suppose if your intention is to go on to another murderous rampage, we could take one of their carriages. They would be more comfortable."
We're not staying here, Cleven. This is what we've got. We've got to get out of here. It's only a few hours.
He frowns and says, well, you were right last time, and I didn't listen to you. And he looks down to where he's, he has his blood-soaked part of his clothes or whatever. And he says, I imagine it's been torn open and his bandages put there or whatever. And he's like, I would be a fool to make that mistake twice.
Well, you definitely learned something. Here, if it'll make you feel better, I'll prestidigitation and, clean the blood and whatever off of him.
On the bright side, I doubt you'd live to see the same mistake 3 times.
Certainly aside.
He thinks for a second and says, I don't know if it's wise advice for me to listen to everything Mikhail says.
Oh, God, no. But me, on the other hand...
Who are you?
Koa Attila. He puts out his hand and then remembers what the guy just said about touching him and pulls it back and just I'm not sure how to greet you.
He's the hero of Leshev.
Leshev has a hero. He says, looking at you.
You missed right now I'm here, but that was a very easy title to get. I just had to kill one man, and all of a sudden I was the hero of Leshev. Can't wait to see what Haudh-Gwenn thinks, and we just took out 2.5, a dozen, 2 dozen.
Oh,
we'll say 2
the hero
dozen.
of Leshev for killing one man. This must have been Orsugo. You'll have to tell me about that fight.
I think his name was Malik, but I'm not sure of his surname.
Malik? He says.
There's a lot of Orsugos around here.
He looks to Mikhail and says, "I thought Malik was the individual that was to kill the one that was with Ashara. That makes sense."
No, it's 2 different people. They just both have the name Malik. I guess it's common here or something.
Gentlemen.
Now, Joey, that's a weird name.
He says, I won't even respond to that. He just says, gentlemen, I think I have lost too much blood. And there's been too much excitement. And the food has been absolutely horrifying. I will get into the cart. And after a few short hours, we will find comfortable beds in Haudh-Gwenn. Thank you.
And
well, you might, but we still have a lot of work to do.
This is where the camera pans slightly, and Joey is sitting in the cart, and at that comment from Mikhail, you see his shoulders slouch, and a single tear roll down his eye.
Hi, Molly.
I'm a bit good weird.
Molly!
Hello.
Hi, Molly.
Agent rolling in like he mods my chat with an 8.
All right.
That's a roll.
What is up, everybody?
How'd you like Dredge? You enjoy Dredge? Dredge is a horror game. You basically, it's like
I
a
did play that.
like boat. You're like riding around on a boat. It's kind of like Cthulhu like stuff going around you.
Oh.
Yeah, I remember. I played it a while back.
Yeah, it's
I thought
pretty
Dredge
good.
was like RPing with Wade. Sorry. My mistake.
It's also
Cthulhu like
a
a horror, a little scary, but also like really fun. Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. Molly, what are you going to be for Halloween tomorrow? Or are you not trick-or-treating? Do people trick-or-treat in their 30s when they don't have kids?
Probably.
I don't know what I would do if I opened the door and it was just like an adult, like trick or treat.
Grown ass man.
I'd probably just like
got some candy.
out of kind of fear and concern, be like, "Oh, what are you supposed to be?" And like give them take candy, but on the inside, I'm like, I hope this isn't a serial killer.
That's what they're dressed as.
What Molly's doing, Molly had been trick-or-treating the past couple of years too efficiently, so they're going to pull some teeth. As it happened. Too much candy, pulling teeth. That makes sense.
Yikes.
You know,
She still has her wisdom teeth. Her wisdom teeth have survived this long.
Mine are still in, too.
The best part of when you have the kids is that you go trick-or-treating with them. They wear costumes. You don't have to. They still give you candy. Just to please take some candy. You're like, all right. Awesome. I mean, sure, thanks.
To the raiders, we just freed a bunch of people that were captured in a slave trade, and now we're leaving the hideout and escorting them along with their previous captors back to another town.
Yep. Yes, we can do that. Now, most parents take it. When Aurora goes to bed, we steal everything that we want, and then pretend like it was never inside the bag or whatever to begin with. So
I'm so glad that this is etched in a place that can be clipped and shown to her one day.
I mean,
Right?
she knows Daddy's a fat ass. I mean, that's just how it is. She knows Daddy's going to steal all the candy. So,
I just bought a bunch of Halloween candy and then remembered that like my porch light's out and I didn't get a light bulb. I'm not gonna have time tomorrow, so there's probably no trick or treaters are gonna show up. So I just have like a bunch of fucking Halloween candy here.
Keegan, you just do the most logical thing you can do. You take a light bulb from a different part of the house and you put it there and you just triage.
None of them fit.
I'm going to rein us back in on this advice. We're going to get back to the game.
You just sit down to pee and you'll be fine. And then you just you know, like.
But also, literally, it's the only socket like that. Like none of the other ones fit. They're all different size.
This just sounds conveniently complicated. Like, oh, it's the only halogen in the entire house. I don't know. Oh.
All right, so Joey's going.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't have thought of moving a light bulb. Yeah.
Cleven, Cleven, 11, Elvin, whatever his name is on the cart. We're going to roll back, right?
Okay. So roll out.
I think so.
Roll out. So
do we get to add all that money to our sheets now?
Yes. Yes.
Hell yeah.
Cool.
Are those the exact amounts that you mentioned just at one point?
That math's based off of all conversations we had between sessions is correct. And I did all the math for you. So that's why I put the percentages there, and you had the leftover tidbits at the end or whatever. Cool. So
oh wait, that means after everybody was like, no, Malik did okay, they still made me pay the extra part of his cut.
Well, the math was done before you RP'd. So but I mean, you got paid barely less than everybody else.
It's fine. I just think it's funny to think that way.
You got 1 less gold, 1 less silver, 4 less copper, and 3 less.
We've established that a gold is a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. It really is. But cool. So let's you guys are in the cart and you're gonna start making your way back. I think we covered everything that we wanted to do. You spoke to Xylem, you spoke to Zahir slightly more again, you spoke to Cleven, you spoke to Edric and Malik and sent them on their way. You gave them a horse and you did other little bits of RP with one another. For your horse Nightstorm, I assume you're having Night Fury attached to the cart as well, so the cart doesn't move any slower, right?
Yeah, the fourth horse of our group,
Night Fury? Yeah, who the fuck is Night Fury? Did we get one?
Yeah, Night Fury is the other Adirian horse that Scott has introduced to the campaign. That's one of yours now, so you guys get Night Fury.
So I assume you're strapping.
We get something cool for free.
Whatever's the fastest way to get back. If it's faster to attach Night Storm, Night Fury, and Unnamed Horse to the cart, we'll have all three. Will be able to pull
the fact that you're going to load it, the fluff up with people. Yeah. A cart doesn't have to have 2 horses. It can be pulled by 1. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it just makes it so you don't have to worry about. Like,
we're trying to get back as fast as we can. So yeah.
All right. So when it comes to getting back as fast as you can, you could just slow and steady it. And as I already did the maths beforehand, show up at 1, 2 in the morning. Unless you guys really want to try to push to get there sooner. Because you're really trying to shave some hours.
I mean, even if we shaved an hour off, which it seems like a lot on this length of journey, it's like, is that going to change much as far as like the state of the town at the time of arrival, like guards, shifts, and stuff like that? I imagine not.
Probably not. It's just a matter of how, like when you get back there, if you're going to take another long rest or whatever it is, what time you wake up and start taking action in the morning. It could help you in the back ends, not in the front end.
Okay, let me ask it this way then. What does it take to push to get there faster?
So to do that, you're going to have to more or less travel faster, which has a chance. It's a slim chance, granted, but a chance of damaging the cart along the way because and you guys have to make
cart anyway. So like, I guess the downside to damaging it is it slows our travel rather than speeds it up.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say chance, I do mean it's a cumulative 5% chance. So if you try to speed up by 1 hour, it's only a 5% chance. If you're trying to speed up by 2 hours, it'll be a 10% chance, and so on. With cart breaking, and you guys have to make fortitude saves. My suggestion would be try no more than 2 hours to really try to push yourselves for 2 hours. Can you imagine your characters do like a 3 hours of walking plus an hour of really pushing yourselves, take a little break, 3 hours of walking plus an hour of really pushing yourselves, and then finally you're at town, kind of a thing,
So
yeah.
I don't think Sorry, I was going to say, I don't think we have to RP it, but we do want to tell the freed people also to spread the word about what happened.
Yep.
Because if we want these people to face justice, we need it known what's happened and all that stuff. So I just want to make that known.
Yeah. Yeah, make it where it's really hard to ignore because it gets talked about so much.
So we obviously know the positives of pushing yourself, and if you're fatigued at the end of it, you don't really care because you're pretty much going to go straight to bed, right? Which is all fine. The downside to pushing yourself, just so I'm not trying to pull a hood over your eyes, if your intention is to get to town and immediately head to Ashtara's place, and some of you are fatigued, that could have a negative impact. So it does save you the hours, so you have more time to work with. But it could have the negative impact of potentially being fatigued or one step worse, exhausted, when you get to Ashtara's. It is a DC 10, then a DC 12 Constitution check to not be fatigued, then exhausted.
So if we rush, we can fit in probably a rest. And if we don't, then I guess it's probably better to try to go right to Ashara.
Yeah, if you roll well, you can have your cake and eat it too.
Right. I feel like I would like to defer my vote to Wade because this has fatigue on the line, and I would not like to be blamed for the decision. So.
I don't think I've had to deal with fatigue in this campaign, so I say we push. Let's do it. Let's try to save ourselves a couple hours, right, boys?
My man. All right.
Fuck it, we ball.
Okay.
So it's Constitution checks?
So you can hustle for a whole hour without any penalty whatsoever, to be clear. So you can hustle 1 hour, which means move double the speed for 1 hour without any penalty. But if you do a second hour or if there's other things, it can compound issues, right? So First thing you're going to do is we're going to straight up have there's going to be 1 hour where your characters are hustling. This is bringing it from that 2 hour period from 2 a.m. from what's definitively from 1 or 2 in the morning. You're showing up. You're definitely showing up at 1 in the morning, or maybe a little bit sooner. But now we're talking about forced march. Forced march is a Constitution check, not Fortitude save. DC 10. Go ahead and roll.
Scott, I have a question too.
Sure. Before you roll.
Something that's rather important is when we were at that, the entrance that we went in that had the horses in the cart and all that. When those merchants left, there were no horses or anything left, was there?
Correct.
They were all gone.
Correct.
Okay. So one thing I want to make note of is if we do hustle, it might be worth going straight to Ashtara because how long is it on foot back to Haudh-Gwenn?
A long trip.
So if there was no horses, for one, we might come across them on the way, or two, we might be getting there at similar times.
From the end of the
fight, that kind of known.
From the end of the fight to the time that you actually left there was over 10 hours. I think when I did the math before, I think it was over 11 hours. So if that person was just straight walking the entire time, they would not have gotten to Haudh-Gwenn by the time you left. But then when you add all of your travel time, they would be able to be at Haudh-Gwenn by then.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they wouldn't have been there with much time, so maybe it's worth moving quicker. Yep. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so hustling once you can do no problem. Now you're rolling for your forced march.
Yeah.
Fortitude or Constitution?
It's going to be a Constitution check. Just one forced march is all we're rolling for. I'm just remembering what we have to do here. One forced march is all we're rolling for.
Oh.
On Koa. Yes. Ooh. Okay. Sorry, so it was only one forced march we were looking for. So you're good to go. So more or less the way the forced march is working is your characters aren't taking a proper break.
Do we need to roll for the wagon? A 5%?
No. Oh yeah. Sorry, I have somebody in chat roll a D20, and a 1 is a 1 is really bad. Who do you want to roll?
Snaga. Joey did so well that I'm going to assume that Joey's going to continue to do well.
Joey, 100%.
Give it to me, Joey.
Joey, he doesn't know.
Okay. Lame. All right, so
next campaign, make Scott give you more gold to start.
Oh, the hustle. The hustle was actually that roll. Then the forced march is the other. Because remember how I said it's cumulative.
Is there a penalty for the hustle? You made it sound like there wasn't.
No, we're good. We're good. So
I was going to say that's not how percentages work. Okay.
At this point, though, your characters have done the forced march, so you didn't take a break. So you, like I said, you definitely are going to get in there by 1 o'clock the latest, maybe even a little bit earlier. Now you have it locked in. Your character's definitely going to get there by midnight. Okay. So because you never took a proper break during the entire time you were traveling, you pushed yourself, and even for one of those hours, you really pushed yourself. Now this is where you have an option. You can just say we're happy with midnight, but we would actually like to try really hard to get there even sooner. 11:30, 11 o'clock, whatever it is. That extra hour could be a huge thing for you, but it comes at a cost. If you hustle for a second hour between sleep cycles, which is where you are, you automatically take 1 point of non-lethal damage. Okay? And as always, anybody who takes non-lethal damage becomes fatigue. And it can't go away until you get rest.
I'm pretty content that we all avoided fatigue this time. I think I'm good with our midnight.
I agree.
Okay, that's 2 votes. So Jake's vote doesn't matter.
Thanks, Jake. Hey, time. Mike.
Is that Sacco? Ooh, I haven't watched Inside in a while. So anyways, so you guys are make it there. When you come rolling into town, everybody's tired. Y'all are tired. Like hands down, no question. You're worn down, so on and so forth, but not so worn down you can't keep pushing. You know what I mean? And so when you come rolling into town towards Haudh-Gwenn, you come rolling up, and guards seeing this huge wagon with all these people showing up are going to come over and be like, what the fuck is this happening, over here? As a reminder, Haudh-Gwenn is larger, and it does have some areas that are walled, but it's not completely walled all around, right? But because of which direction you're coming from, you actually have to cross the bridge to get into Haudh-Gwenn from this side. So since you're crossing the bridge, it's the guards that are on the bridge, so there's no wall on the side because it's a river. It's the guards that are on the bridge that stop you as you're approaching.
Now hold on. I played Oregon Trail. We could caulk the wagon and float, or ford the river.
Yes.
As well.
That's true. Yes.
I'll take the bridge.
Okay. Cool. I wanted to confirm.
Good choice.
Yeah. Also, your oxen died of dysentery.
So did our DM, but we got you, right?
Second best. Yay.
First is the worst. Second is the best. So you make your way to across the bridge, and the guards are going to stop you, seeing like a huge load of you coming in. And so one of the guards comes walking up and is like, whoa. And the way they're looking to see you guys, if you remember, it was a new moon is what you were the tomorrow, or technically tonight will be a new moon. Tonight being like you're arriving at midnight, so I should say tomorrow night's the new moon. So the moon is one of the moons is a very small sliver in the sky. The other one, if I remember correctly, is halfway.
I thought it was bright last night. Wasn't it bright? We were looking right for the cave.
Shit. Oh.
I
just want to make sure I'm not mistaken, but I thought there was like.
I thought it
lighting.
was, yeah.
Confirm.
Or was that long? Was that? We did have a bright night.
Yeah,
was that over by the thorns?
I literally thought that was last night when we were looking for the cave and stuff. I thought it was like bright enough where it was easy to spot.
I'm going to literally the calendar right now, and we're going to Ori. It's Sari Day, the 6th, and clicking on it,
opposite.
and we have Aulan is a new moon, so it is there's effectively no moon. So Aulan is Avalon is a new moon. Sari is waxing gibbous. So we're talking the smallest and fastest moon is almost a full moon. It'll be full tomorrow. And then the other one is waxing crescent, but it gives the lightest amount of light in the sky. So it is one almost full moon, one almost new moon. So there is light, but it's not super bright like what you're describing, Wade, which happened like a week or 2 weeks or whatever it was ago. So back to this. The guard can see you guys, sees you approach or whatever it is, but it's not super bright. And the stars or whatever that are there. So as they're approaching, like, whoa. What's going on over here? And they like, as they're like calling for you to stop, and they turn to their side, like, bring one of them torches. They say, and another guard is going to go over and grab a torch and kind of like jog up behind them as they're approaching you. As they
Koa's
approach, they have their
on-
hand on their hilt, but they don't draw their sword. Go ahead, sir.
Koa's on Nightstorm, I imagine, to make space, so he'll probably hop down because he's one of the first that would be there to approach.
You wouldn't ride the horse if the horse is pulling the cart, but you'd be walking alongside Nightstorm.
Oh, okay, sure. But Koa, I imagine, nonetheless, is toward the front, so he'll go to approach. I don't know if Mikhail or Aldo would push up with him.
Mikhail
but
would run up, yeah.
My name is Koa Attila. I and my companions come with prisoners who need to be locked up and freed slaves. We put an end to a horrible slave trade.
Someone comes over the torch.
We have injured, we have sick, and, well, ourselves.
Yeah.
Freed
There's
slaves. He goes, my man, there is no slavery in a deer. The other one calls out and says, no, such a thing would have no place in our home. He looks to you and says, you seem to be free folk. You know better than all. There's no slavery here.
I wish I could say this is so, but we have Councilman Gemsmith of the Chev, his son, who was captured among those on the wagon, can confirm our story.
Yeah.
Like I said, he walks past you with the torch to go and look at the others. And when you say that, they're talking about Cleven, he will, as you say that, he'll go and climb out of the wagon and say, be like, have you no reasoning? Such a bright torch to our eyes, so accustomed to night? What is wrong with you? Looking to burn holes in them. Put it away, man. Put it away.
See a nobleman, as I said.
That's him.
They're looking over the others, and he's like, is what he's saying true? And a whole bunch of people just kind of like huddled together, some injured, most not, nodding along. And he's like, looks to the other guard and says, this seems like more than which we should handle. He looks to you and says, listen, your story, I mean, I hope it's not true, but at the same time, I hope it is. You have said you have injured here. They're going to have to make their way to the hospital. There's no question about that. But you think that they'll be okay well enough to hold out just a bit longer?
We've seen
made
to
it this far. He'll like step aside for you to speak.
We've seen to it, made sure that those we brought are fit to move, and they can last a while. They're tough.
Oh, good. I'll have to go and get my the one I report to. We'll just have to verify and make sure everything's fine. It's a considerable number of people you're bringing in. Just have to make sure everything's good. But then we'll escort you to the hospital.
We appreciate that.
These men, he'll gesture to like the captors and the guards. They're among those guilty of taking slaves.
You say that even about the ones that you hired?
No.
Oh,
The guards
the
that
actual
were
prison.
in there,
Gotcha.
their
Gotcha.
guards. Yeah.
He's like, really?
Yes.
He's like, well, why don't we remove them from the rest then? And he'll actually, like, his face gets kind of like steeled, and he'll walk over there to one of them, which I believe you manacled them because there was enough supplies around. He'll grab the person by like the chain between their manacles, or at least the metal part between the manacles, and very aggressively grab and like rip it down. So you can imagine it's like cutting into the wrists and forearms, pulls the person to like stumble, and whether
As
they hit
he's
the ground
doing
or
that,
not.
he'll point to Zoloff.
Zahir.
Okay, Zahir.
Yeah.
Zoloff.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Zoloff.
Yeah.
He'll point to Zahir. Now this one, while guilty like the rest, did flip and help us. So I assured him I'd put in a good word, and despite his admittedly probably many crimes, in the end, he did turn on the others and helped us put an end to things. So there's the good word I promised.
While you're saying that, like he's put the other first one, like, he went down after he had pulled the guy down, or whatever. After he pulled him down, he pointed towards the side of the wall, the side of the bridge. And when the guy didn't immediately move, he straight on kicked him in the ass and said, "Move!" And like you're talking, and he grabs like another person and he like rips that person down so they fall on the ground, and he gives him a hard boot into the ribs and says, "Join him." But then when you're talking about that individual person, Zahir, He looks at Zahir and says, "Go." So he climbs down on his own and goes over to join them. But you can see he's not being nice to these people. You know, it's like clearly the idea of whatever this is has triggered, aggression mode. And so they're, pulling them out and separating them. As time goes on, they're checking in on the people to make sure they're okay. Eventually, like the sergeant or whoever it is that they report to immediately in the area will come over with another guard. So there's a total of 4 of them that are there now. As one of the ones go totally rejoins or whatever. So there's like a total of 4 of them. There's a little bit of like conversation that happens back and forth to verify stuff. All in all, the whole thing takes about 45 minutes or so as they go to get people, they pull them over, they ask questions, they just, send out for more guards to come in. Like it's just, kind of a to-do that's happening. And then finally that's like understood, like what is going on here. And then they say, okay, we're going to send everybody, even the uninjured, to the hospital. At the very least, the Chantry can look over them and see if there's any help that they need that maybe they haven't told to you yet.
Are there any guards that are acting different than the others that maybe like seem to be playing the part and are less actually mad? We know there was a guard in Leshev who was a part of it, so Koa is keeping an eye. Because we're about to tell them what's going on.
Sense motive. Again, a hunch is a DC 20.
I would like to join that because I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I mean Aldo totally could too. I have no problem with that.
It's not quite.
I know hype train to help you.
Nope.
Oh, that was on.
Oh, I saw it. I
thought he had it.
Cool. So you what was I saying? Are able to kind of like judge the scenario. You don't think any of them are a part of it. Everybody seems either very matter of fact with the scenario, or aggressive about it. But every one of them, the idea that there was a slave ring, like, are you fucking kidding me? Like buying and human trafficking, like that's horrifying. Again, the concept of the people of Adir is that, generally speaking, they have like certain codes or certain like rules for a nation of city-states, a nation that we're between the lands that are controlled by a particular city-state don't belong to anybody, and so it's like no man's land there are no laws because nobody rules them, right? But there's still like an understanding, and one of the most prominent details is that you appreciate like autonomy, that you don't like the idea of captivity. Like that is just abhorrent. It's against what the people of Adir just think of. It's one of the reasons why the free folk are able to come here and live, is because nobody controls the lands in between, but they also just understand that to be true. So anyways, moving on. They're all pretty like aghast about the situation. They eventually are going to roll away to bring all of them to the Chantry, to the hospital.
I have a question for the gate guards themselves. I just want to ask them if there
quick, one of the plans though is to not bring the prisoners that way. Their plan is to have like a paddy wagon, if you will, like a caged cart come over to collect them. It just hasn't. They have to send somebody over there to go and get the thing and to bring it all the way back. So that hasn't happened yet. So their plan is to do that.
We'll free the 3 dudes too. The Edric's men will probably free them here.
Sure. Yeah. So you guys will have the option of joining the others to go to the hospital, to stay and watch over them until the paddy wagon, if you will, shows up, or to do like split yourselves to do both, or to do neither, to do something else entirely. But before you decide that, Jake, you were going to ask them a question.
Yeah, 2 things. The first one is the guy that's on death's door that Mikhail more or less ran through. Where's he go?
He's still down.
Yeah.
So if he was identified as being one of them, they drag him, like 2 people will drag him, or at least they'll have one of you guys assist, like grab him from the upper body, lower body, and they put him down. It's not gentle, but it's also not overly gruff. They put him down against the bridge wall, same as the others.
Yeah. Okay. And the question I wanted to ask was if anyone else had come in tonight, maybe a noble or anything, probably by themselves.
Shake their head. No.
All right, that's it.
So Koa was going to what, Wade?
I think Koa needs to visit the hospital for, I don't know, himself a little bit along with the others. Yeah.
I didn't know if you were actually going to the hospital, if you're going to go do a midnight calling to somebody else's home.
I mean, if it wasn't this late, sure, that's the first place he wants to go, but like he's not going to go bursting in like, I freed the slaves! Can you touch my chest again? You know, it wouldn't really...
You want to give me the nipple pinchy?
No, he's going to go to the hospital tonight and save that for tomorrow. Plus, he'd look a little bit better if he went tomorrow.
Cool. He's going to go up and be like, well, I couldn't trust you to do it again last time. I mean... all right, Mikhail and Aldo?
Hospital.
I will wait with the people till the thing comes, and then I will go back to the inn that we booked. I'm gonna spend the night there.
So you like have your crossbow, and you're like what, leaned up against the opposite wall of the bridge, where you can keep an eye on them.
Yeah.
Okay. One of the guards, as you guys are leaving, they're actually gonna go up to Koa, who's doing most of the talking. And they're gonna be like, "Hey, quick question, because one of the others seemed a little bit confused. Not the whole I'm asking for a friend." He's like, one of the others seemed a bit confused. Kind of like head gestures over towards where Aldo is, leaned up against the wall. Is he one of
what?
You know, he's like, you know, and like looks the opposite way to where the others are either sat or lied down against the bridge wall.
Oh no, he's part of us. Straight from the Chev. We've been tracking this ring down. Yes.
Oh, he looks a little...
He enjoys the drink.
All right. His crossbow's loaded. He's loaded.
Yes, but even loaded, I trust him with the crossbow quite a bit. He's a hell of a shot. Saved my life a time or two. And he's always loaded.
All right. All right. Just kind of like, you know, looks over. I guess like, let's say Aldo happens to look that way. He just gives like a big toothy smile at Aldo and looks at you and says, all right. and walks away, leaving it alone.
One last thing before you go. Are you aware of a Captain Jaaek in Haudh?
Yeah. I've heard of him.
Well, from our understanding, there's a big sale going on, or was going to go on, at the hideaway where we freed these people. And we sent 2 men over to Haudh to get Jaaek and some men to go intercept them and capture the nobles that were going to be a part of the sale. I'm not sure if there's anything you all can do, but the more men there, the less likely they're to get away. And we can take down even more of this ring.
It's over my head.
Perhaps find someone who's not?
No, yeah. He's like, but they'll have questions. They'll come visit you at the hospital.
Excellent.
I imagine you go off with the cart, and 2 of the guards will escort that way. Aldo stays with the other 2 guards overseeing them, and while the paddy wagon's coming. Let me just think for a second. You have Aldo, make me a perception check. It's technically a penalty involved because of light of night and you being human and all that, but don't worry about it. Okay. So there's a moment, Aldo, where the kind of like the guards are talking, you're overlooking them, so on and so forth, and you don't notice it until like the person had already like climbed up from where they were sitting along the bridge. They stood up and they turned and they took like 2 steps to try to get a bit of speed and jump up on the bridge wall, because think of it like it's an arc bridge, right, that goes across a river. So when I say wall, don't think it's a super high wall. It's a wall you would just like look over. Sometimes kids would walk on or whatever, and maybe sit on, hang your legs off, put coins into. You get the idea. So and they stood up and quickly took 2 quick steps to like jump up on the bridge, and they're turned away like they're about to jump off of the bridge when your character notices this. Like 2 of the guards are talking, distracted. Even you yourself, I mean, you're a bit tipsy, so you're also a bit distracted. Maybe like staring up at the stars for a moment, seeing them, multiply, or whatever it is. And then you hear like, the quick scuff of steps, and you look up and you see that. How do you react?
Aldo he instinctively like points his crossbow at the guy, and he just yells, he's fleeing. And you know what I mean? He does not shoot though, because hey, these are guards, and he'll probably end up in the dungeon or something, knowing the luck that he's had.
Sure. So you just point the crossbow. Do you say or do anything else?
I probably ready a shot in case they say like in case one of the guards react and is like fire or something like that. But that's the trigger there.
Thank you, anonymous gifter, for giving a sub to Moist Grandmothers.
Terrible flashbacks. I used to have a viewer, Krusty Grandpa.
Okay, well, listen, Moist. The sub you gave to the Moist Grandmother, was it a 6-inch or a foot long? I just want to, never mind.
All right, so guy on the bridge.
So you just point the Grundle. You just point the crossbow at them. I'm sorry, I was distracted. Did you say anything else, Jake?
I yelled out to the guards like he's fleeing, and I aim my crossbow at the guy. I have like a held action with the trigger of if the guards say fire, that's the only way it'll like trigger, right? So
sure. You say that, and they look at like, hey, stop, and the person goes to jump to get off. So they don't say fire because they're not like looking at you. They obviously you pulled their attention towards the person, right? So they're like, stop, and no, they jump off the side of the bridge. You said you do not take the shot. Cool.
Nope.
They splash into the water down below, and I imagine because of the way that the current goes, you're going to want to like quickly, turn around and look off the side of the ledge to see if you can see them. You can make me another perception check, but again, it's probably going to be hard to see somebody underneath the bridge.
Is this person going to just drown? Aren't they manacled?
Their hands are manacled, absolutely. You don't have enough to do hands, feet, everything. Yeah, you actually see them for a moment, bobbing inside the water, trying to let the current take them and bring them away. Or whatever it is. So whether they survive, who knows? But you did see the person go off. So the guards, quickly rush over. One of them, because Zahir is like leaning forward to get up to see what the heck just happened, trying to see if he could offer some degree of aid. One of the guards comes running up and just full on knees him in the side of the head, just thinking it was somebody else trying to run. And so, kind of collapses to the ground. And there's a bit of confusion and hubbub, whatever that goes on. At the end of the day, though, the guard that got away was one of the ones that what's his name, Mikhail had cast a sleep spell on when you guys got attacked by the hound and whatnot originally. So one of those ones that was like sleep spelled and left unconscious, one of them had gotten up and tried to get away and potentially did get away. Zahir was kneed in the side of the head and is not very happy about the pain that he just took, but again is biting his tongue because he understands the situation that he's in or whatever it is. But so there's a bit of confusion. The guards are angry. There's yelling. One of them actually turns to you and is like, why the hell didn't you take the shot? Again, there's a bit of like a back and forth. I don't know how much pushback you would give to that. It's not like, they're kind of blaming you, but it's not like they're completely blaming you because they're also, it's kind of like they know that they're at fault, so they're projecting,
Yeah, Aldo would make the thing like he was in your custody. You couldn't even restrain them. Like there'd be little snide remarks, like, but there's not a big argument. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So there's a bit of a back and forth, so infighting amongst the good guys, if you will. But very shortly thereafter, the paddy wagon, if you want to call it that, would show up. And do you guys call it that away from New England? Do people call it paddy wagons outside of New England?
Nope.
No? Okay. But you know what I mean when I say it.
Yeah, thanks to Looney Tunes.
A big green car with like a leprechaun driving it?
Yeah. Yes, it's actually a giant box of Lucky Charms. Anyways.
Lucky Charms and I haven't gotten along in years, man. I did a video where I mixed Guinness and Lucky Charms together, and it was so bad.
It's nasty.
Oh, God.
It's nasty. Throw in some Jameson.
That
Why?
was my St. Patty's Day video. Was just Lucky Charms cereal with Guinness instead of milk.
No, it's nasty.
Do you like those two things separate?
Lucky Charms were okay as a kid.
Yeah, they're not good. Guinness is fine, you know.
Oof.
But
I don't like beer, so no, it's not.
oh, that's really rough. That I remember when we used to play Beirut with Guinness because we ran out, or beer pong people call it, with Guinness because we ran out of light beers, and I like Guinness, and that's not fun. But anyways, moving on. So yeah, so eventually the paddy wagon shows up, and they're able to get them in the back of there and lock it up. Do you go with them for that ride, Aldo, or do you eventually go to the hospital, join your friends, or what's your plan from there?
Are they headed the way of the inn?
They're heading to the hospital.
No, the paddy wagon is.
Oh, sorry. Your companions are heading to the hospital. The paddy wagon's going to the guard. You go into the barracks.
Yeah, Aldo doesn't go to the hospital because, you know, in his experience, they don't let you drink in the hospitals, and he's going back to the inn, and he's going to heal himself.
And if I remember correctly, you're paid through till now anyways, so you're good to go. So you can just go back and reassume your room. Cool. Sounds great.
Yep.
Back to the two of you then. So the eventually head to the hospital, where once you get there, you can see that the chantry comes. Well, you know, somebody goes ahead, warns them what's going on, one of the guards, and the chantry comes pouring out as you go in. So nearly a dozen of the chantry come out to join you. Now, what do the chantry look like? They are not all women, but predominantly women, or at least effeminate presenting individuals that are a part of the organization. They all wear long, very, very simple robes that aren't it's not like they're, you know, form-fitting, but they're not overly loose either. Just very, very simple. You almost imagine like a single layer of cloth, just light gray robes that they wear. For those that are just of the lower tier members, more of like the helpers rather than the actual like initiated, if you will, they are just individuals that are wearing these simple clothes that are going out and offering whatever assistance they can. For those that seem to have some degree of authority or expertise or what have you, they all have masks on, whereas the robes are the simple light gray, again, like single layer cotton kind of design. The masks are like this off-white, almost like pearly kind of color, not obsolescent or anything like that. But you know, again, like a pearly kind of color to them. Masks that cover at least half their face, if not more than half of their face, and they will come over and start trying to like pull people in, not like dragging them, but like talk to people and guide them in to offer them assistance, and so on and so on and so on. Yes,
did the ones who shopped at the Alchemist have masks on? They did, right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Did the ones who shopped at
Yes.
Guinevere's place, they had masks on, right?
Yes. Sorry, I was a jeweler for 5 years. I know the word. I'm just done. I'm just dumb. I said done right there. Dumb. Yes, as in opal. It's where the word comes from. So opalescent. But anyways, so yes, Wade, they were. And so specifically you, Wade, because of how injured you are, if I remember, Mikhail's not anywhere near as injured, you're one of the people that has a person with a mask on. We'll come over and we'll, you know, please, you look grievously wounded. Will you come with us?
Yes, of course, but please make sure all the others are taken care
They
of
will
first.
all be taken care of. Every individual here will be looked after.
Right. I looked to Mikhail like, as long as it's not too long, we still have some business to attend to tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, we do. But just make sure he gets taken care of.
We will not know how long you'll be here until we look into your wounds. And some people have wounds more than just of the body. Come with. We need to look into yours.
Just the body for me, please.
Come
He
with.
like looks concerned at Mikhail as he's going away. Like, what?
They'll bring you into the main chamber of the hospital that's here. And when you first walk in, the first main area that's here, when you go into it, it's just a simple hallway, right? It's a simple hallway that has one door going to the right-hand side. There's 3 doors going to the left, and then a doorway, but no actual door to it, at the back of the simple hallway that goes to a stairwell. but that's like pretty far down from where you are, like maybe 25 feet or so away from where you are is the doorway that you can see at the end of it has a stairwell. The whole hallway that you're in is lit with like you can see like oil lanterns inside there, glass covered and safe, secure, whatever it is. So for most of the people, they're going to bring them for the mild injured ones, which, Mikhail, tell me how much health points you have out of how many total?
7 out of 9.
Okay, so you're going to end up going to that one door to the right-hand side. Wade, you're going to end up being being brought into the third door on the left.
I'm also 7 of 9. Yeah, I'm pretty hurt.
Yeah. You're going to go into the third door on the left. He's going to go into the door on the right. So let's do Mikhail first. Mikhail, when you go into that door, this opens into a large chamber that has a ton of cots in it. So imagine like if you're watching like a war movie or like one of those old timepiece movies, and you're thinking of like the hospitals as they took place like, in the 1800s, early 1900s, so on and so forth. It has like a whole bunch of beds inside of kind of a common area. Think more of that style there. The design of the beds are very simple. The mattresses are very, very, very simple, so they're easily able to be like thrown away if need be. But otherwise, the linens on it are again very, very simple linens. These are not high quality stuff by any stretch. They're all very simple, very low quality things. That way, it's not something that has to necessarily be held on to. There's a good number of people inside here. So this room, just like with a quick glance, a quick calculation as you're walking in and seeing that it's pretty well lit. I'll get to that in a second. It looks like it can hold probably about 40 people right now. Bed set up for about 40 people, which is considerable, right? The reason why I say pretty well lit is because even though it is well lit, there's a good amount of lighting in here and it's bright. It's very hazy. Because there's a considerable amount of like a smoke inside of here, but not smoke as in like somebody's burning a fire. Smoke like as in people are burning incense and a considerable amount of incense. So it's pungent in odor, which is a good thing because that pungent odor helps to cover up any smell of rot or feces or urine or vomit or anything like that. Not perfectly, but
you can just say Aldo. He's right there.
Not perfectly, but a pretty good job of it. Of covering that up with another smell that is good. So don't think it's like somebody dropped a dookie in the bathroom then used like aerosol spray. It's more like they use poopery, which is more effective. So
yeah.
Are you not familiar with poopery? The commercials are great.
I am. I just
you put it in before you have your business.
Yeah.
Yes.
But moving on. So you are able to go in there and you're kind of like taking this in, and it's a lot, like especially with the hazy smoke makes it so you're like, wow, how do people even properly see through here? And then a lot of them are wearing masks and whatnot inside of here as well that are kind of like going from bed to bed and checking them out. And so you're eventually brought over to an area where you have your own bed. Now, they don't even bring you straight to your bed. They bring you over to an area that's kind of like removed from the others. It's kind of like this one back wall where there is a little almost like stalls, if you will. They have like simple walls built between them and then a curtain to pull shut. So they immediately bring you over there and think like a small changing room. They bring you over there into the thing and they say, please go in there and completely undress. There are hooks and hangers for whatever it is that you need to put up that's dangerous. Any linens that you're wearing, just leave them piled on the floor. We'll have them laundered. Everything, please. And then they close the curtain.
Okay. Yeah, he'll just get out of his stuff.
Sure.
I imagine he's been to a clinic or something before.
I just have a cut on my hand. Why am I getting naked?
Right.
Cough, please. Cough.
Hit the lube. Need to cough harder. So anyways, they, after your character is completely undressed, the individual will then slide it open and will go in to check on you. And they look at all of your different wounds and whatnot to see what condition they're in. And before they do so, they come walking in with a basin. Again, it's not a very large area in there. It's a pretty tight spot. So when they open the curtain, they do open and does reveal you somewhat to those beyond, and but not like completely. But they're trying to be discreet in the space that they're taking up. They do come in with a steaming wash basin that they have. So first they have you like turn and they look at different parts of your body, and then they give you a standing sponge bath to like properly look into the wounds that are there. And then they finally say, oh, well, the good news is you are actually doing quite well. The recommendation is that you'll spend the evening here. We'll look after you. We'll watch your dressings. We'll get the appropriate ointments on you, and you'll be fine in the morning. You'll be fine to release after you get a good day's rest and a proper meal.
Oh, so he's like, dude, if I'm just this hurt and they want me to stay overnight, Koa's not leaving for a month. Like, he lives here now. He says, and do you think these could just heal over time? You know, if I'm careful.
Nods and says, of course they can. However, without proper dressings and without proper ointments, they become infected. If they become infected, you can get gangrene. You become, I can't remember the word when they reference gangrene. Septic, thank you. And your infections can go septic. Then we'd have to remove limbs. It's going to be hard to play that lute without an arm.
It would.
And I also think you would have a hard time freeing those that have become captive to others of ill intent without a foot.
You're very convincing. Did you study it? Never mind. Could you maybe just tell me like the proper way to dress them? I really have things to do.
I will
soon.
I will instruct you as I do them. Now, here are some. Here's your garments, and they hand you what's very, very simple. It's not the light gray that they wear. It's a very dark gray, but similarly very simple robes to put in. These robes are like theirs, very simple, but unlike theirs, there's slits in different areas. So as they need to check different parts of your body, they don't have to undress you completely. They can like open up a slit. But you can also imagine as you're walking, occasional will cause like lots of revealing, but it gives you modesty when standing still, and if you're walking at a slow pace, but also makes you accessible to them. So they give you these dark gray robes for you to wear, and they say, "Put these on, and I'll bring you to your accommodations."
Okay, I might just want the wounds. I just got them. I could live with them for a little while.
And you will.
Okay. He starts getting dressed.
Okay. After that, by the time he's done getting dressed, one of the things he notices is he's feeling very, very drowsy. I mean, honestly, it was a lot that he did. Think about like all that he went through yesterday. Yeah, he slept, but think about where he slept and what was running through his mind. What he had just done yesterday and how he was kind of like battling with himself about the lack of battle of what needed to be done. And then think about like the discomfort of it and the overall scenario and what he woke up to. And don't get me wrong, as much as you think he's kind of an ass, Cleven was right about the quality of the stew. And then that long, hard journey the whole way back. I mean, yeah, this place is like relaxing. It's calming. There's like a mostly nice aroma here. You find yourself getting very drowsy. Very, very drowsy while you're here. Almost like, finally, I can like, honestly, probably could make use of being just looked after for one night. Probably could make use of that. And so, like you said, you get dressed, and they eventually come over, and somebody comes in with them. I'm glad that you're dressed, because this is a pretty young lady that is unmasked that comes in and just says, "Excuse me," and gathers up like all of your clothing and says, "All of your supplies. I can bring them to your bedside if you would like."
Oh, yeah, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
She smiles and says, "We put them inside of a trunk. If I'm going to be honest with you, the trunk doesn't have any locks on it, unless you're willing to make a donation."
That's the rub. Okay.
She shakes her head and says, No. It's to pay for the fact that everybody's first visit is always covered for free. The locks come in different complexities, it's 2 slivers, 2 pennies, or 2 silver.
He's like just tired, trying to be like, how much fucking money do I have?
Here, take all this.
I need to. I can't have my stuff getting broken into. I can pay the silvers. I can manage.
She smiles and says, "That's very generous of you. I'll get the best lock I can find."
Yeah, it helps you help other people, right? Just wait until I get out there to deliver my stuff. I don't want it to get lonely.
She smiles, and then the person, the physician that's overseeing you, will come over and be like, "If you'll come with me now."
Yeah. Is this like sleepy time incense or something?
I don't know what you mean by that. Guide you over to the cot that's yours.
I was really tired all of a sudden. I really had a lot to do today. Where's the trunk?
It's at the foot of the cot that you're at.
Mm-hmm. Okay, he sits on the cot. He doesn't actually like lay all the way down.
Perfect. Okay, so
puts his back to the trunk.
Yep, and you do that, and they say, "I'm going to start dressing your wounds. And pay close attention so you see what it is that we do. Though granted, you're not going to have the supplies that we have when you're out in the field, but at least you'll know basics of what it is that you can do in the future. Because if you're going to live a lifestyle like this, well, the world would be a better place. And I'd like to see to it that you know how to dress your wounds."
Oh, yeah, that's very kind of you.
No, it's kind of you. Now, sit still. And they start to go through the routine. Eventually, the other one comes over and brings all of your supplies, except for your clothing, of course, to the trunk, puts it there. They show you the lock, which honestly seems like a nice lock. They latch it shut, and they don't give you the key.
So they latch it, and he's like, how do I get my stuff out?
The person that's bandaging you up says, don't be in such a rush. When you're discharged, it'll all be given back to you. We don't want to have you... we don't give out the keys to those that are staying here. And then kind of like waves away the girl to walk off. We don't give out the keys to those that are staying here because sometimes you have to have more aggressive medications that are used. That's not going to be your case. But in those scenarios, you don't want them not knowing what they're doing with their belongings. Especially if you have dangerous belongings.
Oh. So that I don't have weapons. I see. I don't really need them.
You don't. Now, watch. And you can see how they're
right.
Smearing on the ointment and bandaging it and like showing tightness. Or you get the idea. Eventually, when it's all said and done, they say to you, "Now you must rest." You had mentioned the sleepy time tea. It was sleepy time incense. My apologies. As I said, I don't know what you were referring to, but we do have a tea that helps to mellow one's mind and allow them to relax and fall into a deep sleep. I've had that prepared for you. It seems like you were interested.
No, in case something happens, I need my...
Please.
I kind of need my mind.
Let's not waste this.
Right?
All of these herbs are expensive.
What?
Drink it up.
He has like a face like, I feel like you're not asking me this, and I am being denied a choice as he like sips the tea.
Honestly, it's really good. It's sweetened and everything. Like, is that honey?
You guys have honey?
Yes!
And this is free? Right?
They nod their head and say, everybody's first visit is free, and nobody knows who you are. They rest a hand on your knee, not in like in a gentle way, and they say, "But something tells me they will."
Huh. That's a kind thing to say. You say that to everyone.
Stands up.
You get your ass beat a lot. We'll see you again.
Right.
I must go see to another. I must go see to your companion.
Right. Where's Koa? Oh, shit.
Locked in an ivory tower, guarded by a dragon, so I may never leave this premises.
just like fucking splattered to the wall with bandages and just stabs.
Your eyes are getting very heavy.
Yeah, where is he? I need to make sure he's doing okay. He might get holy shit. He might get upset if he knows he's not going to get to leave tonight. We were supposed to.
Voice responds to you to answer your question. Don't worry about where he is. He's being tended to. His wounds were far worse. He shouldn't be in the general population in case there's a infection or something that needs to be seen over. It's at this point in time you realize the first person to have cared for you when you were first brought in and sponged you, the person that just helped you, bandaged your wounds and left, and the person that's talked to you now, you don't know if they were all the same person. Like, maybe the first and third person were the same, but the second person definitely wasn't. Maybe the first and third were. You're not. Holy shit, this mask thing is confusing.
Right? So, like, as she's talking, he's kind of, like, sliding down onto the cot. And he's like, okay, well just, if he needs something or something happens, just make sure you let me know.
If something happens, we will have all of the best physicians to see after him.
Yeah, you'll probably need him. Wait, are you the same person?
They have a hand on your shoulder, and they're lying you back with one hand. With the other hand, they're taking the saucer out of it, or the teacup, or whatever, out of it. It says, "You didn't need to drink it all."
I didn't. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to drink. Oh, fuck. I'm going to sleep for a week, aren't I?
Shh. I have other patients to attend to. I'll be back shortly. And then, like, as your eyes are, like, getting very heavy, they turn and walk away to somebody else. All right.
Yeah, he fights it for a while, but...
You let into the third room on the left. When you go into there, you can see that this room has a bed in it. Not too dissimilar from the other ones that I described beforehand, Wade, though you haven't seen the other ones. This bed is slightly larger, slightly better framed. The mattress on it, again, slightly bigger to match it, but again, simple things that can be thrown away if they need to, so on and so forth. Very simple linens, et cetera, et cetera. But there's also off to the side, there's like an herb case that's there, and there's a couple of different supplies or whatever that's there, so on and so forth. They bring you in, they walk you in, and they say, you seem to be pretty grievously wounded. We're going to have to look over all of your wounds. If you could do me a favor, we're going to have you undressed so I can see them all.
No time for that. We still have... There's people that need to be... We've got work to do, and it's a timely matter. It has to be done tonight.
Unfortunately, for you to undress, some of your blood has dried and stuck to your clothing. So the fabric that you're wearing is underneath your dried blood and is probably in your wounds. I'm going to go and fetch some warm water to make sure that we can soften rather than just rip it out, as it might cause more injury. Please, start removing anything you can that is easy to do. Boots, wraps, anything you can that doesn't feel tugging when you do so.
Yes, I understand, but also, like, timely matter that has to be taken care of tonight, right?
Of course, and the timely matter will be taken care of after we make sure that you're going to live long enough to do it.
I've lived already a day like this. I'm sure I could last another.
No. Living a day like this means you probably won't. Your boots look fine. Hopefully your feet are as well underneath.
Can I at least take care of this matter, then come back and get taken care of?
They shake their head and say, please, relax. We're going to see to your wounds, and then you can do whatever you need to do.
There's a slave trader in town who is going to escape and hide and start dealing in more people if I don't apprehend.
It sounds truly horrifying.
Yes.
Fortunately, you have done everything that you could do with what your body could handle, and you told the guards, and the guards will take care of it.
I've not told them about that. They don't know those details yet.
They step forward and place a hand on your, like on your just above your elbow on your arm. And when they realize that that's also where a bit of crusted dry blood is, they pull their hand away, look at it for a second, and instead fold like one hand, that hand over their other, like grabbing their wrist in front of them. And they say, do you want to help more people?
Yes, immediately. Yes.
Please, let me help you more people.
Fine, just be quick about it. I need to get out within the next hour.
Start with undressing.
He just doesn't even go behind the curtain. He just starts dropping.
There's no curtain here. You're in your own room.
Oh, good. He's just going for it.
They turn to walk away, but then they stop and they say, "Oh, my apologies. You're in such a state, I forgot." And they walk to the side, and they actually, well, you'll see them like grab like a match and like light up a match, or grab like flint and steel, and they light up a little bit of like a cedar, and they use this like cedar plank to light up some incense inside the room. So they start burning 2 different types of incense inside the room, and they put up the cedar plank that they have, and they say, "Allow me to get that wash basin. I'm sure you'll need a few. Wait 1 moment."
Quickly, time. Remember?
Of course. And as they walk out, another person walks in. And they walk over to you. It's a gentleman, clearly a gentleman, and they don't have a mask on or anything like that. They shut the door and they say, I heard that you got yourself a bit banged up. Let me see if I can help you here. Have a seat. I'll get those boots."
Excellent. Yes, I need to be out of here in the next 45 minutes.
It says, "Have a seat. It'll go quicker if you sit down and let me do it."
He's already sitting before the guy finishes his sentence.
Yep, good. And he's going to pull the boots off. He starts asking you questions about like what it was that you did. Like, oh yeah, oh, please tell me, like questions that like humor you and play into it. As the room starts to fill with the incense, which is really nice smelling, so on and so forth. The other person comes walking in, and they have the wash basin with them. And like after the gentleman had gotten you undressed to the point where you were got to where, like I said, things kind of like stuck to your dried blood. Eventually, they come over with the wet, cloths, and they soak on to where the dried blood is to try to like soften enough that they can start peeling away the bits of clothing. Once all the bits of clothing are peeled away, which takes some time. Again, it's very like calming inside there. The whole place is like they're very careful with how it is they handle you. The warm cloth in your wounds feels nice, and just even having them cleaned feels nice. But they don't just clean it with the warm cloth. They also get these like small instruments. You and I would know them as tweezers, but they're a simpler version of that, obviously, because think about what age this takes place in, and they're peeling away any bit of fabric that would be cut into the wounds. So like anything that would be like stuck in between. There's even points in time where the guy is like where she will be like this might sting a moment, and you can feel like the guy will put like a strong amount of pressure on like say like a thigh or like your shoulder to like hold you still, and then they kind of go digging in to pull out bits of it, and it's like, holy fuck, that hurts, and so on. And like this procedure goes on,
reliving it's all over again.
The procedure goes on for a while. You don't know how long, because again, you're feeling kind of relaxed, you're feeling kind of drowsy, whatever is inside here. You did go through a lot, you did lose a considerable amount of blood. You're finally able to like calm down for a minute, so it's helping to keep you calm. But as they're doing this or whatever it is, eventually they get you to the point where you've been naked for a long time, you've been bathed, like sponge bathed multiple times. The blood has all been cleared away, including new blood that has come up from cleaning up
like my
the
last
wounds.
trip to Haudh-Gwenn.
From cleaning out the wounds, so on and so forth. And so they finally got it done. And then the individual leaves saying, "I'm going to get another wash basin," while the gentleman's standing there. The door opens, she leaves, and then seemingly not even a minute later, she comes back in not holding a wash basin. And she walks over and says, "Let me start treating those wounds before we continue bathing up everywhere else." Yes.
Excellent. Yes, then I can be on my way. Yes.
Of course. We're going to need sutras. It says, like it's saying it to you, but then you can see the gentleman immediately turns and goes and gets stuff. Get me the number 3 needle. Give me a 5 as well.
Get a couple. I can help do one while you do the other.
You see the mask like looks at you and says, No. You've already done your work, and you've done excellent work. It's time for somebody else to shine.
No, I'd always want to shine.
No response to that. Person comes over the sutra. They start stitching you up, like actually going through like the stitching of wounds, so on and so forth. Then it becomes the process of smearing on ointments.
There's no numbing, right? This is just like,
I mean, it hurts, but not as much as maybe Koa, who has probably been stitched before, remembers it hurting, or so on. I mean, in the meta, we know why, but it does hurt, but not as much as maybe he remembers or expects it to hurt. So it must be because this physician just has a very steady hand and a very fine needle. That must be why. Anyways, so either way, it goes through the process, whatever it is. It finally puts the ointments on there. Finally, puts on the bandages or whatever. But when everything's said and done, says, "Wonderful. This bandaging went great. To properly assist you with your healing, though, I have prepared a special tea for you. It's not a tea that I give to most people. It is expensive to acquire these herbs to brew this tea. But I'm more than happy to share this with you. You have earned it. Please."
Thank you. Tea, and then I can get dressed and be on my way.
Yes, you enjoy your tea, and as soon as you feel ready, you are more than welcome to get dressed and be on your way.
I'll take like a small sip to see how it tastes.
The problem is, it's a little bitter. It has flavor to it, and the flavor's not bad. The problem is it's a little bitter. The good part is, and this is up to you, Wade / Koa to decide, the bitterness is like bitterness of hops, which is something you can absolutely enjoy. You could fucking love that kind of bitterness. Not like a bitterness of coffee, like the bitterness that you get when drinking very hoppy beer. I don't know if that's something that Koa would like, or because he's only 18, if he's like a Coors Light Pilsner kind of person.
I don't know what my options in Aurorum are. Like, they got the Smirnoff, they got the Mike's Hard Lemonade, then we got the beer.
I was gonna say neither of those were beers.
Colada. Like, what are my alcohol options here?
There's a plethora of options, but do you think that your character would be like a light in flavor, wants the alcohol effect, or do you think he would like that stronger flavor kind of?
I think probably lighter. I think this would be a bit strong.
Yeah.
But I think he would just down it really quickly. He'd like take that sip and be like,
well, yep. Cool.
Excellent. Well, be on my way, right?
Hold on, please. It takes a moment.
What does?
The tea, for it to it's a restorative brew. It'll help you. Don't worry. Now,
excellent.
I need to give you one more look over, and as I said, you do need to be bathed one last time. So, if you could please lie back for me.
Very well.
They lie back, and then you see for a second. You swear you saw double, as you saw two of the women and the gentleman that's there. As it looks like a basin is brought in by another one, but then it's just the one that's there, and they get the cloths and they wring them out and they start washing down different parts of your body or whatever it is. And as they're doing this, and you can feel like, again, your eyes are really heavy, you're feeling really drowsy. You also feel like your stomach gurgles just a little bit. Nothing bad. Maybe because of hunger. It's probably because of hunger. When was the last time you ate? But you also feel like you feel warm. Like you're starting to get like really warm. Like that kind of warmth that you get when you have a fever. When you start like really flaring up with a fever, you start getting that kind of like warmth. And even though the wash basin has like a warm water, the cloth rubbing over you and leaving behind like the trail of wetness behind, oh my god, it feels so good. It's like that soothing sensation you need. Like like a cool breeze, even if it's a very faint one, on a fucking miserably hot, stagnant day. That's what it feels. It's like that relaxation you need. You start realizing like you think you're having like a proper fever. Like a pretty intense fever, but luckily you have the cooling sensation of the washing happening, and time continues to pass. How's Koa kind of reacting to this?
I imagine he probably starts to pipe up like, feeling a bit warm. Water's nice, but is it getting hotter in here? Or, also, you got that spot already. Time to go. Places to be. Yes.
Your time passes, and you start remembering the fight that's inside the cave. You start remembering like the people coming at you, you start remembering the fight that you did, how aggressively they fought against you, just the sheer volume of crossbow bolts and arrows pinging off the walls around you as you hid for cover, just cowering in fear, not knowing if you're going to make it, but eventually finding just like that strength, that rage within to just throw all caution to the winds and come rushing through. And you remember hacking apart your opponents limb by limb, just chopping them down, doing what you had to do, doing what needed to be done. These aren't people, these are monsters. Oh, they are in fact monsters. These aren't people. They're arachnids of sorts, spindly legs coming out from all different angles, pincers trying to bite at you, mandibles I should say, trying to bite at you as you're hacking through them, grappling, spraying their webs at poor innocent people, capturing them and pulling them down the chasm inside the cave that's there, pulling them away, screaming for help. You go diving in after them, chopping down every one of these horrible arachnid monsters as you go. How dare they take these innocents and capture them? You go rushing through until you find the webbed area where they are. Webs so strong they're like steel. Cages, even. They're chains. No, they're webbed against the walls. But then you find the truly, the most menacing monster of them all. You see them standing there. You look in their eyes. And that look of evil, that look of just pure evil that's in their eyes as they stare at you is like, it gives you pause. All that hacking, all that rage, all that everything you did seems to stop. And you feel like you're falling away. By the time you capture yourself, by the time you realize where you are, you're in darkness. Just complete darkness all around you. You just hear a slight dripping. Drip. Drip. As you realize you're standing in shallow water, maybe ankle deep, maybe less so, in an otherwise dark cave. What?
Too many exclamation points. Too many symbols.
Oh, yeah. So anyways, in a dark cave that's there, what was I saying? So in a dark cave that's there, it's just this dripping noise. You feel like lost. And then you take a moment, try to gather where you are. You turn around, and what you see behind you is just those two truly evil eyes, just massive in the darkness, staring at you, glaring through, staring into your soul. You can feel those evil eyes glaring at you. You see images kind of fading in and out of view around those eyes of you, the arachnid monster, hacking down so many people, chopping through them, slicing them apart. There's screams of death throes as they're being hacked down. And then after you're feeling this, again, this fever dream and everything that's happening, you're pulling away from it, trying to recoiling from it. And then you realize that the eyes that you're staring into aren't giant evil eyes in the darkness. They're evil eyes staring at you in a mirror. They're your eyes, truly wicked, evil eyes of your own self, your own form in the mirror, staring back at you. Those eyes, you see them, and that's the last thing you remember. As you feel a tap on the shoulder, and you whip around to see what it is, and you see yourself standing there with those evil eyes, with a great sword, overhead, getting ready to chomp down. And again, you flinch away from this, but as you flinch away, you're like, ah! And you roll out of the bed, and you hit the ground like a poof, as you hit the ground. And like any other dream, it's very vivid. It's very real as you're coming to, as you're waking up. It feels very, very real. But then within the first several seconds to minute, the memories of the dream, you hold on to some of them, but they start to fade kind of in the back of your mind. The real memories slowly start to fade in, so on and so forth. Again, over the first several seconds to minute that happens. Again, like what happens in real life. And then you realize that you're kind of in a mess on the ground. Kind of like sheets or whatever all around you.
Fucking, what the? Where the hell? Oh.
You look about the room.
There for a minute, looking up at the ceiling from the floor.
It's the same room as before, but also as before, you're not alone. There is another figure that stands inside the room. That's off to the side. A small figure, looks effeminate.
In the room?
In the room, yeah.
Must have dozed off for a minute there. Can I go now?
You say that, but then by the time you're asking that, you can feel like the coolness of their hands on the back of your elbow, and their other hands kind of like grasping your hands, and you realize how close they are as they're trying to help you to stand up.
Yes, thank you. He'll help himself stand up to make it easier.
Yeah, and you do so, and you hear like a kind of a soft voice say, "Are you okay?"
Yes, never better. Just thinking to myself how there's spiders and such we need to get to.
Spiders?
When I say spiders, no, there's bad people in town we need to get to in a quick, timely manner.
You blink a couple moments, and then you look down and you see a familiar. It takes you a couple moments, but a familiar face that's there before you. Small, angular, but familiar, and you're probably surprised to see them, and might even grow flush with self-consciousness, thinking that you're naked. But fortunately, when you look down, you are wearing very, very simple dark gray robes. So, fortunately, not naked. As you realize that Guinevere is there with you, as part of your the person that just helped you to stand up. There's no spiders.
His demeanor will almost change immediately.
Yeah.
Guinevere, good to see you. How are you? What are you doing here?
There's a lot of questions at once. Okay, first sit down. And like helps you to sit in the bed.
Without even protesting, he'll follow.
Yeah. I'm well. I came to drop off some emergency supplies. There was a knock at my door just before dawn, and I came to deliver the order. And when I asked questions, I heard and I was told, well, so I asked and they let me come in, and I was watching over you, and you were in quite the bout of it.
I was dressed at that point, yes?
Yes. The whole time.
That's good. Yeah, they gave me some kind of tea, and next thing I know, there were eyes. And there were my eyes. And I was on the floor, and I'm not making any sense. I don't know what the hell happened to me. I was fine. I was trying to leave, and the next thing I know, well, we're now. When is now? You said before dawn. Is it morning?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
It's
sorry. Pardon my.
It's near to noontime.
Oh. They drugged me. They tricked me. I told them I needed to get out. We had something. Gwen, it is so great to see you, and I would love to catch up, but there are lives at stake, and I've got.
Hold on. They did drug you. That's true, but they did so with, I imagine they would argue, good reason. Do you remember if you agreed to it? You might not remember. It is a psychedelic, a hallucinogenic.
I said you can treat me, whatever. We need to clean the wound. I said, yes, hurry, clean the wound. But I need to be out of here within an hour. And then someone else came in. I said, I've got less time. I need to go. And they're like, here, I made you some tea. I said, great. That's kind of gross. I drank it quickly. And I was like, all right, time to go. And they're like, time for another bath. And then next thing I know, here we are.
It's called a restorative brew, and also tea of vitality, some people call it. It's there's consequences that come along with taking this, but
consequences?
Yes. On the good news is likely your wounds are going to be doing very well.
I'm more interested in the other side. What's the bad news?
Well, one of them is you have these horrible fever dreams, and even have a fever itself. You oftentimes will wake up just exhausted afterwards. It's not for the faint of heart. It's more of a critical measure you take to recover somebody more rapidly. Wade, do me a favor. Make me a fortitude save. But also, it's mildly addictive.
Girls are watching. You gotta roll. That's what you gotta roll.
Guinevere, I don't feel a single side effect at all, I have to say.
No, really, nothing at all. You don't feel fatigue.
Do I feel fatigue?
No
Nope.
unintended side effects either.
I felt a bit tired, and then, well, I'll like start to blush a little bit. But now I don't. Feeling much better.
Well, that's good news. How about your vitality? Roll me a D2. That means 0 because you're dividing it in half. 0 con damage. Because you passed your save. 0 con damage, no fatigue. It says,
no.
Are you feeling okay? Are you feeling strong?
Well, considering I had arrows and swords and spears in me a day and a half ago, honestly, this is the best I've felt in at least a day and a half. Since you wrapped me up the other day, in fact.
Oh, wonderful. Then the only side effect I'd be worried about is if your gums start to feel itchy. If
Like open his mouth and itch his gums awkwardly. Not that I can tell.
It wouldn't happen this soon. Maybe in a day or 3. If your gums start to feel itchy, please let me know.
Yes, I planned on coming to see you anyway. After all this nasty business was taken care of, they told. Do you know why I'm in this condition? Do you know what happened?
Sense motive.
I'm great at these. I am when it's Gwen.
You say, I plan on coming to see you anyways. She tries to hide it, maybe even pulling her hair down a little bit, whatever it is, but she actually flushes a little bit to that one. And then you said, do you know why? What was that other question you asked?
Do you know why I'm in this condition? What happened?
I was told the details. I'd asked questions, and that's how I was informed. But I didn't realize you were in quite the state. It's probably a good thing they gave you this tea, and I certainly hope you gave permission for it.
That's neither here nor there at this point. We are where we are, but there's this group they're called the 10 Lashes, but they're involved in the acquisition and selling of people and probably other illicit goods. There's still a few left, including the one who was running the whole thing. We were hoping to get the drop on them last night while we still had a chance before they would be warned and go into hiding. But if we can get the last few members down, then hopefully it puts an end to all this business, and men, women, and children will no longer be... I'll spare you the details, but it was a terrible place.
You,
they were.
a minute ago, mentioned arachnids, and in your dream you were screaming about the spider's web. Is this
spiders?
Is this an organization?
I don't remember any actual spiders. That must have just been part of the dream. It was just people, dogs, and a random snake.
Wade, you were at how many health points? Were you at 3?
3 out of 14.
You healed 1. Hold on. Let me just make sure I get this right. So as we're continuing on, 10 to do with a heal skill. You can double the. So you heal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because is your con bonus 2?
Yeah.
So you heal double your con bonus, and because you were treated correctly, you also heal 2 more from that, is 6. Plus somebody did a heal skill on you, so you also heal your level, so 1 more is 7. You healed 7 overnight.
Hey, this is better than I felt before we went in. 10 out of 14.
Yeah.
This is better than I felt before I blew up in that house.
So
more hit points than I have.
You're so you know all this stuff going on, so on and so forth, and she says to you, she says, all of that sounds horrifying, but I think that you're wasting your time explaining it to me if it's truly something that needs to be handled immediately. I was just coming to bring supplies because so many people had been delivered, and apparently those people were the ones that you saved.
It wasn't just me. We had a couple of mercenaries, my friends. I wish I could say I was that good, but not quite. But we did help a lot of people. I wish we could have helped more.
The door opens up, and a gentleman comes walking in. A different gentleman comes walking in. You continue talking. Wait if you want to.
And well, you're the first one to listen to me, I suppose.
She looks at the person that comes in. She kind of like immediately takes like 2 steps back, like quickly takes 2 steps back when he comes walking in. And he looks over and he says, "Oh, you're still here. Well, he's up now, so he's going to need his privacy so we can get dressed." And she says, "Oh, of course, sorry," and looks to you and says, "Good luck," and then turns and like goes to leave the door.
Stop by the shop later.
She, kind of like stops for a second and then keeps going out the door. After she leaves, he looks at you and goes, "That's a peculiar one."
Better than the tea.
He puts down like all of your clothes, which have been stitched where they need to be, laundered as best as possible, dried, so on and so forth, and says, all of your stuff should be here. None of your weapons were tended to, but all of your clothing was. You were already looked after recently, so you're ready to be discharged whenever you would like.
Immediately, thank you. How's everyone else doing? Are they okay?
He says, your friend that came in, Mikhail, he's been asking about you, but
Yes.
he's ready to be discharged as well.
I mean the people that were tortured and incarcerated. They're okay.
Their wounds are taken care of. Some of them need more help than that.
Yeah, I can imagine. I need to get going then, so without even waiting for the guy to leave, he just takes off the robe and starts getting dressed.
Yeah. He actually will stand there and say, you seem to have mobility, but do you need some assistance in getting that on? I understand the armor could be a little difficult when you have a fresh wound.
I mean, it might speed up the process. He'll point to like some things to tie probably in the back that are hard to reach.
Is familiar with the process and is able to skillfully help you don your armor and even get your clothes that are like honestly ties the laces of the shoe really nice and like, oh, that's nice, like
Yeah.
or the boot I should say. Mikhail, you wake up in the morning, you were missing 2 health points, right?
Yes, I was.
You have those back. You wake up in the morning and you do wake up again in the morning and you are feeling so refreshed. You had a proper night's sleep. It wasn't dreamless, but it was like you don't remember your dreams. You just remember how pleasant, how incredibly pleasant it was. You know what I mean? Like when you get like a proper good night's sleep, you're like, what did I dream about last night? God, I remember being good, but God, I really can't remember. Like one of those, but you feel so well rested. You feel so good. The only thing that your character has like even the slightest bit of like beyond holy shit it's still morning is where's my shit, but it's in the chest, you know what I mean, and it's over there. So as you're like waking up and you're like, what time is it, and somebody will come over to speak with you and they inform you like, no, everything's fine, we just change your bandages and you're free to leave whenever you'd like. Just check it, they check out, they switch over all your bandages, whatever you got to do. They're like, I slept for how long, why did whatever reaction your character would have, which is appropriate. They're like, you apparently needed the rest, please just relax. And and they will bring you over to one of those side rooms so you can have somewhat, discretion while you get changed. And then you have all of your equipment. All of your clothes have been laundered, if needed, stitched, so on and so forth. All of your otherwise equipment has not been touched. Your loot hasn't been oiled or anything like your weapons haven't been touched, but just your clothing has been taken care of, right? Which is wonderful.
Yeah.
And then
down 2 silvers.
I imagine that
right?
your character is asking about specifically what's his name, Koa, and they're like, "Don't worry, he'll be ready to leave soon." And after like an 15 or so minutes pass of you like pacing in the hallway or whatever it might be, you'll eventually see Gwen kind of like mouse her way out the room and start going by. I don't think you met Gwen before, did you? No.
Yeah.
So
Nope,
you have
I don't
no idea who
recognize
that is. But you just see somebody, some kind of like a mousy girl, if you will, come out that room that you were told that he's
25 out of 10.
and making her way down the hallway. You don't know it's her, so I don't know if you would intercept or anything like that, but you definitely see that she's coming out of the room that you know that Koa is in.
Oh, Then yeah, he would probably say, "Oh, sorry, excuse me. Were you? Huh? Did you see Koa?"
Oh. It immediately takes like 2 quick steps back, like when you're like, excuse me, kind of like stepping out to like recoils 2 steps back.
Did you see the gentleman in that room over there? Like pointing at it.
Yes.
Is he coming out soon? Do you know him?
He's...
Second one first. Do you know him?
Oh. Well, that's your third question.
Sorry.
So, to answer your questions in order, he's getting dressed now. They just brought his clothing in. He's probably going to be allowed to be discharged at any point, but I don't work here. And, sort of.
Really? Okay. Well, if he'll be out soon, I guess. Sorry for stopping you. Have a good day.
Thanks.
He's like thinking.
Just takes like a couple steps past you, and then stops, looks back, and says, "And you too," and then turns and keeps walking out the door.
Thank you. Didn't he mention? He just waits.
Eventually, Koa is fully dressed, still talking to this person. You have to imagine, like, if you've ever been in a nursing home, like the old people just talk, and like the RNs are just like, yep, Imagine that's Koa and this person assisting. Like, yes, and then I booted his ass, and I cut him from nave to chop.
Sure, he speared me in the side, but I used the spear as leverage in order to swing my own spear in his side, and next thing you know, he was down on the ground. Oh, Mikhail!
You come walking out after you're finally done getting dressed. You have everything on you. All of your equipment, all of your everything is there, right? So you properly have it on, which is nice because both of your clothing is in like great condition. Everything else is still dirty from the road. Well, your clothing's in great condition, and you walk out, and Mikhail's in the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Mikhail.
Yeah, he'll kind of walk over and like put a hand on your shoulder and like, good, you're ready. Sorry, I don't know. They got me too. And he's like hurrying out of the place.
Cup of tea?
Yeah, I think.
Damn it.
Eventually. Dude, I don't know. Like as we like get
According
out of the
to Gwen,
tents.
we're allowed to refuse it next time if we're in a hurry.
I feel like I tried, but they're really convincing. And then I don't know. They were really convincing, and I needed the healing, and I thought that.
Did you see the spider in the eyes as well?
Gods, no. What?
Doesn't matter. But Gwen came in. She was in my room. I woke up on the floor.
I think I met
straight
her.
Up in the air, and there she was.
Wonderful. I hope that worked out well for you. I did see her. She seems skittish.
Perfect, isn't she?
Wonderful. She wished me a good day.
Such a sweetheart. Yes, I told her I'd stop by to see her later, but first, we have favors to get to, right?
Yeah, we gotta go get Aldo.
We got the drop on him. Let's say, like, looking at if there's a window in this place or any kind of lighting. He's like, "What time is it?"
It's morning.
So you guys rolled in
full daylight.
You guys rolled in at midnight, plus all the time at the bridge. You know, like I said, by the time you got to the hospital, it was about 1 a.m. Then there was the properly being taken care of, which took a little over an hour. It's about 2 a.m. Then 8 hours of rest gets you to 10 a.m. By the time you're up and out the door, it's about 10:15.
Do I heal another health point for a full night's rest?
That included all of that.
Fuck.
Yeah. You healed triple your level plus double your con score.
So, yeah.
I got a triple.
I guess
that's a pretty big number.
That's right. A whole 3, like your monitors.
Listen, that was a lot. You healed 7. That's a lot.
So I guess more than 3 health potions on this system.
So I guess we're heading to the inn.
Well, that's just the way you roll.
Hey, as far as Koa knows, these health potions suck.
We only had the 2 nights paid for, so I'm gonna have to give them the rest of that money anyway. So I gotta go buy their anyhow.
Did we only pay for 2?
We paid for 2. We had 2 up front, and then the other 4 it was later. But I don't want to like risk being gone longer or something, or not coming back.
Do you remember
there.
the cost of these rooms? I probably wrote it down somewhere.
Yes, we owe 2 silver, 1 copper still.
Each or total?
Total.
Okay. So you're gonna go back there, and when you go walking into the like where's I don't know where he is, so and so forth. Let's go check the inn. You guys go there, and you walk in, and the person that's behind the counter is tired. You know, they probably worked like a long shift, whatever it is. You come walking in, and you try to like square away the thing, and if you ask her whatever, where did such a he came back. Referencing the person that rented the room, or the person that you left with at some point in time to go drinking, or I don't remember if that was this hotel or a different one. Where he put on the billy.
It was this one.
It was this one. Yeah.
Yep.
So it was with your no, the one that you rented with did return, eventually. So by the way, I haven't seen you in a while. You guys are quiet. You're great. Blah blah blah. Oh yeah, no, your friend came back last night. That whole bit. So he you guys are able to pay off settle your debt with him, and then you go up and check out the room.
How much was it
Jake,
again?
obviously your character was drinking all night and trying to settle his own nerves his own way. How much health were you missing?
I am missing 3.
Cool. Now you're missing 2.
A heal 1. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Because you just healed the one overnight or whatever. Cool.
Yep.
So yeah, there's a pounding in your head, Aldo. An awful pounding in your head. No, wait, that's someone at the door. And your migraine from being hungover.
Go away.
Excuse me?
I
You
said
guys
go
hear
away.
through the door, go away. You're like, you feel somebody in the bed move and sit up. Be like, excuse me? Well, I would never.
Wait, is this coming from? Is this in the room?
Yep. I never. And like climbs out of the bed, ripping the blankets off of you as well, and be like, you are a rude asshole. Like, how dare you? And you guys hear this like through the door, like shuffling around the room as the person's grabbing their clothing.
Koa turns to Mikhail. That's no Guinevere.
Yeah.
Aldo's like, stop banging on the door.
Like, I wasn't banging on the door, you piece of shit. It's somebody else was. I don't know who else. I bet it goes over the door and whips it open. And be like, what other ladies do you have come? Oh. One moment. Slams the door shut. There's 2 men outside.
So as I was saying, they brought
Well,
a
were they
cute
banging
person
on the
into my
door?
room too. I think that's how they get you.
What's up, Jake?
Gwen came in after I woke up.
He's just talking shit. This
Oh
doesn't
yeah,
matter.
they're like getting pissy with you as they're getting dressed or whatever, and like because you're talking shit or whatever, they actually take your blanket and they throw it out the window, and then they storm to the door and they whip it open. They go, "He's all yours. I hope he owes you money," and then storms out the room and down the hallway.
Aldo, this is the correct room, right? And he'll say, peering in.
Aldo just like rolls over and he's like, "Oh, it's you. I thought you would have been back a lot earlier. I was waiting for you last night, but you didn't return."
We got drugged by the robed men in masks and given tea.
Well, sounds like a great time, but that's why you don't go to hospitals.
Well, we're feeling much better, but yes, time-wise, we're a bit in the shitter. So get dressed. It's time to move.
Yeah, all right. And he'll
Also,
get up and start getting ready.
He may
I
need
think you have a type.
new blankets tonight.
Be downstairs.
You were waiting for us last night, but where did motion at the door where the lady just left?
I don't rightly remember.
It wouldn't hurt before we go on to get some more supplies from the apothecary. I could use some more potions and such.
You just saw her.
This is pure business, Mikhail.
Are we in a rush, or
We're
are
out of
we?
blood
If
block.
we're
We're
not,
out
you
of
can.
healing potions. Like, what if we need
You
to
go
save
do your
someone?
business, and I'll go back to sleep.
No. We should move. I was just thinking, in case we need to save someone's life again. It tends to be whenever we encounter someone that we need to talk to, all of a sudden they're in a dying situation, and we've got to save them. So I was just thinking ahead.
I I guess that's a good point.
Pardon me, I
Just
thought the
happens to be
spiders were
convenient.
just in my dreams, but apparently the arachnids are attacking everywhere.
You keep talking about spiders.
I decided I don't like them, okay? I don't like spiders anymore. I woke up and I decided, fuck spiders. You ever just feel like that?
Can't
Is he
say I
a
have.
arachnophilic?
Might be now. That's what he remembers from his dream. It's just big spider face in his eyes.
then Gwen was there, so he's getting his wires crossed now. No, yeah, I guess we could stop by there, but fuck, it's so much later.
I'm gonna be honest. If you're making stops, I'm not coming now.
We will not make stops. We just can't be as aggressive as we normally are. We need her to talk.
Yeah, get to Casper too. Otherwise,
At this point, you've watched Aldo get out of bed while we've been talking, fully naked. Slowly is like getting dressed, but he's making no, there's no modesty there. He's just getting,
I've definitely kept my eyes away because you already did that to me once.
Now, Koa
You're
gets
on
to
the
meet
other side of the
goat
door.
named Aldo.
Like you see as Aldo's getting out of the bed, you just see Mikhail just stepped behind where the door obscures him.
Koa will take one look over there, then look to Mikhail and be like, perhaps she was right. He should owe us money.
Yeah. It's almost enough to make you wish he had just, stayed behind.
Don't say that. He'll get right back into the damn bed. Let's move.
Yeah, well. Alright. I guess we wait for him and then go.
yeah.
When you guys
get
go,
dressed and
it's important to note that your characters are properly bathed. All of your wounds have been either healed to the point of because you didn't receive magical healing or anything like that. Mikhail was just somebody who did long-term care, and you were only missing 2, right? So you guys, your wounds are feeling much better. Wade, your wounds actually are really, really recovered. Like any deep wound, anything that's gash, it's way more closed up than you expected it would be, et cetera, et cetera. So you're doing far better. You're still aching and pain, there's still pulling and tearing or whatever, it still hurts, but way better than you were. But both of you are actually physically cleaned. You've been bathed at least once, and you have clean clothes that have been stitched and whatnot. Then you have Aldo, who smells like he slept in a cave 2 nights ago, traveled all day on the road, then drank all night, and had amorous activities, and is still soaking in it. And
So he
is
smells
dressed
like
in
he did
clothes
during the bandit trip.
Yeah.
Right.
He literally got out of jail, sleeping in his own vomit, and joined us. So
I mean, he's
Listen,
just
I had cold water poured over his head. All right, gotta count for something.
there's just that one person in your life you know the smell of when they walk in a room. We have Aldo.
It's him.
Anyways, so it's just he is I can imagine as you guys are walking, wherever conversation you're having, planning, plotting, aggravation, airing grievances, whatever that might be. I can imagine Mikhail and Koa are kind of walking side by side, talking with intentionally Aldo is 3 steps to the side. Anytime he leans in or whatever, they take an additional step away and he stumbles back the other way. And
Listen, you don't tell them how to play their characters, all right? If I want to walk right next to them, I'll be walking right next to them.
between them, your arms over their shoulders.
He just gets the lean. Yeah.
Koa will definitely make a remark.
Mikhail, don't you have a spell for this?
Yeah, spell. Let me check. I've got some notes over here away from your breath.
Prestidigitation, plaque away.
Right.
Prestidigitation, tongue scraping,
Now, if we do stop by the apothecary, I'll go in alone. It's a small shop. We don't want to overcrowd it.
Do you want me to ask her about something?
He'll look
Later.
to you, look to Aldo, look back to you. Perhaps later when time's not as pressing.
Right. Okay. We'll go get Casper. You resupply.
Oh, right now. Excellent. Sounds like a plan.
Yes.
You could have left
walking
me
in a
at the
hurry.
end.
No, we need you to help get Casper. You two get along famously. Do you guys want me to pick up any extra potions or anything for you?
I just trust your judgment. Get what you think we need.
Right. I'll tell you the total. later.
Definitely more blood block. Yeah.
He's like expecting you all to give him money to buy supplies, but what you don't do is just be like, "Great, I'll
Yeah.
keep track of prices."
Yeah, of course.
Aldo just yells that after you. I don't want anything.
Can't hear you.
He yells as loud as he can. I don't want anything.
He'll turn around and like give you a
Jesus.
shrug, like obviously hearing you, but like the first thing he's gonna ask for is like something to make someone smell better.
You're not actually going to
Plug
the
that
apothecary to the herbalist shop, are you? Aren't you going to try to find Ashtara?
They sent me to go get potions, but I think they're gonna get Casper. Casper's been tracking Ashtar, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you go separate
Because
directions.
we need him to go to, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So you guys are gonna go try to find Casper, expecting him to be where? Near Ashtara's place?
Oh, it's
Yeah, I mean, he was
10
tailing her,
something.
right? So we'll have a look.
Yeah.
We'll look around that area.
Cool.
Yeah.
Why don't you go ahead and roll me to gather information about where he might be, to like ask around, just to kind of like touch base of where he is. That is a diplomacy check. If you're trying to be discreet, you're going to take a -10 to it. Let me know if you're trying to be discreet before you roll. If you both want to roll individually, you're welcome to, or one can aid the other.
I'm not trying to be discreet. We're just trying to figure out where he is.
Yeah, I figure time is of the essence now. So
Yeah.
go ahead and do you want to aid one another, or just roll independently? You guys are in the same region of town, walking around and asking.
Um,
One of us.
I definitely want to roll my. I definitely want to roll my own. Just 'cause I
Alright,
know I
well,
have a
I'll
decent
do.
check.
Okay.
Okay.
You boys can roll whenever.
Oh damn! I should let you roll it. God.
Sometimes it's good to both roll instead of. It's a +3 for you
Yeah.
though.
+3. Okay.
Was 91. Hey, that includes a +3.
It does.
Solid.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. I just rolled a lot lower.
So we're gonna put a pause on you guys because you get your answer pretty quickly. Let's go with Wade. Wade, you
Okay.
are go walking into the shop, and so is that one of those things where you go walking up to the Gwen's shop specifically, the herbalist shop. And you go walking up and you try to turn the knob to go or lift the latch or whatever it is to go in, and it's actually locked.
oh shit. He'll look, see if it looks like anyone's there. Like, take a quick peek, and if he doesn't see anyone, he'll probably give up for now because he knows he needs to get back to.
It doesn't immediately look like anybody's there, but there is a sign in the window that says out making deliveries, and then says back after back after noon.
Okay. Very quickly go meet back up with the others then, or try to find them because he's not going to hang around and loiter. It's like
You said it's like
You
10:30.
he tried, but yeah.
And you're gonna go head over to the region where you would be able to find them, which is a nicer region. I'm just gonna double check the map real quick to see how far one is from the other. The shop is there. They're over there, so it's a bit of a hike. You actually left the hospital and you went more or less eastward. Now you're doubling back, going westward, right?
Do I pass the ruins on my way there?
You're near the ruins. You didn't pass them.
He might quickly go check the spot in the ruins to see if Casper's there.
Sure, yeah,
On
that
the
sounds
way.
great. So you got to go check the ruins or whatever it is. So when you guys go walking around trying to ask where you're like, oh yeah, we've seen him around. He was here for a couple of days, kind of like about, but we haven't seen him in the past. No, it was for a couple of days. Yeah, he was here like 2 days ago. He was here for a good amount of time. Kind of lingering about. But no, we ain't seen him at all this morning. Nope, not one bit.
Okay.
Yeah. So as you
So if they haven't seen this morning, he's probably at the ruins.
yeah, so is that whole thing.
Yeah.
And somebody else would be like, "Hey, you looking for Casper?"
Yeah.
Listen, I can't say nothing unless it's worth it.
I'm not paying you.
Come on, man. Listen, it's rough out in these streets. Just a sliver or two. Come on. Something. Give me some warm bread. Come on.
He'll eventually turn up.
He goes,
all right, fine. I give him 2 slivers.
Yeah, you give him 2 slivers? Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. He might turn up. But, bobbing in the river.
Why do you say that?
Word is, it was a couple of people. They were talking, they were asking about where he was. Apparently he, got on someone's bad side. And they've been looking for him. They, let's just say they were the kind of people you don't want looking for you, yeah?
Did they find him?
Shrugs. Don't know. But they were looking for him last night.
Damn. I'm trying to think. Hold on. Yeah, you know these people who were asking around?
Kinda, yeah.
Locals?
Again, like I said, I'm not gonna give you no names. The kind of people that you don't want looking for you. Somebody gives you a name, somebody gives them a name, some coin, and that name's not heard no more. Yeah.
You disappear.
Yeah.
Are they local?
Don't tell nobody I told you this, because I don't need my name going up there. Don't ask me what it is.
No,
I won't tell you.
No idea what you're talking about. But are these people from here, or are they out of towners?
Shrug. They've seen them around a while. So I don't know if they're from here originally, but they live here now. I think.
Got it. All right. Go get yourself that bread.
Nods and says, hey, listen, Casper. One time gave me a job. Paid me a good amount for it. He's a good guy. Save him if you can. But, don't get your throat slit.
Yeah, I'll try to follow that advice.
They leave.
Yeah, then I'll look at Aldo. She'll be like, I hope he's back at the ruins.
You guys start heading to the ruins?
Yeah.
Yep.
Unless Aldo has a different idea.
Nope.
Wait, perception check. When you're approaching your way through the ruins, making your way through there, and going to that wheel door thing I've described multiple times, as you're walking up to and get ready to open it, something catches your eye on the grounds. A couple splotches of brown. You get a little bit closer and you realize that's dried blood.
Shit. He'll still open up the door.
Mm-hmm.
Going in there probably carefully. Probably trying to be quiet. I don't know if you want to roll stealth. He's gonna want to see if the others are still in there.
Okay. You go open the door and try to go in. One of the first things your eyes look to, so obviously you look around the room to see if anything immediately catches your eye of a person moving. You see a person moving as your eyes are adjusting to the darkness, obviously going from bright daylight, 10:30, whatever it is in the morning, to the darkness inside there. And you look around to see if there's any movement. When you don't see any, you look over to the cages across the way, and you do see forms in there. You have to take a couple of steps in, and again, let your eyes adjust to the darkness that's inside there. And then the forms that you see, they are on the ground and not moving.
Making sure there's no obvious traps. He'll make his way over there to see if they're just asleep or unconscious or dead.
Yep. You make your way over into the area, and you can see that they are, in fact, on the ground, and they have been stabbed so many times. They are definitely not alive anymore. Roll me a survival check. Looking around the room, you can see there's blood around the room, boot steps, whatever it is, from people that would have gone in and done that, and then gotten some, walked, and you can see that they've walked out of the room. Maybe some blood dripped off of them, their dagger, whatever it was when they left here, so on and so forth. You notice that there's kind of trail leaving this place, and some bits of movement or whatever that's inside the place. Nothing super overt that immediately like kind of jumps out at you, but you do notice one thing. There's only 2 people here, not 3.
Well, there were only 2, right? It was
Correct,
the,
but you were looking to see if what's his name was here. He's not.
right.
Casper.
Going outside, seeing the dried blood. Can I do a separate survival check to see if I can track it or see which direction they were going?
Sure, yeah. The dried blood, the way it was pooled and the way that it goes, it honestly does not, like, you see the dried blood does leave away from the cave. That little area that's there.
Yeah.
But you get in this feeling like it looks as though it was moving quickly. Direction away from the cave or whatever it is. No. Just like the way that it's splotching, kind of like the angles to it and whatnot. You're actually getting the feeling like you're going backwards. Like the blood came from outwards and came this way. Like whatever bled coming this direction, whatever was bleeding outside the cave, that splotching, was going towards it. Maybe you missed something inside.
I'll go back in and look around again.
Yeah, you go back in and you're looking around, once again trying to like follow these splotches, ignoring the footprints that are there, and it's not easy to do. The footprints definitely disrupt the tracks. But you spend some time looking around, and not the obvious places like the beds, which are empty and so on. You go over to where some of the rubble is, and you see a bit of the splotching that's there. And so you get the realization, oh shit, I think I see. And you look, and underneath some of the rubble that's over there, and there's a bit of like rubble that's been kind of disturbed from maybe how you remember it before. There is somebody underneath the rubble.
He'll start digging them out, checking to see if they're alive, who it is.
Digging's not entirely necessary because they're more hidden than they are buried. Like maybe put there of their own volition. When you kind of like grab them and pull them free from it, you realize they are very much unconscious, but they are also very much Casper. And just quickly looking them over, they've been stabbed a couple times. They're unconscious. You don't know whether or not they're dead or alive. That's going to take a check from you. But it is definitely Casper.
Okay. What's the check to see if they're alive? Heal?
Heal check, yes, sir. Looking them over, it's very faint, but you can see that they are breathing. They are still alive, even if only just barely.
Okay. Koa's going to try to lift him and start moving back toward the apothecary where he knows. That's a lot closer than the hospital, right?
Yeah. It's on the way to the hospital, yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to try to make his way back to the apothecary.
Okay, sure. So you pick him up and you start trying to move quickly. For this, sir, I actually need from you because you're trying to pick something heavy and move a long distance with this. This is kind of like if you will, like it's an endurance check. So it's going to be a constitution check from you. Nice. So with your 14 total, you pick him up and he's heavy. It's hard to do, but you jog the entire way without, as best you can, without jostling too much. You jog the best you can to get him back to maybe even dropping your pack, or not that you have all of your equipment on you anyways. Suppose it was with you. Maybe dropping your pack, like your travel pack, not your gold, not your weapons, but your basic travel pack there, so that you can carry the weight and jog him all the way back to the shop. You get back to the shop, and again, the sign is still up, the door is still locked. It's about 10:30 in the morning, whatever it is, right? So maybe a little bit later. What do you do?
Are there any other shops that are right here?
There are several other shops around. Yeah, nothing like the herbalist shop.
Okay. He'll quickly run into one of the other shops that are open.
Mm-hmm.
Do any of you have a key to Gwen's shop?
Oh
Anybody?
God. That man, he's bleeding so much.
Yes, I need him to get him a health potion, but the shop is closed. I can't get him to the hospital. I need to get in. Do you have a key?
No.
Oh God, I might have to break in then. He goes back out and he's thinking it through, like what a terrible impression this is going to be, but I've got to save this man's life.
You start rushing towards it to go break in. The person comes running out of the shop like, but the hospital's right down there. But you're like running out the door. Do you like immediately try to like break in, like shoulder through? Would you try pounding? Like, what is your intention here?
I mean, how far am I from the hospital?
I mean, the problem is the city's big, so like you're talking like several football fields.
Yeah, that's a ways.
Yeah.
You already traveled. He'll try to yank the door open.
You already traveled like 4 football fields from where you picked him up to here. You know, like
yeah. He'll try to just pull the door open first. He's going to try to do as little damage as possible. So if he can just punch, like if there's glass or something, like if he can just punch through or whatever,
like properly.
He doesn't want to damage her shop.
Yeah. Well, so to break open a door, unless there's glass, which the door wouldn't have glass on it, you're gonna have to split the frame, right? Is what you do, because like the latches in the frame, you more or less shoulder through the frame is how it. So are you trying to shoulder through?
Yep, we're buying her a new door.
Yeah, cool. You're trying not to break the door. You're just trying to break that spot.
Well,
hopefully
I'm gonna break something if I break in. So yeah,
cool. It's gonna be a strength check. I assume. Do you put him down to like charge at it?
Yeah.
Do you rage for a round?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll throw rage on your character sheet. We're going to know it's a mental math of +2 at the end, and go ahead and roll a strength check. Hey! Was that a little mama llama? Welcome, Raiders. So it's a +2 at the end of that, so 19?
Yeah, I guess so.
You go running through, and you smash into it as hard as you can, crack the frame a little bit, but it doesn't properly open. You're still raging, of course. That was your rage charge attack, you know, so on and so forth. It doesn't open. You got close, but you didn't quite open it.
One more.
So you pull back, you try again. Okay, roll again. All right. So you smash into it a second time. So it's 1 round charge attack. Second round is to pull back and get ready. Third round's charge attack, right? So it's 3 rounds of rage. Then all of a sudden, like as you're like pulling back, getting ready, like, because you get like really fucking angry, really frustrated the fact that the door will open while you're trying to save this person. As you're pulling back and get ready to run, all of a sudden the door flies open, and you just see like as the door flies open, like your hair kind of like blows back or whatever from like the gust of it or whatever. You see Gwen standing there like wide-eyed, like Koa. Like scared.
He's dying. Gwen, he's dying. I need a potion. I'll pay for the door.
I imagine the rage drops. She kind of like fatigue or whatever is calling it. Yeah. Looks down, sees the person. What's going on?
I found him like this. I need a potion, please. I need to help him.
Looks down. Oh, yeah. Like carry him in. She says, going over and like immediately turning.
I knew she was going to be there.
Right?
She was in there with the door locked, you know? Just coming back.
The sign said afternoon. Koa can read.
He's like, I'm not knocking.
Heroes don't made knock. Knocking, if you know what I'm saying. So anyways, goes in and quickly like moves aside a bunch of stuff on like the counter to give a spot for him to put down, but not like swipes arm everything on ground. Like picks things up and moves to the side quickly. Well, you go over and luckily you're fatigued right now, so he's harder to pick up. You're like, oh God, oh my back. As you go to pick him up and get it together, Koa. Gwen's here. You know, as you
yeah, dude, hold on. Is it a bluff check? That look like I'm not struggling at all?
Yes, technically it's a bluff check, right? Yeah.
Damn.
Oh, why every time?
Oh, Guinevere, darling, this isn't even a bit of a struggle.
I mean,
I hold him up with a
what you
pinky.
do.
Spin him around.
You go in and you easily carry him in there. Oh God, my back is in so much pain. You gently put him down. Oh my God, I need to lie down. You finally stand back.
On the outside, I look fantastic.
You stand there. You intentionally posture yourself in a way that's like, that was easy. But inside, you're like, I just need a stretch.
I hurt a lot.
And she's quickly like goes over and she's like, rip away the you know, gesturing at his body, like rip.
He just starts ripping.
And she goes and gets whatever ointments, whatever she has, and she starts trying to like mix stuff together to make like, you know, whatever salve she can that's there. And she's mixing and she's mixing. And at one point in time, she stops, looks at you, and she looks a little frantic. She's like, "Why didn't you go to the hospital?" But she doesn't even finish the word hospital. She just kind of cuts herself off and realizes she's not mixing right now and keeps mixing up the ointment.
You were a lot closer. He was in the ruins. I didn't know if I could make it or he would make it that far.
Give me those bandages, she says, you know, gesturing to it. And you go
whatever
grab them.
She points at, he's grabbing.
Roll me a heal check, Wade. This is to aid another. Don't roll low. Okay. Luckily, you didn't roll so low. Your detriment, that would have been a 5 or lower, because a 10 is aid, so you failed by 4 or less. That's good news. You weren't a detriment, you just weren't helpful. She goes ahead and tries to aid him to the best of her ability.
Oh, I should be fatigued right now too, right? Is this still in the 30?
Yeah, but that doesn't affect the heal skill.
It doesn't affect that, thankfully.
Yeah. Or even if it's probably not within the 36 seconds or whatever, but it doesn't matter. So eventually she makes up the ointment and starts putting the salves or whatever on him, and it's like, gets, as you guys are working on him for several minutes or whatever, eventually it's kind of like she's like, I did what I could do for here and now, but he's really bad.
Yes. This is what happens whenever I'm in a hospital all night and not able to get where I need to go. Casualty of my own healing. It was his job to watch over a very bad woman in this town, and this is the result, and that's on me.
Who is he? Never mind.
It's a complicated question.
He needs to go to the hospital, but we can't move him.
Oh, I could move him. Or do you mean like we can't move him?
We shouldn't. I have a cedar chest. Maybe we can take remove the pins and use that as a bit of a way to carry him.
Would the hospital have something better than, like, should we just run over there and tell them to come fetch him? Can we give him a potion? Can we lead block? Anything else we can give him?
Sending word to the hospital would be best, but we can't waste any time of him just staying here. He's bleeding through these bandages, she says, kind of like, touching one of them and peeking underneath ever so slightly. He's not going to make it here.
Do you have bleed block? That's helped us in the past.
She nods. She says, it's part of the ointment that I used. He's in a really bad state.
Can we use more?
Thinks for a second. Maybe.
Okay. I'll run to the hospital as fast as I can to fetch someone to help.
Okay.
Just, and I'll pay for everything. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. And she says, just move quickly.
Running.
And so
he's already running.
You can easily go and get somebody and come back, whatever it is. Let's cut to the other two. The two of you are
So
making
was
your
it
way
just
along.
me, or did Koa ask her for a health potion a few times and she just did not answer the question?
She doesn't.
I don't think she has any.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She doesn't make potions.
All right.
It's an herbalist shop, not an apothecary, right? So.
No, they're the same thing.
Yeah. Either way, so she so you guys go making your way back to the area, and you see that when you get there, the door is open. Huh. That's strange. And there's a bit of splatter on the ground.
Wait, does Koa not just blow past us if we're
You come from different directions.
walking that direction? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh shit. I rush inside when I see splatter all over the place after what we heard.
Yep. You guys look around, and very quickly you're able to move over and see the scene inside the cages. Don't get me wrong, Willie and Messi probably did deserve it, but
did they use the sock?
Oh god.
Is the sock still outside the cage, or is it in Willie's mouth? We left it there.
It is.
Oh god.
It is outside the cage. They're not a sadistic.
The last thing he saw was the sock.
The last thing he tasted was the sock.
He can't escape it.
He paid the price more than anybody else for the slave trade, man.
Right?
But either way, so
Low tier
the
ass.
sock now slightly soaked with pooling blood is still outside the cage. But you see the two of them in a pretty nasty state.
Son of a bitch. Oh shit, where's Casper? Just start looking around. Obviously, I know in the meta he's not there, but
Yeah, we're gonna have a look around the room.
Okay.
See what we can piece together, I suppose.
Yep, you can piece together. Again, there's bits of blood here and there. You wouldn't necessarily be able to piece together that Koa came and left. You know what I mean? That would not be super obvious. But you do know where you left Koa last. Batting eyes.
Yeah.
okay. We need to get Koa. We gotta go find Casper.
Yeah.
I'm Tom Cruising it right now.
Very fast.
Really short?
So.
We're gonna head over there, I guess.
Always running.
Allegedly abusing your spouses with your religion.
What?
What? Oh, sorry. Anyways, so continuing. So I assume you guys are gonna head towards the herbalist shop.
Yep.
Cool.
Yes.
So you are going to run over there as quickly as you can. And when you get there, the door's wide open, and even there's a bit of a cracking in the frame that's there. And when you go, you can see that Guinevere is with a bleeding down the side of the counter body on top of the counter, and actively trying to put various ointments or whatever in. So when you two come walking in, like looks up at you like wide-eyed, and then recognizes both of you for different reasons. One from standing outside the shop before, and one from just inside the hospital earlier, and says, "Koa's friends.
Yeah.
I need hands. Come here."
Recognize that's Casper?
Yeah.
Do we recognize that that's Casper?
Yeah, you do when you get closer. She says, "I need hands. Come here."
Yeah. Mikhail goes right away.
She'll like grab you by the
sleeves.
wrist and put you on like a wounds to hold, and then grab another one and like help you guys hold. And she's like blood on her hands and wrists and whatnot. And she's trying to do what she can to help, to assist the person. Eventually, Koa comes running back, and he has a few of the gray robed individuals with him.
In here, quickly. He's not doing well.
They make their way in, and one of them comes over and looks down and says, looks to the other and says, "It's as grievous as he says. You brought it." "I did." And they look to you and say, "Sorry to keep you waiting, but this was necessary." And they produce a healing potion. They pop the lid, and they go and they lift the person's head, and they bring the potion to like close to their lips, maybe an inch or so away, and they stop and they say, "I know this individual. They are one of the problematic ones in the streets."
What's he doing?
Looks to the other one and says, "Causes lots of issues." And
No. He's turned over and literally feed them the potion.
They still haven't settled all of their debts. They've caused more problems than they have resolved them.
What are their fucking debts?
The person that they're speaking to says, "You know who these two individuals are. They're making this request. At the very least, we could do it for them." And they say, "Yeah, of course." And then they feed the potion.
Good to know you are supposed to drink it.
This is the American healthcare system, isn't it?
I think Scott's the DM. He's
You're
in
not
America,
wrong, dude.
Massachusetts.
I'm sorry, if we had an Australian DM, it would work very differently. I thought I gave them all one freebie.
You
I gave them
charge
one
for
freebie.
health potions in Aurora?
Wow. Third world. Crazy.
So when they finish, does he actually wake up?
So they feed the heal potion to him. Actually, that's a fun question. Why don't you roll me a d8 plus? I should say roll me a 1d8 plus 1.
Me?
Yeah. Does not wake up, but they look them over. I look Casper over, and they say, "He's stable."
Thank you.
Guinevere
Have you?
looks at the others and says, "I couldn't stop the bleeding. The blade, you probably won't be able to tell the..." She says, "I couldn't stop the bleeding. You probably won't be able to tell because now that you've used magical healing, it's going to reduce the grievousness of the wounds. But the blade that they used was one to continue the bleeding." Looks to Koa. "I used blood block. I used a lot of it. But each wound continued bleeding of its own right. They used a weapon that's intentionally designed to cause this."
So I imagine we'll be on the wrong side of it soon. We need to talk to him. Is it possible to wake him up?
One of the doctors say, "With more magic, he could come to. But with how injured his body is, it's probably not a good idea. He probably needs a few days to rest and to heal."
I understand, but everything that he's facing, well, and everything bad he's done, he was trying to atone for it. The information he has could stop a lot more people from ending up like this.
if we don't talk to him, your hospital may get a lot busier.
We just need a minute, a few seconds, even.
We'll have to bring him to the hospital.
Fine.
It's fine.
I can help
Probably the best place for him.
carry him.
Good. One of them grabs from their robes. They open up the robes and they remove like this bundling of cloth, and they like pull it and they unfurl it and like kind of like wrap it up in a certain way that it looks like effectively like a cotton gurney that's set up there. And the larger of the two individuals goes to grab one side and goes to the Koa to take the other side.
Before he does, he'll look to Gwen. How much do I owe you? I'm so sorry.
Huh?
He'll just like pull out like 3 gold pieces. Does this cover it? I don't know right now.
She looks down at the gold and says, "Oh, I don't know. I'm not worried about that right now."
Just take this for the door and everything else. If I owe you more, I'll give you more later. And he'll go to lift up the thing. I'm sorry. As he like carries the guy out.
She watches the guy after he gets carried out. Do the two of you immediately follow behind, or do you stay around for a minute? Like, what do you two do?
Mikhail lingers there for a second. He looks just like he's thinking about something, but eventually he'll follow.
You'll see that.
Yeah, Aldo definitely lingers. He's not like even looking at Gwen, but he's just kind of not following straight away. He just kind of stands there for like a good minute before he'll like grudgingly go out the door.
You'll see that she looks down at her like blood-soaked hands, like again up on the wrists and whatnot, like her blood-soaked hands. She's not a doctor, and this isn't a place for like. So she's looking at like she's like looking at her blood-soaked hands or whatever. And like as you guys like you notice that, and you can just notice there's like a lot of blood and there's lots of like balled up and just thrown onto the ground like bloodied. What are they called? Bandages and whatnot, like all around the room. For that's there. Oh. So when you guys like turn and leave or whatever it is, it's just clearly leave the scene where there's just a lot that's there. Anyways, you follow to the hospital. You wait. Of course, it's hard on the shoulders, but it's designed well enough that you're just hurting from having carried him and everything that's happened beforehand. But hard on the shoulders, you have the strength to get through. You bring him to the hospital where he's brought into, funny enough, the same room that you were in last night, except when that happens, they say
fighters.
They get him down. They say, "All right, we need to start cleaning his wounds, and then as soon as we get his wounds clean, then we'll see to it that he gets he's able to come conscious. This will take a little time, an hour, maybe a little more."
Right. I wait. Like motion to the hall.
Right. They shake their head and say, "If he would want you here," and one kind of like looks sharply at them and then says, and then like shakes their head slowly, and you can hear like a whispered conversation. They say, "Well, we did it for him, like, but we don't know the scenario here. We didn't know that one either." And there's like a
I don't know if he has anyone else.
They'll stop the conversation, and finally one turns to you and says, "Yes, you can stay." The other two eventually come in, but they're kept out in the hallway.
Aldo does not go in.
Eventually, you arrive at the hospital, and they keep you out in the hallway.
Mikhail probably goes through, and Aldo like stops at the doorway, and he's like,
before we even get up there, Mikhail will look to Aldo and just go, "They were gonna let him die over a debt?"
Seems like it. Wonder how big his debt is.
Me too.
Big enough that it's not worth his life, apparently. How are they going to collect on a debt that when the person's dead? Doesn't seem like good business choice there.
Makes me wonder if they're talking about money. They said something about him being one of the problematic ones.
I'd say that's well. Think about it. He's in one of those crews, and they probably weren't very nice. Probably responsible for a fair bit of stuff. A few trips to the hospital for a few people.
I guess so. Well, I'll go in. I'm gonna make sure.
Casper was the one with the knife originally, right? The one that was very willing to attack you at first.
No,
That
that
was
was
Willie.
That was Willie.
Yeah, that was Willie.
Yeah.
That's right. Casper was the one you were talking to originally. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. I think he's the one we ended up just having to chase.
Yep.
Yeah.
Willie's the one who
He's-
probably was the closest to
got
Captain
slapped,
Thor that we met
didn't
so
he?
far.
But Willie was one that got slept instantly, just dropped like a sack of taters, and then socked, and then stabbed to death. Anyway, so
That apparently stabbed to death. Yep.
so after about an hour or so, eventually, an individual comes in, and they vaguely look familiar to you, but honestly, they all dress so similar to one another that it's really hard to tell. The only thing that seems different about this one, and now that you're conscious and of full presence of mind, they're
And
Koa.
dressed.
What?
And dressed.
And dressed.
I think differently when I'm naked.
Fair enough. Is that their garments are the same as everybody else's, but their mask is a lot more ornate. It's just very it's far better designed, has actual, like, it fits their face fully perfectly. It completely covers their face. There's a bit of an ornateness to it, and like how it's kind of like there's actual carvings into it to give like a bit of design to it. It's just truly is a much higher quality mask that's on this individual. That's what makes them stand out. And it seems familiar. Like you vaguely remember seeing this mask in your own like fever dream haze or whatever it was the night beforehand. So this person steps in. They step in, and they turn to the side, they look at you, and they say, "And you are?"
The only person in this world I think he's got.
If you could please leave the room.
Yes. Are you going to wake him up, though? Because I need to speak with him if you do.
You'll be called in shortly.
Won't say anything else. We'll just step out.
Okay. The door shuts behind you as you shut the door behind you as you leave, and they're inside the room. Do you step all the way outside to see where the other two are standing, or you just wait in the hallway?
As little distance as I'm, like, probably right outside the door. I leave the room, but I stay right there to come in.
Cool.
Mikhail would have gone into the hallway after he talked to Aldo.
Cool. Then you have Mikhail in the hallway with you. You guys can chat real quick if you care to, or
We should be able to go in a moment. The doctor's going to wake him up.
Good.
about
sorry.
you first.
How was Gwen? I hated to leave her like that.
Definitely shaken up. There's a lot of blood over there. I just stopped to help her clean, but
3 gold on her counter and left after breaking her door and bringing a dying man. I'm an idiot.
desperate times, you know. If you want to go back, I can stay here.
No, we should talk to him. And I feel responsible for his condition as much as anyone else should.
Yeah. Oh, don't forget, I took the same nap you did. So
Yeah, but you didn't have
at least we get to
spider.
share the guilt. I didn't, thankfully. I already
Really
don't.
stuck with me, that one. I just every time I close my eyes, I see it there.
Yeah. That's rough, buddy.
There weren't even spiders in the cave. It was snake, dog. Why was there a spider? He won't say
Sorry,
anything
I
else.
don't
He's
like
just chilling
animals
on.
very much.
All the other animals fine. Spiders, I don't know.
I've been bit by a
Never had a problem
donkey,
with
a
them before,
dog
but
charged
then-
at me. I got bit by a snake. I got bit by a snake in like a building that snakes aren't supposed to be
For
in.
you, it makes sense. You couldn't even handle a mule, so.
That mule
Me,
was
huh?
evil.
I've gotten along with pretty much every animal I've ever encountered.
The door opens up. That person steps out. A word. They gesture down the hallway towards the stairwell is.
I kind of give Koa a look to see if he wants to go in or go back, and I'll follow his lead.
Yeah, we
I'm going to go in either way.
So they walk down the hallway with you to where the stairwell is to have a conversation. They say, he's conscious now. He will survive. His wounds are grievous, and they need to heal naturally. By force healing them, everything will just be out of place. He'll be left with scarring that could be uncomfortable or hurt him over time. Too often, people rely on magic if they have the ability to use it. That's not how bodies heal. It must be set correctly first. We'll pay the toll for this rapid healing, but we'll let the rest of it heal naturally over time as it should. That said, clearly he was the target of some sort of intentional attempts to kill him. I know this individual. He is problematic for many people. He likely doesn't just have one, but several that are looking for him. If I were to just release him to the streets, whoever it is that's hunting him will simply find him and kill him. So instead, his only chance of survival is to surrender to the Chantry. Not forever, temporarily. He'll have to adorn a mask. He'll have to choose anonymity, just while things blow over, or while you resolve whatever this is that's happening. I'm not going to force him to stay here, and he's not going to want to of his own volition. So if you want this man to survive, I task you with the responsibility of convincing him to stay. Should he walk, he'll be lucky to find someone. Sorry, he'll be lucky to have someone find him again. Should he
I
stay?
have a feeling he's the type that would stay to protect himself.
We'll make
I'm not
We'll make sure
convinced.
he understands his situation, but the choice is his.
Well,
I,
I put it to
Thank
you to
you.
convince him. He'll not listen to my words.
right.
Nods.
Can do.
Thank
For
you.
the record, as bad as he's been instrumental in helping us stop this slave trade. I truly think and hope he's turning over a new leaf.
I do
He's
not
in this
believe
condition
people
because of
deserve a second chance. I believe people deserve as many chances as it requires for them to find the right path.
let's
Asara
all hope he's
heals all wounds.
Yes. Well, good chatting so we can let him get some rest, right?
course.
Open arm gesture for you to head down the hallway.
Moving at a quicker pace probably than is normal. Not running, but like
Quickly down the hallway. Open up the door.
Yeah.
You step in.
Jasper, how are you?
Oh. Mm. Breathing.
It's better than you were earlier.
Look, couple things here real quick. You need to stay here for a while things blow over, all right? So just agree with the doctor, stay here. We'll come get you out once everything's taken care of. Who did this to you?
I know them. They're just hired hands. They're just paid to do it. They're not who did this.
All right, was it Ashtara?
I fucked up. I got comfortable. Was watching her, got too close. I swore.
Fine.
I thought she saw me. I was hoping she didn't. And then this.
It's fine, it's fine. Just where is she? Did she flee? Is she still in town?
She was in town, going about her business, just being Ashtara. But when this happens, I saw that she had a couple of things packed. Before I got nabbed and stabbed, a couple of things packed up, and she was heading. It looked like she was not necessarily leaving town. She was packed up like she was heading to go speak to some of the counselors. Had some. When you speak to the counselors, it's usually a good idea to bring gifts to look good.
Okay. How long ago was this? It's approximate what time of day it is.
It was late last night, early this morning. It was still dark out when it happens. Maybe around sunrise. Yeah, because I got stabbed. The sky was full of color while I was lying on the ground before I rolled myself up. Yeah, it's around sunrise. I was following
Willie and
her.
Messi are dead. You're the only one alive.
Yeah.
Fuck, I led them there. At
Not
least they
your
didn't
fault.
find me.
You're doing the right thing. They did this, not you. Just stay here. Do what they say, wear a mask, whatever. Just stay here, stay out of sight. Let us clean things up, and then we'll come back and get you out of here.
Yeah. Either... I swear where I saw her going was the office of Lord Graris.
Office Lord Graris.
The office of
Okay.
Lord Graris. He's one of the counselors here. It's likely she was trying to surround herself with somebody important so she'd be safe.
Interesting.
Damn it.
We're looking for a lord
Okay.
too, aren't we?
We were. I saw... When we went to get Edric, Aldo and I saw Lady Graris. I don't know if they'd be in the same place.
Well, one
I
way
can
to
go-
find
we can
out.
get there.
Anything else pertinent that we need to know before we get out of here?
Let me just think for a moment. That's right. She had a parcel delivered at her home. A letter. It was delivered late last night. Not like when this happens. It was. I think it was before. Oh God, I hurt so much. I think it was before she noticed me. She had a letter delivered to her home. It might still be there.
All right. We'll check it out, and then we'll go find this Lord Graris. You did well. Just heal up.
Do
Yeah.
you know where his office is?
No idea.
Not sure.
He chuckles and immediately like whimpers and winces with pain, and then he gives you some instructions of where to find his office.
Great. And we know where she lives. Let's say looking to Mikhail.
Right. He told us already, yes.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we do know where she lives. Yeah.
Great. Good work, Casper. Just I'll go to like pat him and then think better of it.
Look,
You might need to
Casper,
settle some debts here when you're feeling better, and I'd avoid the herbalist shop for a minute or two as well.
just to be clear, they're worried that if you just get released when you're healed up, that someone else is going to make an attempt on your life. So there's wanting you to stay at the Chantry for a while, become anonymous until things blow over.
That's what I was telling you, just with less actual explanation.
Yeah. I don't know. I just wanted to make it more upfront that that's what's being asked of you. I don't know how long they'll actually keep you. They're very convincing. I didn't want to stay here last night, but I did.
Great tea. Highly recommend.
I recommend you stay away from it, honestly. Even though it'll lead to really good sleep.
Great
But-
sleep, and you'll feel better the next day. Just a little bit of a weird dream thing, but in your condition, drink up.
Look, I don't know what's going through your head as far as why you decided to help us and turn away from all that other stuff, but these people clearly helping people, so might be worth it to be a part of that for a while and stick around a bit. I think there's a lot of good you can do.
Diplomacy check, and Wade can aid another.
Oh, wait.
Gives you a +2.
Okay.
Hopefully you roll well.
He will.
Find out. Is it where's the die at? Is it in the appropriate place? It is.
Oh. He says, "I'll think about it."
Damn,
we can
the
ask.
28 was needed.
Right.
PC 28.
It worked. He just it was his
Yeah.
verbal response.
That's
He
motive.
goes,
Ah,
"Of course. Do you also want me to lick your taint?" Like,
I mean, you know.
Well, it was cleaned recently. I suppose it wouldn't feel the worst.
Jesus Christ, shut up. he says, I'll think about it.
Everyone always cares for the balls. No one ever cares for the in between.
Moving on.
But yeah, Mikhail just says it's all we can ask. All right, rest up. Gets up.
Once they get outside, Koa will just turn to... Okay, unless you need something else you're going to say to him.
No, I was just saying that's it for me.
All right, time's of the essence now. We need to get to her house, figure out what this package is that's of such importance, and then find this Lord, whatever the fuck his name was. Let's get Aldo and get moving then.
Yeah, he's already walking fast.
Okay. You guys step outside to Aldo. I assume you inform him of the situation on your way to her house.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you head all the way to her home. Try and get there as quickly as possible, and you check out what's there. And her home is absolutely like looks fine. There's no like guards or anything outside of it. Everything's normal. It's what you expect it to be. Da 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 da. How do you guys approach?
From
Time of day, by the way, is probably about
Quickly?
12:30, 1 o'clock.
From the road.
Fast.
Just walk up to the front
with
door.
urgency.
I mean, we assume she's not there right now, so probably. I mean, yeah.
Cool.
I mean, maybe we should try knocking anyway, though, right?
Sure, go for it. He is here. Surprise.
Knock.
There's no just like a package sitting outside, right?
No.
All right, fair.
Knock, 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 knock. You knock. Wait a few moments. The door opens up. And for a second, you blink. You have to look down. Because she stands at 4'4". Strikingly beautiful. Angular features. Long flowing red hair. Form-fitting gown, so on and so forth. The World Anvil actually has an image for her and a description and whatnot for her and everything. But there she stands, looking up at the three of you with a little bit of a confusion, and says, "Excuse me, I don't believe I know any of you."
Sorry, yes.
Oh, shit. All right.
And you know my name.
All right, get in here, guys.
Who sent you?
Are we supposed to be rolling this?
No, I was just being an ass.
Oh, okay.
Shit, I was not expecting.
Lord Greyer sent us.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot the question. I was busy trying to find where initiative was on my sheet.
No, let the liar speak. We need him.
Aldo's turn.
You say Lord Greyer sent us? She raised an eyebrow and said, "Why?"
Be a protection.
Oh. Unusual. Roll
Didn't request it?
Roll a bluff check.
Yeah.
Shit.
You say
I was trying to get.
you didn't request it. She says, "No,
Oh!
I did, but you are not the If you'll give me a moment, please." And she
I was
goes
trying to aid. Would that have helped?
Give her a
goes to
moment.
shut the door. Yeah.
Well, we tried. Koa will barge in the door and try to
I would have
grapple her, I
stuck my
suppose.
foot into the doorway, and I can imagine Koa just pushed past like into the door.
Yeah, it's time to try to just grapple. We're gonna try to imprison this lady.
This literally is initiative. Mikhail rolled it.
That doesn't count. That has never counted.
I mean, you rolled it. It's already done.
I rolled it like 2 hours ago. All right. Watch me roll rollers.
I legit rolled a natty 1.
Oof.
You're as good as Aldo's bluff.
I legit rolled a natty 1. Oh, no. We got a 14, a 7, and a 4. That's good. I legit rolled a natty 1, and my modifier is +0.
Fine, I'll keep the 4.
I legit like.
No, I disagree. Future reference. If we make a joke, it does
BS.
not count.
I even said I was just being an ass. That wasn't a real roll.
Okay. You go ahead and well, the first person anyways is Koa.
Let's
Who has a higher
three-way this
dexterity,
girl.
Koa or Mikhail?
Three-way grapple.
Mine's
Three-way grapple
12.
for the record. Three-way grapple.
Yes, you're gonna grab her in the what's that really the A-frame. Can't get out of it. Right? It's called the
Listen, I've seen a video or
Tower?
two of this, and I know this is effective.
No, yeah, absolutely.
So-
Devil's Triangle, she won't be able to get out. So, no? Okay.
All right, fam, look, I have a 12 dex, but I am delaying until after Koa.
Koa, you first.
All right, what do I roll to try to just grapple someone?
Grapple is because you don't have improved grapple, it provokes an attack of opportunity before you roll your CMB. So she gets to make an attack of opportunity against you.
She has a weapon in hand, right?
However, she's flat-footed the first round of whether or not she's flat-footed the first round of combat until she acts. So whether or not she's able to react normally, Aldo, she can't react now. So Wade just rolls a CMB.
Does rage make CMB better?
If you rage, it does.
Yes.
It increases your strength.
Might as well use a round of it.
You've only used 3 rounds so far, so yes. Does that include the rage?
Yeah.
15's pretty solid. So describe how you rush it and grappler.
She's low to the ground. Koa just basically just opens the door and just like dives on her very awkwardly. This is like I don't know what to do here, so just tackle, grab, hug.
Okay. So you kind of like rush in, and because she's so small, you literally like bear hug. And they bear hug, almost like tripping over, grabbing her. And she's like, she's like the nerve. She says she's trying to like pull away, and like you're like 5'11", 5'10", something like that. She's 4'4". So she's like actively trying to like pull and kick away from you.
As he's grappling, he'll just say, "Tor is dead. The others are in custody. Just give it up."
Mikhail?
I can move like inside the building, right?
You're free 5-foot step to move inside, or you can walk in.
If I 5-foot step, will there still be space for Aldo to move in?
If he moves through you, yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, I will I'll 5-foot step in, and then I'm just gonna try to assist with Koa's grapple.
Yep. If you just go ahead and beat a 10, you give him a +2, so he becomes a 17.
We shall see.
Yep, he's now a
Barely.
17. Cool.
Does that mean she has to beat that to get out of it or something?
She has to beat a 17, either escape artist or opposed grapple check to get out. Yes, he just increased the DC. What do you do, Aldo?
I stepped through and shut the door.
Thank God.
Oh, hold on. You grappled her. I'm sorry. You technically could have pinned her instead of assisting the grapple.
Sure.
It's a different DC, so you have to be okay with the option to do that.
I don't remember what it is. Well, no, I was intending to just help.
Because she's grappled, her dexterity goes down and everything goes down, so she becomes easier to continue to grapple.
Mm-hmm. I'll stick with what I was doing, because my intent was just to make it difficult for her to escape for now.
Then she's just grappled. Mm-hmm. Aldo, what do you do?
Step through, shut the door.
Anything else?
I can't do anything else. That's like a move and a standard.
Okay, cool. So that becomes her turn. She's trying to get free. I'm going to make a standard action escape artist attempt.
I rolled very high.
What happens is you've got her grapple on around like a bear hug. You're coming in, you're trying to help, like trying to like grab an arm or hold like the dress or whatever it is. But the thing is, the dress is very form fitting, and it's actually made of a thicker fabric than what you expected. Almost like a leather is like how thick the fabric is, and it's very form fitting, so you can't like properly grab. There's nothing to like grab. Your fingers like sliding off of. Okay, your fingers like sliding off.
That looks even worse.
Yeah, it's more groping than grabbing, I suppose, as you're trying to get. And so you're there, and you're trying to get her, but she's so small, and you're not used to grabbing somebody so small, because it's like grabbing a child, right? But full grown adult. So as you know, kind of like using this almost like she's familiar with it to her benefit, she actually moves and turns in such a way that your grip kind of slides down again because of how tight and form fitting and thick her clothes are, and then she like thrusts up and hits you in the jaw. Even though you're raging, hits you in the jaw and kind of like throws your senses off just enough that she's able to then, because of how, again, small she is, she's like wires her way out of your grip just barely, and then steps back away from where you guys are. So standard action to break the grapple with an escape artist attempt, okay? Free 5-foot step to step backwards as she does. And as she does, so then with her move action, She can't continue to walk. We all know. With her move action, she's going to frantically look around and then try to grab something off of the wall, like literally grabbing off of the wall like a picture frame to hold it up. And she's like, "Who the hell are you? What is this? What is the meaning of this? Guards! Guards!" Kind of calling. It's now your turn. That's her whole turn. That's all she can do.
Back to me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're still raged for round 5.
I guess Koa goes to like tackle her again. He doesn't want to pull a greatsword on her. Like that feels a little bit. He's got a painting, so like that feels a little aggressive. So he's gonna try to tackle again. I said Tor is dead. We know you're involved in the slave trade. Surrender.
That's intimidation.
As I tackle.
Oh, sorry. I understand.
Yeah, he's
You
making
roll,
try to
a
tackle.
roll your CMB first.
Mm-hmm.
Hee.
You actually try to grapple her, but this time as you go in, she literally holds up the picture frame. So as you grapple, like you end up like bursting through the portrait or whatever it's inside the frame, and like trying to like grab at her, but it's like bursting through and then grabbing the frame partially, and she like lets go of the frame and kind of like jumps back a little bit out of the way, like like trying to get away from you. Guards, help! You know, it's Mikhail's turn.
ass fight. He goes, "Okay, fuck this. I'm gonna cast sleep."
Oh yeah.
All right.
Meanwhile, I'm just hanging out in a picture frame.
I rolled so well again.
How fucking dare you?
You cast
damn it.
God, we just want to go to bed, man. Can you let this fucking
Right.
end?
You cast
Jesus.
sleep on her, and the spell explodes outwards. You cast sleep. The problem is she's not the only one in the area, and it's a very tight area that you guys are all in. So there's a chance you hit one of your friends, and the person that's all up in her business.
I would not have done that if it was gonna hit my friends.
There's a chance.
You said it was a big ass room. I thought I had space to cast sleep.
So the sleep spell goes off, and it hits her, and it's one of those things where it leaves her so unfazed that you think for a second, holy shit, is she Perrin?
No, but she's tiny though.
She's got a little
I'm
parent
like-
in her.
I'm like looking down to be like, did I get sand or not? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, leaves her so unfazed.
Okay, then I guess I will just run over to try to flank her.
Okay.
I don't have a weapon drawn.
It is now your turn, Aldo.
Right. Well.
Shoots
Just
her
dropping
chest.
sand. Koa's hanging out in a picture frame, like half on the floor.
Aldo is going to say, everyone in the cave is dead. This is your chance not to join them. Surrender now, give us what we want, and it'll be better for you.
Intimidation.
Am I scary in the picture frame?
Don't worry, I have modifiers.
God damn
Are they
it.
big?
Like how in
He's
the-
larger than her, so that's a +4.
So you say this word. Is that a size modifier? She's not small sized.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
She
Now
says,
that does matter because it means that we can disguise as her.
So she is going to withdraw action to move away out of the range of Koa's attack of opportunity. You can't provoke an attack of opportunity because you don't have a weapon drawn, Mikhail. So she's able to move away from you guys, and she moves away and starts running up the stairs. And so she starts like scrambling, as you can imagine, like, you know, the way it plays out as you're chasing after her. But she slips away and starts scrambling up the stairs as quickly as she can. You know, but as she's going, she's kicking off like the fine shoes that she was wearing so she can move more quickly is obviously like heals or whatever, making moves
This is
slowly.
gonna look really fucking bad if somebody comes in here.
But
Right?
she says, "Are we talking or fighting?" You know, as she's moving, like
Both!
because like very clearly she doesn't want to fight. Like she's not drawing weapons, she's not attacking back. She's just trying to get away. So you say both. She says, "Stay down there and we can talk." Like from however far she was able to get at the top of the stairs, she throws down a hand. "Stay down there and we can talk." But it's your turn. That's all I can do. Or on to action to withdraw.
Koa runs up the stairs.
Oh, Jesus Christ. you don't even give her the chance to talk?
Well, yeah, we're gonna talk, but not in a way where she can get away.
We're going to talk after I ground and pound. That's all. You're going to talk through
just
broken...
stop
Koa
saying,
will go up
just
there.
stop saying words. It
Koa
all
goes
sounds
up,
so
and
sus.
this time, a quick one. I will get you eventually. I won't tackle you. We can talk. But if you try to move again, I'm taking you down.
I assume you let your rage stop then.
Yes.
Okay. So you're out of breath. You go up there, you run up the stairs, and you're like, "Whew, I've got a stitch in the side, young lady." Anyways.
I don't know if that's diplomacy or intimidation.
No. You're fine. You're saying you want to talk? That's neither. She's willing to talk. So, what do you guys do before we fall into conversation?
I will move to where I can see her. And just say, "Okay, just stay there and we can have a conversation. Don't make me yell." And I'm going to ready an action if she tries to run. It is offensive.
Heard. Aldo?
Aldo walks over to the bottom of the stairs. He just looks at her and he says, "Is there any guards in here?"
She says, I live alone, but I keep people readily available."
Will they be joining us?
That has yet to be determined.
It's pretty quiet.
All right.
Now, you said you found a cave.
Ferris, we know all about your involvement. If you lift up your sleeve there, you're going to see a single lash tattoo, most likely, right?
She looks down on her sleeve and says, "I'd love to prove you wrong, but unfortunately, this is not an easily removed sleeve. The whole dress would have to be removed." And she looks you down and up and says, "You haven't earned the right." And before you get all scouty on me, yes, I do know what you're referring to.
Yes, the place where you took the gentleman that you were trying
Let's
to
drop
show off.
pretenses. We all know what we're speaking of here.
Yes.
Is there a lock on that front door?
There is, of course there would be. Yeah.
Yeah, I lock it.
Sure. She says, "Now, let's speak like adults. No grappling like some schoolboy that hasn't learned a proper lesson."
I splattered Captain Tor with a shield.
You probably deserved it.
Yes.
He
And from
certainly
what I know
did.
of you, you do as well.
She frowns and looks at you and says, "You don't know anything of me."
Do you not take prospective buyers to buy people? Isn't that your job?
She looks down at you and says, "What hole did you crawl out of?"
The one you'll be going into if you keep going.
Listen, this can go a few different ways. Let's get the easiest one out first. What price is it going to take to make each of you walk away?
No.
Oh,
There's no price. You're surrendering, or we're carrying you out in a bag.
there are those that would be heroes, and there are those that would be fools. Now, what price are you willing to accept? 100 gold each?
Koa draws his sword.
Wait.
Fine.
Information?
Oh, I'm willing to share information as needed, but you will not attack me, she says, looking at Koa. Do you know what would happen if you spilled my blood? Do you have any idea who I am or who I'm involved with?
Yes, Captain Tor. I think there's Zahir.
Yes,
Zahim.
yes. There's whatever it is that you're going to do all you can to pin on me, and you're going to find it very difficult to do so. But then there are those that aren't in such seedy positions that are going to hear about the way that I was brutally handled or murdered at your hands, and whatever fame you're trying to amass for yourself is going to find you instead of some cell. Now, let's see if we can handle this like adults. You don't want bribery? Is that what you're saying?
You're going down for this one way or another, so tell us what you know.
Oh, I have a lot of information.
Who was directing Captain Tor?
Before I share that information, I need to make sure that there's assurances. I will give you everything you want and coin, and in exchange, I walk.
No.
Then what deal are you offering? Because as it stands right now...
I'll make sure not to stab you in the face. So at the funeral, they can see you.
Oh. Then it'll be much easier for people to know exactly who it was that you had played your hands on. All of this, she gestures at the hallway, it can be forgiven. It can be forgotten. That can be put behind us. But you don't want to know what you might rue in the future. Now.
Miss Walnut, you're bargaining from a position of weakness. You clearly value your life. Please, don't make the mistake of pretending you're in charge here.
Oh, you think I'm in a position of weakness simply because the three of you are armed?
You can tell us that you had no part in that slave trade. You don't leave here. Not without chains.
She shrugs and says, very well then.
Koa will grab her hand and drag her down the stairs.
What, you mean like flop, 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 flop,
yes.
flop, flop? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Aldo says to Mikhail, he goes, try and put her out.
Whenever...
Good luck is getting me separated now, because now I've got her by the hands. I'm starting to drag her down the steps.
So as you're dragging, I'm assuming she's trailing behind.
Thump, 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 thump.
Hopefully, now she's distracted. I'm going to try to cast sleep again.
I mean, they're sharing a square, you know? So, yeah.
Well, you know, if he falls asleep, it's fine. I'll wake him up.
We both make a will save.
You both make a save.
Am I still fatigued at this point?
Hold on. I rolled a natural 13 with my modifiers. I think that beats you. It does. I would say you were raged for what, 2 rounds of grappling? Or 3?
2.
Then you're fatigued for 4 rounds. It's not been 4 rounds yet. I would say you're probably on your last round of fatigue. Fatigue doesn't affect rage, though.
Oh, baby.
You pass.
That's good.
Okay. Maybe whatever tea you had is affecting your... whatever it might be. Neither of them are affected.
Fuck.
So you have hold of her. You tried to put her out, didn't work.
I just look at you and like shake my head.
She is screaming in pain because you're literally like thumping her downstairs, which if you've ever fallen down a flight of stairs a little and dragged down, it fucking hurts. And she's just a person.
Yeah. Aldo just says, Koa, just
what?
ease
I'm
up for a second.
treating her like her product.
Just wait. Okay? Just wait. Stay with her for a second. Mikhail, come here. I just step away because I need Koa to hold her, right?
He'll put her down like on the stairs and hold his sword to her back. Please.
Aldo says, we cannot let her go, but she's not lying. She went to the nobles to ask for help, whether or not they're going to help her or not. She seems confident in the fact that we can't do anything. We can't touch her here. We need to get her out of the city. If we can get her out of Haudh-Gwenn, all of that goes. She doesn't have backup here.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good idea. How the fuck did we do that? I mean, I guess we could like wrap her in a blanket or something and just... She's not very big. Kind of noisy.
Is this loud enough for us both?
We got to do it quickly. No, it's not.
They're whispered away, yeah.
Because we don't want her to hear.
I figured as much.
She's groaning too because she just got dragged downstairs. It fucking hurts. She's just a person, you know.
Not really.
Yeah.
Look,
I don't even mean size wise. I mean fucking terrible person wise.
Oh sure, yeah.
I can make her a bit drowsy and other shit, but I should have done that first. That could help, but I don't have anything I don't have any magic that's gonna just make that easy.
Where are we in relation to the nearest exit?
Probably close to the front door.
No,
think
I
he
mean
means of the
like
city.
of the city.
Oh, by the river that heads north. Let me just confirm.
Where's it? So how far
Hold on, let me
is
just
the
confirm.
gate?
There's not always gates. Literally, because you're within like the wealthy area, like where the mansions and bank and whatnot are. If you just head northward, you could just head out of the city and just head upriver. To like, which would eventually bring you to Rid.
We need, yeah. He says again, we need to get her out of here.
Yeah. It's broad daylight. I don't think the nearest exit's that close. I don't know how the hell we do it. We need to get far, which means we need horses.
She can be restrained, but I don't know how to make it not obvious.
Look, Koa can keep hold of her. I can keep her talking. Maybe you could go get some rope. Maybe scout out a good exit.
Oh, the cart. Cart, right? We still have the cart.
Yeah, we did. We
What
did
if we
buy that
fill it
cart,
with-
didn't we?
Yeah, what if we fill it with, I don't know, hay or something?
Yeah, we could
No, I
do
bring
that.
it here. We throw her in. We try and make her exit.
Yeah, probably worth it. Yeah, because you're right. She's not gonna crack while she's here, surrounded by the city. That's gonna be tough. Can you get that ready while we keep her here?
Yeah, I can try.
It can't just be Koa here, and it can't just be me.
We'll need to fill Koa in on the plane.
I'll go take his shift. So I'll walk back over.
So
and-
while you were gone, you're like, make me or whatever it was you said, like give me a reason or whatever it was. She says, seems as though you don't need a reason. You're a brute through and through.
I'm not the one selling people.
She says, you can try to deflect as much as you'd like. It doesn't change the fact that you are who you are.
Yes, I'm the person who you're going to think about when you're in prison, wishing your noble friends would have bailed you out, but instead you're going to be there and you're going to rot.
You tell yourself what you need to. We'll see how this all pans out in the end. You had
Oh,
your
we will.
chance.
We will.
Mikhail eventually comes around the corner.
As he comes around, he draws his the short sword, and like kind of steps aside and says, "Aldo wants to talk to you."
Me?
Yeah, shouldn't take long. I've got this.
Right. I'll walk over to Aldo.
And I'd like point the short sword at her and just go, let's keep this civil.
She says, civil. Civil. Are you Koa or Mikhail?
Yes.
I once read a letter about the three of you.
Oh, what did it say? He's just trying to keep her talking.
Kind things. So what's the plan?
Well, deciding on the plan, really.
They have two options. Three, I suppose. You can kill me and try to hide the body. You could call the guards, which by all accounts is the correct thing to do. Or you can, well, I suppose, takes one to know one, she says, and like turns back to look up at you with like a look in her eye. Transport me against my will. and then looks back straight again.
See, the difference is
Justification.
you were selling people for a price
Yeah.
to make them do things for free.
And there's no value.
You've
in this
actually
for
worked
you.
for this.
How much were you
Well, no,
getting
you've
paid?
worked for this. Oh, what we got paid for is done.
Entrepreneur.
This is what you've earned, Ashtara.
We'll
Or
see.
do you want to keep trying to tell me how we're the same? I'm kind of interested, actually.
She doesn't say anything else. You guys can have your RP.
I think when Koa comes over here, says, I think we need to get rid of her leverage. She obviously is in with some of the nobles here, right? So I think we need to get her out of the city.
You do know it's the middle of the day and we're in a district where might be kind of obvious.
I do, but what are our alternatives, right? Someone's coming here at some point.
Well, we could knock her out and leave her here, tie her up, and then come back at night and take her out.
I don't think she's as alone as you think.
Or
There are people probably close by.
I can stay here and you two can go agree to her deal and hopefully get some information out of her. We do need to know about the other members and this person who was in charge still.
The thing that gets me is I don't understand and I don't believe that she's willing to throw away her protection, really, right? She said she'll give us all the information, but I reckon the same people protecting her are probably the people that are involved. They have to be.
She offered, 100 gold right off the bat? Odds are
Yeah,
she's got a lot of
each.
different rings and a lot of different protections. I doubt this is even that big of her things she does.
Honestly, I've got a bad feeling about her shoes. We should take them.
She already kicked them off, running up the stairs.
Oh, good. She got like gloves.
should
Are
take
they
them anyway.
gloves? that?
She does not have gloves on. She has sleeves, as previously discussed, but she doesn't have
yes.
gloves on.
Aldo, if you mention her dress next, I'm going to have to knock you out.
Oh, thank you, Koa, but it's a discussion for another time. Now, there was once this guy in Goldaria, right? We had him dead to rights, tied up, couldn't move, clapped his heels together, bam, disappeared.
You think you remember he's still a little drunk or hungover or drunk over or hunk or something. I don't know.
Right. Well, we'll make sure that she's not wearing the shoes then, just to be safe. She was able
No,
to
but in all
get through my
seriousness-
quest. She is very slippery.
What do you want to do here? Because the longer we're here, the worse it is. And if she has nobles protecting her, it's going to end badly for us. Instead of being the hero that you want, it's really going to be... I mean, we could all be arrested, right? He could be turned around on us by those in power. Sure, some of the lower class or things like that, they might whisper in the streets, but, it's not a
let's
revolution.
Think this through. We take her up on the deal. She gives us the intel we need. We take out the others. We kill her. We get no intel, and we're murderers. We kidnap her. We take her outside the city, removing her leverage. Force her or scare her into talking, and then what? We're either killers or else we let her go and we're back in the position of...
Well, no, we just handed her Captain Jaaek or one of the other authorities in a deal, right? There's no centralized government of this place.
You think she doesn't have any friends in other cities?
Well, she may, but I think the best bet would be Leshevre, right? There's already a counselor that is rather personally involved in the situation.
This is true, but if she has powerful friends there, like what if she's in with Nathan Fox? What if he doesn't know? I just don't know if
there's a lot of what ifs, Koa. really, if we want to do this right, make the deal. Make the deal. Let it go. Tell her to leave a deal. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth, but that's probably the best option.
What did Mikhail think?
Well, Mikhail was with me on the idea of trying to get her out of here. I haven't run the rest by him.
I'd love to beat the absolute hell out of her for everything she's done. Casper turning up the way he did. She's not going to be taking prisoners on her own. She could form another organization or hire people to get right back in the business. She's got the funds and apparently the connections to do so. Letting her go seems wrong, but we risk even more by trying to get her out of here. We become the ones trying to smuggle someone out, and then, like you said, the nobles and everyone else are after us, and sure, we take her to Jaaek, and then someone else gets in there and lets her go, or talks them into freeing her, or whatever have you, and we're all still back to square one.
Well, Koa, how far are you willing to go? Just let me clarify here. She is reprehensible, despicable. And you're right. She probably won't stop. She'll probably restart. There are other members out there that we don't know about. She may even get the idea of being the new Tor herself. She might rekindle old relationships and, find a way to get back into business. There's one way to stop her for good. But that's not me. I can't do that.
I can't either. I wish I could. I do, in some ways, wish I could, but I can't. I can't even ask someone else to do it, I don't think.
Well, we have little choice. I think if it was possible, I'd like to get her out of here, but I think we're gonna have to deal with her.
And what if we get info from the Lord or whoever it was, the Lordling, and he's in the same position as she is? Eventually, someone's gonna have to pay for this. We go see him and he offers us money and you'll never get me locked up. What do we do?
Koa, we're not seeing any Lord. We're not taking any Lord down. We can spread information, but let's be real here. This is a decent sized town, a city almost, all right? We've done all we can. All we can do is pass on information from now. There are those, like I said, they could end it. They could end this threat. But that's not me. That's not you. Mikhail, maybe. I don't know. But at the end of the day, I can't. I can't. I just can't.
I'll send Mikhail over. I suppose we need the information. Worst case scenario, we learn things and we spread the word the best we can. Tell people about what they've done. As long as we don't tarnish our own reputations along the way. After what we've done so far, word should mean something. People seen affiliating with known slave traders, if they believe us, won't look so good. But perhaps we can destroy her life that way.
That's one avenue. All right, we'll both step over there, I guess. And one thing I want to say to her, I say, my apologies for your rough treatment. Call it even for what happened to Casper. We know he was watching you. We know what you had done. If you don't mind,
That's okay.
I think we would like to maybe take a deal.
So that's what you say when you go over there?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so good. The problem is you have to convince her that it's not a lie. This is a diplomacy check. Because you obviously guys are so rough and you kind of denounce it so offhand. You just have to convince her it's not a lie.
Koa punches the wall.
Oh,
Mikhail
okay,
kind of
that's
looks
+2.
over at Koa. Yeah, well, not Koa, at Aldo, like, what? But he doesn't say anything.
Koa's going to give you a +2 with that.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Okay. She says, so you say that, all that stuff, so on and so forth. She says, we both know how badly I want to trust your words. But after everything that you've just done, she says, looking at Koa, she says, how do I know you're being honest and not just trying to fuck with me? And then almost as though she's trying to test exactly how truthful it is, she stands up. She doesn't step away. She doesn't do anything. She just simply stands up. Mikhail's right there. Mikhail has the blade, so on and so forth. Mikhail obviously saw this, but...
he kind of, like, tenses, but he, like, sort of glances over at Aldo and just lowers the sword.
When she says that, Aldo looks over and he says, we both know it's the best option for everyone. That's how.
I've tried to explain that to you. And
yes, but like I said, we've been we're 24 hours out from clearing out that cave. All right, we've seen what Tor did. We know what your business is. You'll have to excuse us if we're a little, how do you say, violent, maybe, right? You deal your way, he deals his way. You charm, he hits. You know, just different styles, right?
I understand. When somebody owns a rabid dog, there are those that want to take their aggravation out on its owner. But you said that
Did you want to take your aggravation out on Tor?
Wait, what was that? She was saying she
Did you want to take your... Yeah, and I was saying she was... Tor was her owner.
No, she was saying like...
Aldo's flipping it to call her the rabbit
He's
dog.
trying to flip it.
Oh, you're intentionally trying to flip it, not misunderstanding.
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yep.
so then say your line so I can work off it. Sorry, sir.
What did I say? Did you want to take out your aggravation on Tor?
Said, you don't need to speak any more of that animal. I want to believe what you're saying is true, and I can make a deal that is so juicy you will choke on it. But how can I trust that what you're saying is true?
Aldo looks at her dead in the face.
She bends down to like rub where clearly, like, as she was being dragged, she got fucking like nastily bruised on like your shin, or like where your shin meets your knee, how it's just a particularly bony spot. Like she's like because obviously she's in pain. Go ahead.
Yeah. Aldo looks at her dead in the eye and he says, because I want fame. I want everyone to know that it was me and my friends that brought this down. I want to eat and drink for free. I want women on my arm at night. Where everywhere I walk, I want people to know my name. That's how you know.
She stands up slowly from that, and she says, what is it you're offering me?
Complete
Your fucking life, for one.
freedom and anonymity. But we want you to leave Haudh-Gwenn.
Haudh-Gwenn?
I prefer a deer.
Dear.
We know you have contacts in Paradel. I hear it makes I've visited many times. It's a lovely place.
Anonymity, freedom, my life, but exile from a deer.
Yes.
And should I breach our contract in the future?
Certainly can't trust
Are
you.
you going to breach our contract?
Oh, I have no interest of doing so, but sometimes mistakes happen.
Well, if I was to breach our contract, let that hang.
she will give you a smile that is just as threatening as what your team is giving to her. And she says, fine. I think we're in agreement. I am willing to take this deal. However, I need to know that this deal can be made safely. One, I need you to unlock that door.
I think Koa's probably closest to the door right now. He'll look to the other two to see if like it's okay to unlock it.
Two, I need the curtains.
Like a weight.
I need the curtains in my dining room to be pinned open. And three, you'll have the conversation at that table. When the conversation's done, you will leave that table, and I will have 1 week to leave a deer.
I'm not doing all this pinning of curtains and bullshit. The last time we had something like that happen, I got blown up.
I'll pin the curtains myself.
I don't mean that. I mean, it's a sign for someone to come in the back door and throw a fucking bomb. I'm not doing that again.
For people to see that I am safe.
You're the only one in view from
I'm
that
doing a
window.
sense motive.
You can sense motive, and when you say that, so you believe her. What I would say, Koa, is you can sense like she's clearly knows she's at your mercy, physically is at your mercy, right? But it goes beyond physicality. There are powers that be at play here that she's manipulating, right? Could your characters potentially maneuver your way through there by exposing the slavery and so on? Maybe. But she's offering a definitive way to have this be clean cut, so on and so forth. So you can tell that she's scared and being honest to try to establish a degree of trust in this arrangement, right? So, and then you said, Mikhail, you'll be the only one visible through that curtain. She thinks for a second and says, that's fine with me. But when you leave my table, I have a week. I cannot simply walk barefooted south until I'm out in Paradel. If you want me to leave and never return, I have some minor arrangements that need to be taken care of.
That'll give you time to call the hit off Casper as well.
Is that the one that was following me around?
The very same.
I thought he was already dead. Very well. It'll be
Just
taken
in
care
case. He's a slippery one.
I will do that, yes. Are we in agreement?
What assurances do we have that you're not going to get all of your dogs to come slaughter us the moment we leave?
You have fame.
I'm more concerned that you give us false information, and it takes us longer than a week to find out.
Oh, it'll be much shorter than a week. Depending on how fast your boats or your horses, you just need only visit one town to find the markings that you're looking for.
I don't like this at all. He says, looking at Mikhail and like Aldo. I don't like letting her leave. I don't like this one bit. You deserve so much worse than this.
A caveat, just to make sure you don't skip town early, and we have plenty of time to follow up on these leads. Each day, check in at the front desk of whatever the fucking inn we're at, so that we know you're still around.
So my demand for time to settle my arrangements becomes a prison. You are a keen one. You will go far one day if you live long enough to do so.
Let's hope you don't do the same. Now, can we get on with this?
I can't fully agree to that because some of my arrangements are not in Haudh-Gwenn. I have things I need to handle in Harad. But with the information I give you, it'll work in accordance to what it is that you want anyways. So then, 4 days in Haudh-Gwenn, 3 in Harad, and that'll work in your favor. Believe me, you will understand as soon as I explain.
I look at Aldo for that.
You haven't. No one's informed you of exactly why we came to this conclusion. So he says, I see it on your face. Speak with Koa. I'll talk with her.
May I unlock the
Steps
door and
back
set the
a little.
curtains while you settle your arrangements?
Set the curtains. I'll unlock the fucking door.
Okay. She will immediately start walking towards the room with the same shoulder back pride as before. She does not stop to gather her shoes, though. They're so expensive.
If I hear one noise of someone coming in as if this is a trap, I will not hesitate.
She does not acknowledge, but she also clearly believes you. She was just dragged down the stairs, you know? Okay.
So,
you guys step away.
meta here, we're agreeing to what? Take her money and her info to let her live is what we're agreeing to?
Are you taking the money too? I thought you were just taking the info and let her go.
I think we're just. I suggest we just take the info because if we take the money, we that's a different.
Yeah, it becomes blood money
altogether.
on your hands. It becomes traceable.
I was just trying to understand what Aldo
if she's
was
doing that,
proposing
then
here.
we can all, I guess, step to the side where the door is or whatever, and just have a whispered conversation for a second. She can't run anywhere.
Well, I imagine at least one of you is off to the side to watch what she's doing.
Yeah,
Two
we're
others
watching
are
what
just-
she's doing,
yeah,
right?
Cool. Go ahead.
Yeah. But there's something I want to say to Mikhail. I just say to him, I say, you can't get her out. We don't have time. We have two options. And I don't like either of them. The first, we get rid of her. Like she deserves. But I can't do that. And neither can Koa. I'm sure we'll find incriminating information here, but that's option one. Option two is we take the deal for information and we get potentially the leader of this. I don't even know how. Like I said, we're going to have to pass that information on to it's above our head. But exposing maybe some nobility might stir up some change within this place. But she will go scot-free and she probably will continue to do what she's been doing.
Why do you think I can do option one?
No, I was saying
you
we
can do option one. I think he's saying we can't.
Yeah.
You went there for
Yeah.
the conversation.
Oh,
I said I couldn't
Yeah.
do it. Koa also said the same. So we're kind of left
Right.
with option
I mean,
two.
Can you do it? Because I can't even ask someone to do it, much less do it.
he actually looks a little shaken up by that question, and he goes, "I think I could."
Cole will like
You
fully
see
go from like his like
surprise?
sad, depressed disgust to like looking at you like
You
What?
see surprise, but it's not anything more or deeper than that.
He like actually kind of averts his gaze from both of you, and he's just like, I don't know. I just like it. Even if we do that, even if she deserves it, it means the other three that we've never seen, the noblemen, we probably don't catch them.
Nobody knows
to
you've
root
gone back
something-
on your word if there's nobody to. But
I mean, it's true. It's just
I can't do it. This is a bad situation, right? We're letting
need the
someone
nobleman.
truly a monster go.
we need the nobleman and we need the other three members of the 10 Lashes. There's three more, right?
yeah, I think so. Like even if I can kill her, it's just not the right move. She deserves it, but we risk the rest of them. We've never even laid eyes on them, except one. And they're going to be slippery. We know how far this ring goes. We can't stamp something out like this unless we are the authority. And we're not.
That's why we decided and agreed. I don't
Yeah.
feel
Are
like much
we
of a
in
hero
agreement?
right now.
Yeah, we take the deal.
All right, and with that, I guess we'll head back over, staying out of the curtain. Yeah.
Yeah.
Koa kind of
Damn
like slides
snipers.
down the door to sit for a moment, just like his legs gave out as you walk back.
Gotta stop. Just kind of stand over near Koa.
Oh, lovely. Aldo's got to deal with it.
Well, we're gonna
He'll come over in a second, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't feel much like a hero in this moment, Mikhail. Killing her wouldn't be heroic. Kidnapping her wouldn't be heroic, but letting her go especially isn't. She needs to be behind bars. But she knows she won't stay there, and so do we.
Yeah. Maybe the right thing to do isn't always the heroic thing.
After what you just said, he looks at you like wondering which option you're saying is the right one.
He also like looks like, oh, and he goes, I mean, this way at least she has to start over. Maybe she gets caught. We open up a few different possibilities, but if we take down the rest of them, at the very least, this organization is done.
I don't know how she'll do it with $1 billion gold. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, what a small loan that is.
Let's get this over with. I feel like I'm going to throw up.
Yeah.
She's already sitting at the table.
Yeah, all right. We'll go over and we'll say, all right, let's get these details hammered out, eh?
Just one last thing that we didn't fully agree on. 4 days in Haudh-Gwenn, 3 in Harad. And then I head south, the quickest route out of Adir to not return. I understand that our deal becomes null and void. Should I breach the contract, you will come hunt me. I understand this.
If we ever catch wind of you doing shit like this anywhere, we'll hunt you too.
Oh, that's
Clean
fair.
up your fucking act.
That's fair. That stands outside of this bargain.
Not for me. Maybe for us, but not for me.
She just looks to make sure that there's agreement to the 3 days in Harad after the 4 days in Haudh-Gwenn.
Yeah.
Very well then. First and foremost, you want to know who we are. The 10 Lashes. The name is incredibly unique. There's 10 individuals involved, and I believe you've already uncovered a number of them. If you were to roll up my sleeve and look, I wouldn't have a tattoo there. I'm not going to have somebody mark something that would be so easily noticed on a... Either way, I have my marking, but it is not there. It's not easily found. How many others have you found?
How many do you know that we've found?
She shakes her head and says, let's keep this simple then. Rather than like this constant back and forth. She says,
I do have a question though. I do want to know who told you about the ones we found.
She says, no. It's not exactly that simple. News doesn't travel particularly fast. I was sent a letter by Dan. Dan was one of the members. He was a guard that was set inside of Leshev. Now, Dan doesn't know me particularly. Dan just has a location to send the letters, and then those letters get forwarded to me. So I got word of the 3 of you and the hunts that you were going on from Dan after some sniveling fool made a mistake by pissing off the wrong people in Leshev. Dan is one. Obviously, you're familiar with Tor. Everybody knows of Walter. And there's 2. There's myself. There's 3, of course. There's some trapper. You may have heard of them. Travels through... Yes, wonderful. Zahir. Very close to Tor. Bit yellow, but gets the job done. Beyond that, there is Xylem. A sycophant, if there ever was one. I'm sure you've heard of Xylem, yes?
Yeah, we met him.
Make sure. Yeah, okay, cool. Beyond that, that's all you're going to find around these regions here. The next one you're going to be looking for is somebody, and this is why Harad is important for you, is in Forvin. You'll find two others. You'll find Julius Angul. Julius Angul, he owns a large chain of warehouses out there. Stores the cargo in the interim. Not just the cargo, you'll also find a considerable amount of the sedative that's used. Keeps it in a warehouse, some hidden spots. Don't ask me where it is, I wouldn't tell you. But Julius will squeal. He's a worm. Throw him at the end of a hook and he will do his job. What is his job? To pull the bait. The captain of the guard in Forvin. That's another one of the members. He makes sure that the traffic moves smoothly both through Forvin and keeps the assurances with other leaders of other towns. For instance, there is a thorn in our side by the name of Captain Jaaek in Harad. Well, Captain Jaaek is one of the captain of Forvin's responsibilities. They have an agreement. Things that move through Forvin, that have the seal of Forvin, don't need to be checked in Harad. That's a deal that was struck between them. So, Captain of Forvin marks that cargo has been checked and can flow freely past Harad and into Haudh-Gwenn without there being any inquiry into the quality of the goods going through.
And Jaaek assumes that these are clean goods. He knows nothing of what's actually happening.
Oh, that scout? No, he would not ever allow such a thing to happen. The final member that you're looking for goes by the name of Gleb Meadow. Gleb is stands out. They live out in Verin, very far to the east and to the north of here.
I'm familiar with Verin.
That's where you'll find the last one. He doesn't quite handle directly in this trade, though I will not say he's innocent, but keeps other supplies moving for us as well.
And his name again?
Gleb Meadow? Now, those are all the members of the 10 Lashes, but that's not the extent of the network. As you will find in various documents that I am willing to share with you, there's a considerable number of people in Paradel as well, specifically Meshtes, where these are all transported to and from and where our buyers come from. That's right. They travel from Meshtes up to the north. Many of them stay inside of a small inn in Westwood when the travels come through. Now, the innkeeper in Westwood is not directly involved, but I'm sure they're not without knowing of some of the details going on. Eventually, they make their purchases, then they head south, passing by Westwood and going straight back to Meshtes. Their paperwork is cleaned as needed, and these people become inclame or whatever else they need to do, and so on. It is just taken care of from there. Again, I'll give you some names of people in Paradel, but it's very unlikely you're going to be able to touch any of them. Now, that gets us to who you're interested in here. Who backs this organization? The bankroll. This is where things get difficult, and I'd be happy to see this little weasel get gutted. He goes by the name of... Oh shit, I'm going to script the first name. Is it Braylon? Braylon? I think it's Braylon.
Beltran?
What? What'd you say?
Just wondering.
What was the name you said?
You're talking B names. Are we talking about B?
Yeah.
Beltran?
Beltran, thank you. Sorry. I personally forgot. His name is Beltran Grearis. Now, this is where things get complicated, because Beltran Grearis is the one that bankrolls this operation. Now, as far as I am aware, Beltran is the one that oversees this, and is the one that takes care of it. I do not believe his parents, the Lady and Lord Grearis, who are both High Council members here in Haudh-Gwenn, I do not believe they are directly involved. However, if one were to be involved, I would assume the husband. Lord Grearis may be involved himself. He has a soft spot for his son and his son's interests. But that is the end of the line as far as this organization goes. Beltran Grearis is the bankroll, the one that oversees it. He has an estate in Westwood, And he's here in Haudh-Gwenn. Did you find Beltran when you were in the cave?
What's he look like?
Thinks he dresses well, but has no sense of fashion. Thinks he has posture, but was too coddled as a child to understand what posture is.
I saw him.
Then he escaped, or...
Yes. Like
You'll find
many
him
of
at his
you,
estate
he
in
was
Westwood.
all talk and no bite.
You'll find him at his estate in Westwood. If he had fled that while you were attacking, he is too weak to ride the entire way back to Haudh-Gwenn. He would need a cart, a carriage, and likely wasn't waiting for him. So he would flee to Westwood and take a proper carriage back. Depending on when it was you attacked, he very well may be on the road right now. I will warn you, as I'm open with this information. If you go after Beltran, you go after Haudh-Gwenn. Every member of the council, whether or not they like the Greyerises, serve, in one way or another, the Greyerises. You go after their son, you go after the city. I do not suggest it, but it is your cause.
And
By
if
the
they
way-
find out that he's involved in selling people, they'll overlook it?
I believe his father would. I don't know his mother well enough to say one way or the other.
Well, one we can deal with.
She says, but that's your decision to make. I'm only giving you the information that I have. That is the entirety of the network here of anybody worth note. Now, for each one of the lashes that you find, they can give you names of individuals that they've hired along the way. I do not keep any of that documentation because I do not handle any of that hiring. That was all handled by, well, let's just say he's going to have a hard time giving you those names without his head on his shoulders. I assume that was you.
Gargalith.
She says to the group.
Gargalith?
Yes.
Fucking name. Wonderful.
What other illicit businesses are you a part of? Slave trade? What else?
Me? I
Clearly
trade.
you have no fucking conscience, so yes, you.
I trade in the dealings that you've seen there. There were some illicit materials, well, depending on what country you're in. Some are illicit, some are recreational, and so on. I do trade in them, some for the benefit of this organization, though I don't handle that directly, as I said. That's what Gleb's responsibility is. I do have other trading deals that I work with, but they're not all uncouth. I handle other deals on the uppity up as well. Now, before you get your stockings all bundled up, I intend to remove my dealings from Adir as well, lest I be called in person to handle a matter that I will not be able to do so in accordance to our deal. That's why I need the 7 days to dissolve my dealings before I leave.
Too bad. I was rather hoping you'd come back.
Not unless by accident.
You have things here, you said, that can corroborate and provide evidence on the others.
Of the people of Paradel, yes. I, of course, keep documentations about them, but I don't keep
Anything
them in
you
Paradel.
could give us on Beltran?
No.
Anything?
No.
Would anyone else have things on Beltran?
Others would have seen him. Very likely Zahir would have seen him, even if Zahir doesn't know his name.
I mean documents, proof.
Anything that tied him to it.
Beltran kept Tor around for a reason. This is where things truly become unsavory. Understands you're not from Paradel. And so she says, more speaking to, she doesn't know where Mikhail's from, but at least two of you. She says, you're not from Paradel, so your perspective of how, your perception of how things function is different from mine, and that's fine. You can call me what you will, and we can argue about it to the end of our breath. But in Paradel, they have a certain way of dealing with things, trading and collecting and whatever. But to harm people the way that Tor likes to do is quite unsavory. Just because you collect a person and keep them in chains doesn't mean they should be treated that way. And the way that he would extract information from others, disgusting. And Xylem was always more than willing to assist in the matter. And so they would do more than just handle in the trade, which is profitable. They would handle in other things that Beltrim were interested in. Beltrim would give a list of names, specific targets, and would send Xylem or Tor out specifically to go and collect them. They would have their way with them as they collected the information. I'm sure you saw the room, that vile chamber. Oof.
Yes.
I would not look in that room.
Yeah.
It's disturbing, but
Disturbing? You were directly responsible for people being there.
once ever was I responsible for somebody going into that room.
May it haunt you till the day you die. Anything else?
Beltrin would collect those people for the information they could offer for his benefit. I did not deal with that directly. I'm sure some of the information that I was given came from the information that came from them. Beltrin's an idiot. He doesn't remember things particularly. He's an idiot. So I expect he kept too much documentation that would likely incriminate himself. Find whatever documents he has about whatever took place there, and I'm sure that can incriminate him. He also kept this other man on a leash. Beltrin was obsessed with, I don't know if you've ever heard of them or not, but the Mole. The people that lived here many years ago. He was obsessed with the Mole. They had a different way of handling things. They had alchemists of sorts, and they did stuff different than how the Congress does. I don't understand these things well enough to go into depth about it. So he kept a man who saw himself as being Mole close at hand. He was just a hobgoblin. But because of his lineage, he thought himself Mole. I don't know much about the man. I honestly don't even remember his name. Riker or something like that. I know he was from Drazstone, the mountains to the north.
Beltrin keeps him at his estate, or what?
He was at the cave, unless I was mistaken. He's the one that threw the alchemist.
Alchemist.
Yeah, I was going to say, there was a hobgoblin man there. Fuck.
He might have documents that can benefit you as well. But he was an alchemist through and through. Like I said,
Yeah.
details about him, Drazstone. I don't know much about him. I didn't get involved. He was not somebody I enjoyed being around.
Right.
Smelled of sulfur, often.
Certainly kept a supply of it.
Yeah. Anyways, those are the details about the organization. There were other merchants and whatnot involved, and they would handle more mundane trading. Oh, I suppose I should say. There's a large swath of land that was purchased. A large swath of land in Westwood. Yes, actually from it was Alexis Westwood? What's his name?
Yes,
councilman.
the councilman from Leshev.
Their name was Alex, yes.
Yeah, Alex Westwood. Yes, the councilman of Leshev. Owned a considerable amount of land in Westwood. After they had gained their own fame and wealth, they had turned around and purchased a good amount of that land, and then, as they were getting old, decided to sell it, a good amount of it, to Beltrin and to Tor, and that's where they were going to be. I don't know whose name was on the estate. Mine was not. And that's where they were going to be building their facility for making things a little bit closer to Meshtes. A lot of the people that were purchasing and selling, they were growing weary of having to stumbling through the woods into some cave. They wanted something that was going to be more comfortable for them.
Right. Well. Anything else you wish to clear of your conscience before we let you go on your way?
I will say that those are all the dealings about specifically this, and those that were involved in it. Well, as I said, there were peripheral members. Each individual person, if you look through their belongings or if you can interrogate them, they can give you details of the documents I'm going to share with you. And that will unveil any rabbited away assets that one might have. For instance, Alexis, this Westwood individual. I didn't know them well myself. I just know of them. That was one of the ferreted away ones of Beltran.
There are likely others, you're saying.
Yes, not people directly involved, indirectly involved, but if you feel it necessary to hunt them down, you do what you feel is necessary.
I wish I could.
Well, that is the information I have about this organization. But I'm assuming you would like to know more. Any details beyond? Would you like to know the inner workings of Meshtes?
No.
Wonderful. Then I'll just give you the names of all the individuals that I have and any dirts that I've saved up on them over the years. Some of it is here, and some of it's at my estate in Harrod. I'll have it prepared for you. Now, the reason why I said you'd be comfortable with me going to Harrod is because you're going to go to Forvin to collect the other two. Harrod is half back from there.
We're familiar. Right, well, I suppose we'll be hearing from you every day when you check in, and we'll see you in Harrod.
Very well then. Oh, as for preparing the documents that I have here, if you wish to sit around, I can have them ready for you soon. Or I can just have them prepared for you. And when I come calling, I'm going to need to come calling for one of you. And for me to come calling, it needs to be believable. So, if I may, she would look over at Mikhail and say...
Koa would also already be looking at Mikhail.
She would say, do you own something that fits and is of maybe this decade's style?
Only for people who don't insult my sense of fashion.
Wonderful. It'll play to the story well enough if you go to my tailor. I will send a small letter with you. They will know that you are that you've caught my eye, and that I wanted to see you dressed well.
Wait. We're forgetting about something. Two things, actually. The first one, the letter you received.
Yeah, the
The
package.
one, Koa Mikhail. What was that about?
Yeah, you received a package.
A parcel, as they said it was a letter.
Parcel.
Sorry. It was a letter from Dan. It took some time to get down here from when it was dated, but it warned me of the three of you. That's how I knew that the person I'd seen following me around was likely not just someone that's liked my outfit.
So then the other three probably received similar packages.
Oh, no. Well, I don't know if Dan is familiar with them. He's not familiar with me directly. I know he has a place to send to. It is possible a package went to Forvin. It is possible, and if so, it got there some time ago. But I do not know of that contingency. They are less important. The only people that should have received word are myself, Xylem, and Tor.
Fair enough. And the second part, you went to see and seek protection, correct? You brought gifts. What was the result of that?
Indeed, I did. And the result of that is the reason why you have me sitting in front of the window.
Go on.
There are those that know that I feel as though my life is in danger. And so they're going to be watching me. If they see me in harm's way, or if they know something bad happens to me, they will go hunting. Now, fortunately for you, when I asked for their aid, and when it arrives, there is a delay of time. And considering nobody kicked in that door and slit your throats during that time that you were chasing me up my stairs, I guess you came at that prime time. But I sit here now in case they are there. They won't come knocking at my door to ask about me, if this is here, and I intend to clean up the mess and to get changed before anybody does come inquiring. We have a deal, and I have no intention of going back on my word.
So you went
Right.
to the Greyresses, though?
Yes.
Am I correct in that?
Oh, absolutely.
Which one?
The
Lord.
Lord.
I see. Okay.
Him and I are friendly. Very friendly, in fact. But, again, he's not involved, at least as far as I know, unless he's bankrolling his son. But I do not directly know that. Lady Reyes and I don't particularly mingle.
Can imagine why.
Wonder why.
I don't.
Do you have
blame her at all.
there's a back way out here?
Yes.
Is that also being watched right now?
No.
Okay, well, we'll be leaving that way.
Yes.
The
So, shall we
documents-
wait for the documents?
You two wait for the documents. I have another stop I need to make.
We'll just have them prepared. I don't want to be here any longer. What if a protection shows up?
She just basically explained that, I think.
She did. I don't know how much of it I buy, to be honest.
I mean, if they come in, I would just slit her throat anyway. If they're gonna kill you, take her down too, right?
Ruins the whole reason we did this.
She stands up and says, "My life is literally on the line. I have no intention of playing anything afoul. Now,
Great.
if you would like to leave, I can show you to how it is that you get out and they will not see you."
I think that I have another stop to make. I can wait if you'd like, but I don't think we leave here without the documents.
You'll have the documents when I check in tomorrow. Unless you care
Right,
to stay
yeah.
here for a few hours.
Well, I do not.
Don't really either.
Then if you'll follow me. She stands up.
Oh, it looks a little bit like dejected that you two are both like, "Yep, let's go," and just trust that she's gonna send him our way. He's also not gonna stay here because he's like, I can't. So
She walks down the hallway, and she stops by like a drawer and opens the drawer and like takes something small metallic out of the drawer, closes it, and then continues to walk down the hallway to go to a door. She opens the door and goes into it and starts walking downstairs. As she's walking downstairs, you can see she's doing something. One of you eventually gets sight. You can see she's reapplying lipstick as she's making her way down the stairs. When you guys go downstairs, you can see it is a wine cellar that's down there, and it's well enough stocked. And she goes over and down the wine cellar, takes a moment to light a lantern that's down there, and then walks to the other side of the cellar to where there's like a wall of different wines that are there. She walks over and she'll grab one particular bottle and she turns it. It's like a grinding turn, like it's not smooth. It's like she's clearly like turning like a pretty rudimentary lock, and pulls the thing open, and it opens a small passage to the other side. And she says, "This will lead you to a nearby to what is it? Fuck, my brain's out. To a tavern across the street. They sometimes will come and take bottles of mine, or it doesn't matter. That'll bring you out. They will not see you coming out my door. They'll only see you going out the tavern, which wouldn't be a strange thing to have happened."
My brain glitched. Why were we talking about me going to a tailor? What was that about?
Because you have to, so for the same reason why she's about to do the next thing she's going to do, so that you look the part of her to be called. If she just walks in and is like flirting with somebody dressed the way that you're dressed, it would not be believable.
Is it so that she can give us the documents? I can't.
So
remember
she
what
can
the-
check in with you every day. You want her to check in with you
Gotcha.
every day? It needs to be believable. She's covering
Gotcha,
your tracks. Yeah.
No, you're good. I'm fading.
Yeah. Oh no, you're good.
So-
You're good. Yeah, we were finishing up here. So as she says, you'll head out of the tavern, and it won't be strange to have three adventurers heading out of a tavern, celebrating your recent win.
All right.
Well,
I'll see
don't
you
I need a letter
tomorrow.
or something?
She nods. She will, draw almost as though she's done this before. She grabs from a few different letters that are stacked onto the shelf near where she opened the door. She pulls out an enveloped letter and she hands it to you. She hands it to you, and as you go to take it, she stops and says, one more thing. And that's where she'll like gesture for you to come closer.
I kind of look at the other two for a second and then step closer.
She will then put one hand, assuming you let her, behind the back of your head and lean up and give you like a very heavy kiss on your cheek, so it leaves like a lipstick mark right there.
He's like glaring at the side of her face when she does it.
Yep.
It's like the weirdest look ever. He's like, thank you.
She says, handing you the letter, "You're welcome. Spare no expense. It's something nice."
Good evening. He turns and starts leaving. Just leave it.
Unless there's anything notable about leaving through the tavern, I imagine we get in there, and I don't know if Aldo stays in the tavern, but Koa definitely leaves.
I go back to our own, where we're staying.
When you guys go to the tavern, at first, as you guys are like walking up, they're like, hey, and then they see the lipstick mark on your cheek, maybe partially rubbed or whatever it is, and they're like, oh, sorry.
He's like, it's like a scab, and he's like, don't pick at it, don't pick at it, don't pick at it.
I'm going to head back to the herbalist shop to help clean up the mess I brought.
Yeah. So you don't want any help?
No, it's fine.
You might take those, find those alchemist supplies. She could probably make use of them, at least some of the stuff.
Did we bring that with us? The stuff? You mean the stuff from the cave?
Yeah. The alchemist stuff I think we brought.
It's
not all the
too much for you to
goods.
just straight up bring. You'd have to go back and get it, which you're welcome to do after this, but you're welcome to do.
Oh. I assumed grabbed because I didn't know there was that much of the alchemist
Either that or
supplies.
bring
A lot of it
her
got
there to look
destroyed.
at it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
both of those are options.
Yeah,
We can do that on the next
session
session, or right now, whatever, it doesn't matter, but that's where Koa's headed.
Yeah. Next session, either way, is what we're doing. So at this point, unless there's any last second, I don't even know if your characters would even want to say anything to one. I bet you all feel very dirty. Like,
Yes.
it's one of those, like, we hate everything that... It's over. Like, she is gone. We know everybody involved, how deeply involved they are, so on and so forth. We can completely eliminate this entire network. We can eliminate everything, and we've removed the head from every area except for two. One, we have to find out how to remove the head, and the other one, we dislodge the head. Like, we just removed it from this region, right? And then hopefully one day you cross paths in the future so you can guiltlessly solve the thing that you didn't solve, right? But otherwise, it is a measured success in that regard. But I don't know if any of your characters even have any RP with each other at the moment. I think you're all kind of going your own separate ways.
Koa said he was going to the herbalist shop and he would do it alone, and that's pretty much all he had to say.
Cool.
Yeah, Aldo, I'm going to say, is going to go and bathe, and he's just going to lay there and just... You'd see him just like leaning back, absentmindedly looking at the ceiling for an hour or more.
Okay. And with that... okay.
Yeah. No, I don't even know what Mikhail does right now.
Yeah, that's okay.
You go get fitted for your date.
Yeah, all he has to do is get tailored or whatever it is. He doesn't actually have to go on any dates. It's just to make him look the part, you know. She has no intention of wanting to spend that kind of time with you. But and and vice versa, you know. So
yeah.
Angry sex though.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No. No.
It doesn't matter how attractive you may find the person. There are some aspects of people that make them just utterly unattractive. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's just like, and this is a person where it's like, it doesn't matter. This is not a person that you can be. It's just a vile, evil human, you know? Cool. Well, we can get into all the details about this next session. This is fucking late. It's insanely late. So
thank God we got to wrap up all those loose ends this session.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
No, we didn't. We still have fucking 4 out there.
Can we just? I want to talk about this in later.
Anything you guys want to say goodbye?
See some of you Tuesday at Unnatural Ones, probably.
Okay. Here we go.
Oh, let me.
Bye.
I don't know anymore.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
Wade's is distraught.
This is me. This is my face.
Bye, face.